Martial Peak, Chapter 44-15, Joining Void Land. In the main hall, Hua Yong and Yang Kai were seated as a group of curvaceous ladies danced in front of them. This sight was pretty rare as no one in Shadowless Cave Heaven was below the Open Heaven realm. That was because anyone who wasn't in the Open Heaven realm wasn't allowed to enter. In other words, the ladies who were dancing were all Open Heaven realm masters. Although they were in the low rank, they were still Open Heaven realm masters. Only in a special environment such as the Shadowless Cave Heaven would these ladies put down their pride and dignity to survive in such a way. In the outside world, even the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't let Open Heaven realm masters do such a thing. As the melodic music sounded, the hourglass figures danced elegantly. These ladies, who were of different styles of beauty, tried their best to showcase their advantages and seduce Yang Kai. They heard that Yang Kai had single-handedly destroyed Profound Yang Mountain, and even the three mountain lords had become his subordinates. If Yang Kai were interested in them and willing to protect them, they would be able to enjoy a great life. To the side, Hua Yong observed Yang Kai and realized that even though the young man was enjoying the show, he didn't show any lust towards these women. While Hua Yong was disappointed, he admired the fact that Yang Kai didn't seem to indulge in such amorous hobbies, which was a rare quality. After 3 rounds of wine, Hua Yong waved his hand to motion for the ladies to leave. Yang Kai put down his wine cup and gazed at the older man. "Do you have anything you need me to do, Island Master Hua?" Hua Yong must have a reason for inviting him to a banquet. Yang Kai speculated that it was about leaving the Shadowless Cave Heaven, but he wasn't certain what he was up to. A horrified Hua Yong replied, "I wouldn't dare, Brother Yang. You're a powerful man who single-handedly destroyed Profound Yang Mountain and subdued Mao Zhe. This Hua can never achieve what you've done. I wouldn't dare to tell you to do anything. There are just some questions I'd like to ask you." Yang Kai motioned for him to ask. After measuring his words, Hua Yong asked, "Which cave heaven or paradise are you from, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai couldn't believe that Hua Yong had this kind of speculation as well. Zhou Ye had previously asked him about it, which should be an order from Mao Zhe. It was only now that he realized Hua Yong shared the same sentiment. Nevertheless, it wasn't surprising. He had showcased a power that was much greater than those in the same order. To most people, only an elite from one of the cave heavens or paradises was capable of doing that. Yang Kai shook his head with a helpless smile. "That would be a misunderstanding, Island Master Hua. This Yang is just a rogue cultivator. I'm not from one of the cave heavens or paradises." Hua Yong exclaimed, "No way." He couldn't believe that Yang Kai could be so powerful if the latter wasn't from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Yang Kai said, "It's true." Hua Yong gasped as he increasingly admired the young man. Yang Kai was already so mighty when he wasn't from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Would he have been even more formidable had he come from one of those? After a moment of hesitation, Hua Yong asked, "Are you without any foundation in the outside world, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai replied honestly, "I've founded a force called Void Land and now serve as its lord." Upon hearing that, Hua Yong became relieved, thinking that the young man had a base at the very least. Although Void Land sounded like the name of a second-class great force, it was expected as Yang Kai was a mid-rank Open Heaven realm master. Hua Yong couldn't help reminiscing about the past. "Before coming to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, my wife and I had a territory in the outside world as well, but 10,000 years have passed. That place has probably been occupied by someone else by now." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "What is there to worry about since you're still alive? Both of you are in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. If you leave Shadowless Cave Heaven, you can occupy any spirit province and rise again." Hua Yong shook his head. "This Hua is old now, so I'm not as ambitious as when I was young. Now, I just hope to look for a peaceful place so that my wife and I can nurture our child together." All of a sudden, he rose from the chair and cupped his fist at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. "Brother Yang, this Hua has an impolite request. Yang Kai quickly stood up and replied, please don't be overly formal with me, Island Master Hua. Please tell me right away. Huayong said, my wife and I would like to join your void land. Are you willing to accept us? This Hua will be grateful if you do. Yang Kai's expression changed, you want to join void land? Huayong said, N. Do you not accept any outsiders? Yang Kai replied with a smile, that's not it. It's just that it's only been slightly more than 10 years since void land was established, so its foundation is rather weak. He paused for a moment, if you don't mind my place being small, this Yang is more than willing to welcome you. An ecstatic Huayong said, we're more than grateful that you're willing to accept us so that we'll have a place to stay. Why would we even mind it? Following that, he swung his sleeves and cupped his fists with a serious expression, Sect Master. Yang Kai took his hands and said with a smile, you're being too formal again, Elder Hua. Elder? Huayong arched his brow. Yang Kai explained, since both of you are in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, you'll be the elders after you join Void Land. An elated Huayong said, many thanks, Sect Master. This Hua will definitely do everything he can to contribute to Void Land. Certainly, Yang Kai didn't think this old man was sincere. Huayong didn't even know where Void Land was, so why would he really do everything he could for the sect? Yang Kai never took his words seriously. Still, just like that, Void Land had 2 new 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which was why Yang Kai was excited. Even though Huayong had his own considerations, and he might not even be sincere about joining Void Land, they would be a part of the sect after they were given the brand of Void Land. If Void Land really fell into danger in the future, the couple would be pretty useful. Since they were one family now, Huayong became increasingly passionate as he invited Yang Kai to take a seat and filled his cup again. Meanwhile, he attempted to find out more about Void Land. Upon learning that there were 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, more than 10 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and about 300 people in the 4th Order and below, Huayong was astounded. A second-class great force like that could be considered extraordinary by having this kind of heritage. It could be said that Void Land was at the peak among the second-class great forces. He couldn't figure out how a great force that was founded just a decade ago grew to be so formidable. With that said, he was relieved that Void Land was strong. He and his wife were going to join Void Land after leaving the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so with such a strong sect as their support, they would be more confident when dealing with any affairs in the outside world. After they drank for a bit more, Yang Kai retired to his room. Huayong probingly asked whether Yang Kai wanted the ladies who danced earlier to serve him in bed, but the latter rejected it outright. He stopped mentioning it as he saw him off and cupped his fist, Sect Master, I'll inform the people from Twin Spirit Island about this tomorrow so they can decide whether they want to leave. When the time comes to leave the Shadowless Cave Heaven, my wife and I will follow you. Please take care of us then. Yang Kai nodded, don't worry, Elder Hua. After Yang Kai was gone, Huayong breathed a sigh of relief, then he shuffled towards his bedroom to tell his wife about what had happened. As Yang Kai recalled the incident earlier while heading towards the bamboo forest, he couldn't help smiling. He was indeed surprised that Huayong asked to join Void Land all of a sudden. However, if he were in his shoes, he would have made the same decision. Huayong had decided to leave the Shadowless Cave Heaven with Yang Kai, but he was worried that he wouldn't be able to protect his wife and himself after falling into the source of the astral wind. By then, their lives would hinge on Yang Kai. With Yang Kai's protection, they probably would be safe. Nevertheless, if Yang Kai didn't protect them, they were bound for death. Now that they had joined Void Land though, Yang Kai had to ensure their safety since he was now their sect master. With this connection between them, the couple could follow Yang Kai with peace of mind, otherwise, they wouldn't have easily sided with any great force since they were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. However, since Huayong had agreed to it, a lot of people would tag along, as many of those from Twin Spirit Island would want to leave together. It wasn't certain whether those from Unrivaled Guild would want to come, but Yang Kai wasn't bothered either way. Upon returning to the bamboo forest, Yang Kai started getting busy. Half a day later, the space array was completed. He gave it a try and confirmed that he could easily reach the exit. Now that everything was prepared, he just had to wait for the proprietress to recover before they set off. Life was peaceful for the following days as Yang Kai refined open heaven pills and resources to strengthen the heritage and world force of his small universe. Just like what Chef had said, when a cultivator reached the open heaven realm, he had to manage his small universe seriously. Accumulation took a painfully long time, so it wasn't easy to ascend to the next order. A few days later, Huayong rushed to the bamboo forest and reported, "Sect Master, the 3 brothers from Unrivaled Guild have come over with a group of people and shouted that they want to see you." A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes. As he recalled the 3 burly men, his face twitched slightly. "Are they here to fight, or do they want to leave with me?" "They didn't say anything." Huayong shook his head. "They just wanted to meet you and mention that you were the one who told them to come here. They look quite fierce, so I think they're probably up to no good." A headache came over Yang Kai as he said, "Let's meet them." He was the one who told them to come here, so he couldn't keep hiding from them. At that instant, he regretted informing those 3 about it. He should have let them perish in this place on their own. If they really left, they would surely create trouble in the outside world sooner or later. After leaving Twin Spirit Island, Yang Kai saw the brothers standing outside the island with a group of open heaven realm masters behind them. Upon seeing Yang Kai, the brothers immediately glared at him. One of them bellowed, "Yang Kai, all of us are here now. When are we setting off?" A speechless Yang Kai gazed at them and asked, "Are you all leaving Shadowless Cave Heaven with me?" "Of course." Another person yelled impatiently, "Otherwise, why would we have come all the way here?" The third person demanded, "Cut the crap. Let's leave now." Yang Kai's face twitched even harder than before as he explained, "There might be some unforeseeable danger. If you're not careful, you might lose your lives. Will you all please think it through?" All of a sudden, he didn't feel like bringing these brothers with him anymore. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44:16, Setting Off. What's there to think through? The first brother who spoke yelled, "Since there's a chance to leave, why wouldn't we seize it? Do we really have to wait for death here?" The 3 of them were simple-minded and straightforward, so it wasn't surprising that they were so resolute in their actions. Yang Kai had just informed them about it some time ago, but they really called the roll and came over. It had to be noted that they were not friends to begin with, nor had they come into contact prior to the previous meeting. Most people would have some doubts. Huayong had to join Voidland before he had the audacity to leave with Yang Kai, otherwise, he would never be able to set his mind at ease. More than 100 people from Unrivaled Guild had arrived. These people were standing behind the brothers as they stared at Yang Kai with fervent and fawning gazes. Certainly, not everyone from Unrivaled Guild had come. Some people were still in doubt, so they had decided to stay. With that said, 100 cultivators was a lot of people. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai said, "We can't leave now. Please calm down and wait for me here for some time. We'll only set off when everything is prepared." Then, he turned to look at Huayong, "Please help settle them down." This matter was giving Huayong a headache, but he still replied, "Yes." Then, he welcomed those from Unrivaled Guild into the island. Although Shan and the others were displeased, Yang Kai had the final say in this matter. Since he wasn't leaving yet, none of them could set off. After they entered Twin Spirit Island, Huayong welcomed them with a banquet. At that moment, noise filled the island. Prior to this, Huayong already had a conversation with his confidants and informed them that he was leaving with Yang Kai. He had even joined Voidland. These people could decide whether they wanted to leave. However, Huayong only had a small number of confidants, so the news wasn't leaked yet. Since those from Unrivaled Guild had arrived, however, basically everyone was aware of it now. At that instant, those from Twin Spirit Island were tempted. As the days went by, Xiaofan and the others would visit Yang Kai from time to time and urge him to depart. A frustrated Yang Kai told Mao Zhe and the others to keep guard outside the bamboo forest so that no one could disturb the proprietress. After 1 month, the barrier outside the bamboo hut dissipated as the proprietress stepped out. Yang Kai, chef and accountant, who had been waiting outside, turned to look at her. When they saw that her skin was glowing and her aura was stable, which meant that she had gotten rid of the lingering monster qi, they heaved a collective sigh of relief. In the shadowless cave heaven, the proprietress and the others had endured the astral wind many times before, which inevitably caused some losses to their small universes. However, as long as their foundations were not damaged, they could make up for the losses sooner or later, so it was no big deal. After Yang Kai told the proprietress about what was going on in Twin Spirit Island, she sported a worried expression. Can you protect so many people on your own? Based on what you've said, there are probably more than 200 people who will be tagging along. There won't be a problem if the wind in the origin of the astral wind isn't too strong, however, if it's significantly more violent, it might be hard for me to fend it off entirely. Yang Kai gave it a thought. I have the 6 Fated Paths bag that can store some people. He had obtained the 6 Fated Paths bag from Su Huang. As for how the artifact was made, he had no idea. Nevertheless, the space inside the bag was expandable, so it was pretty amazing. More importantly, it could also accommodate Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, regardless of how incredible the bag was, there must be a limit. Previously, Yang Kai had only kept a small number of Open Heaven Realm Masters inside it, so he had no idea what the limit was. The proprietress sighed, unfortunately, there's no high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master with us. The small universe of such a person can accommodate a lot of people and help share your burden. The small universe of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master had fully materialized, so it could accommodate living creatures. Anyone could enter it as long as their order wasn't higher than that of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. In other words, any 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could keep people in the 7th Order and below inside his or her small universe. When Yang Kai arrived at the outer universe in the past, he came across the Fire Spirit Land Protector Venerable Duan Hai from 7 Wonders Land who led him to a portal, behind which was a universe. Now, it was apparent to Yang Kai that it wasn't Duan Hai's small universe. That was because Duan Hai was only in the 4th Order, so his small universe couldn't accommodate living creatures. What he saw at that time was probably a divine ability cast by Duan Hai or the projection of his small universe. However, Yang Kai and the others were too weak in the past, so they were not able to judge. Hence, they thought that it was Duan Hai's small universe. Although Yang Kai was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, his small universe was different from those of other Open Heaven Realm Masters. That was because his small universe could accommodate living creatures since he had merged it with his small sealed world. However, a high-rank cultivator wouldn't usually keep anyone inside their small universe because there was a huge risk associated with doing so. If an ill-intentioned person caused some damage inside their small universe, the owner would suffer an immense loss. One would only let someone enter their small universe if they had complete trust in that person. After a brief discussion, Yang Kai sent a message to Huayong, who replied promptly. Since all of those from Twin Spirit Island and Unrivaled Guild were ready, they could set off at any moment. Following that, Yang Kai told them to gather together in the bamboo forest. Just a while later, a large group of people marched into the bamboo forest. These 200-plus people were divided into 2 groups. One of the groups was from Twin Spirit Island and was led by Huayong and Shu Mudan. The other group was from Unrivaled Guild, which was led by the Shi brothers. The couple shuffled forward and saluted Yang Kai, then Huayong said, "Sect Master, everyone from Twin Spirit Island is ready. The people who are willing to leave are all here." Yang Kai swept a glance over the people behind him and nodded. When Mao Zhe and the others, who were standing behind Yang Kai, heard how Huayong addressed him, their expressions changed slightly as they fell into their own thoughts. The Shi brothers had grown impatient after waiting these past few days, so at this moment, one of them urged Yang Kai in a loud voice, "When are we setting off? Why are you always dawdling?" Yang Kai gazed at them with a smile, "We're ready to go now." The brothers were elated as one of them said with a smile, "Good, good. We don't have to keep waiting anymore." As Yang Kai swept a glance over the crowd, he said, "Many of you are from different forces, and there might be some grudges between you. However, since you've decided to leave with me, I hope you'll set those grudges aside and work with one another. If anyone dares to pull any dirty tricks or sow discord on the road, I'll teach them a lesson regardless of who they are. Even though I've found the exit of Shadowless Cave Heaven and I have the confidence to leave this place, we might come across some unforeseeable danger during the process. We might lose our lives at any moment, so if you're not willing to take the risk, you'd better stay here so that you won't regret it later." Everyone stared at him in silence but no one left. Just then, Huayong cupped his fist and said, "We'll obey your orders, Sect Master. If anyone dares to jeopardize our plan, this Hua will not let them off." Yang Kai nodded gently, "If everyone is prepared, we'll set off now." Then, he turned around and led them to the space array he had built before sending a signal to Mao Zhe and the others, "You go over first and get prepared." Mao Zhe and the others stepped into the space array in silence, whereupon Yang Kai pushed his space principles and activated the array. After a light flashed, Mao Zhe and the others were gone. Upon seeing that Mao Zhe and the others were safely sent over, these people set their minds at ease. The space array that Yang Kai had built was neither big nor small, so 6 people could be sent over at a time. It took Yang Kai about an hour before he delivered all 200 or so people over. After Yang Kai stepped into the array, a light flashed through it as the world around him started spinning. When his vision refocused, he was already standing in front of the wind source. More than 200 people were already there as they looked around. Upon seeing Yang Kai, they immediately shifted their attention to him. Yang Kai pointed at a particular spot in front of him and said, "The exit is right there. I'll tear the space apart later and bring all of you out. However, since this place is connected to the outside world, the astral wind is just outside of here. After the crack appears, the astral wind will also come gusting in." Many of them gasped and appeared horrified. Basically everyone in the Shadowless Cave Heaven had experienced the brutality of the astral wind before. No one could ward it off. That was the reason they were terrified the moment they heard that the astral wind would come in through the crack. It was only now that they figured out what kind of danger Yang Kai was referring to earlier. If they wanted to leave, they would have to face the astral wind. "I will do my best to protect all of you, however, since there are many of us here, I might not be able to take care of everyone. As such, I'd like the weaker cultivators to enter my 6 Fated Paths bag to lighten the burden." As Yang Kai spoke, he summoned the 6 Fated Paths bag and briefly talked about its abilities. At that moment, many people exchanged glances as they fell into a dilemma. The 6 Fated Paths bag was indeed amazing as it could accommodate Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, once they entered the bag, they would lose control over their own lives. If the bag was destroyed, the people inside it would instantly be killed without a chance to resist. However, they were not in any position to object now. Yang Kai was only one man, and since so many people were tagging along now, some of them had to enter the bag to lighten the load. Huayong and the Shi brothers directly told the weaker cultivators to enter the bag. Although they were reluctant, they had no other choice. With the bag in his hand, Yang Kai stored people inside it one after another, mostly those in the 2nd order and the 3rd order. After putting about 100 people inside, Yang Kai finally realized that the bag had reached its limit. If he kept stuffing more people inside it, there was a risk of the bag exploding. That was why he stopped. Nevertheless, now, he also had a vague judgment of the bag's limit. The number of people the bag could keep seemed to have something to do with cultivation. If the people being kept inside the bag were strong, the artifact could only accommodate a small number. If they were all mid-rank open heaven realm masters, the bag could probably only keep 20 or so people inside. Martial Peak, Chapter 44:17, Wind Spirit. Half of the 200 people were gone, which greatly alleviated Yang Kai's burden. The rest of the people who were outside were all in the third order open heaven realm and above. If they really came across any danger upon leaving the shadowless cave heaven, these people would be able to help. Since everything was ready, Yang Kai walked up to the spot where he previously tore space apart. Then, he turned his head and nodded to motion for them to be careful. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai performed different hand seals and then shouted, "Open." The sound of something cracking was heard, then a void crack suddenly appeared and rapidly expanded. The moment the void crack appeared, the astral wind started gusting in, which caused the expressions of these people to change drastically. Yang Kai immediately used his towering evergreen, and as an emerald light expanded, the gigantic tree crown seemed to cover the entire sky. Its branches hung low and engulfed the 100 or so people. Standing within the range of this wood element divine manifestation, everyone could feel a surge of vitality around them, and their minds were immediately soothed. All of their anxiety was gone as they looked up and tooted in amazement. It was the first time Huayong saw this divine manifestation, and as he listened to the howling wind and looked around, he muttered in disbelief, "The wind really got blocked out." Standing under this humongous tree, he realized that he wasn't harassed by the astral wind one bit. It was even safer than when he was on Twin Spirit Island. He was both shocked and excited, thinking that he had made the right decision to leave with Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai had such a divine manifestation, he could ensure their safety while navigating through the astral wind. If Huayong had chosen to stay, besides the fact that the shadowless cave heaven might collapse one day, his unborn child would also be unable to cultivate properly, thus making his future bleak. Just like his wife had said, they would have to personally bury their child one day. Mao Zhe and the others had experienced this before, so they immediately stood beside Yang Kai the moment he activated Towering Evergreen. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted, then charged towards the void crack. The other cultivators didn't hesitate to follow him as they made sure they were always within the tree's protection range. The void crack that Yang Kai had torn apart was huge. After all, more than 100 people had to cross it, so a small crack wouldn't serve its purpose. As soon as they left the shadowless cave heaven, they felt that time and space were disturbed. An even more violent astral wind came at them from all directions, which caused the branches of the great tree to sway. Yang Kai's expression changed as he finally realized why Mao Zhe and the others previously returned so soon after they moved past the crack. They had indeed fallen into the source of the astral wind after leaving the shadowless cave heaven. The wind here was even more violent than the one gusting into the shadowless cave heaven. In such an environment, even sixth-order open heaven realm masters like Mao Zhe and the others would soon lose their lives as their small universes broke apart. Yang Kai found it hard to sustain his towering evergreen as the branches shook wildly, and these cultivators were worried that the divine ability would be broken. By then, all of them would be exposed to the gale. Fortunately, even though the tree swayed, the divine manifestation remained stable. Yang Kai turned around and manipulated space principles once again to seal the void crack. Some people had decided to stay in the shadowless cave heaven, so if he didn't repair the crack, the astral wind would continue blowing indefinitely. By then, the people who stayed would be doomed. After Yang Kai was finished, he realized that everyone was staring at him. They had finally left the shadowless cave heaven, but just like what was expected, they had indeed fallen into the source of the astral wind. Only by leaving this region would they stand a chance to survive. No one knew which direction they should head. Yang Kai released his divine sense, but it was immediately shredded by the astral wind after it left towering evergreens range, giving him a headache since he was unable to scan the surroundings. Gritting his teeth, he simply led these people in a random direction. It wasn't like the source of the astral wind was boundless, so as long as they kept moving forward in the same direction, they would eventually escape. The fierce gale caused everyone to be anxious. It felt terrible to have their lives hanging by a thread. As Yang Kai sustained his towering evergreen, his energy left his body like the water discharged from a dam. He felt fortunate that he had put more than 100 people inside the 6 Fated Paths bag, otherwise, he would have consumed even more energy. The branches hanging from the ancient tree shook violently as though they would be gone with the wind at any moment, however, they still steadfastly blocked the astral wind out. After they moved forward for a bit, Yang Kai's expression changed suddenly. The proprietress was just beside him, and upon seeing his expression, she quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "There's something over there." Yang Kai stared intently ahead with his dark gaze as though he was trying to see through the gale. However, the endless wind had even caused space to warp, so he was unable to see anything. His words made everyone stiff. Huayong asked, "Perhaps only high-rank open heaven realm masters are able to resist this violent wind. What could it be that's lurking in the wind?" There was absolutely no living creature in the world that could live in this gale, however, Yang Kai wouldn't lie to them in this situation. What's more, he was protecting everyone with his wood element divine manifestation, so he was more sensitive to the surroundings than all of them. "I have no idea." Yang Kai shook his head with a solemn expression, then yelled, "It's coming." Right after he finished speaking, his expression changed drastically as he turned to look in a particular direction. Over there, a hole was torn in the protective shield of his towering evergreen. Even though he was trying his best to repair the tear, a visible wisp of green smoke still snuck in through it. Following that, the green smoke contorted and turned into a translucent human-shaped creature with 4 limbs, but its height was only half of the average human adult. There were no facial features on its face, which was eerily flat. "A wind spirit." The proprietress exclaimed, "The astral wind has nurtured a wind spirit. Stay on guard, everyone." All of them immediately raised their defenses. Before anyone could react, the wind spirit directly snuck into the body of the cultivator nearest to it and disappeared. The cultivator was in the 4th order open heaven realm and soon began screaming as the aura coming from his body fluctuated unstably. The people around him leaped away in shock. The 4th order open heaven realm master yelled in horror, "It's inside my small universe. Save me." Huayong bellowed, "No one can help you since the wind spirit is inside your body, only you can save yourself. Don't panic. Focus on using your world force to drive it out." Upon hearing that, the man hurriedly did as he was told, however, his cultivation was too weak. It wasn't certain what the wind spirit was doing in his small universe, but everyone could feel his aura plunging rapidly. In just over 10 breaths of time, his aura dropped from the 4th order to the 3rd order, then the 2nd order and eventually the 1st order. "Help me!" the man wailed as his aura flickered. Right after this final cry, he suddenly grunted and exploded into a blood mist. The people around him were instantly covered in blood. His small universe collapsed. Maojia's pupils contracted. A 4th order open heaven realm master had lost all his world force in such a short time, so it was only natural that his small universe would be critically destabilized. The moment his small universe came apart, he died a horrible death. No one could resist the astral wind as it could sneak into an open heaven realm master's small universe and wear away their heritage. Now, it seemed that this wind spirit was significantly more powerful than the astral wind. After the man was killed, the green wind spirit reappeared. It had apparently shot out of the dead person's small universe. Then, the green smoke moved and charged towards another cultivator. Mao Zhe directly used a divine ability which struck the wind spirit. He was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, so his methods were naturally formidable. However, since he was surrounded by so many people in such close quarters, he was rather restricted in his movements. Nevertheless, the power of this divine ability was not to be underestimated. The immense force caused the wind spirit to pause. As though the wind spirit was infuriated, it abandoned its target and dashed towards Mao Zhe instead. Mao Zhe's expression changed, but he was unable to dodge the wind spirit in such a place, so he had no choice but to continue using his divine abilities to force back the creature. At the same time, Gongqing and Zhouye made a move together. Since 3 sixth-order open heaven realm masters had joined forces, they were able to hold the wind spirit at bay. Despite that, they weren't able to destroy the wind spirit, which was strange. The proprietress suddenly yelled, "Don't use your world force. This thing can absorb it to strengthen itself." Mao Zhe examined the creature with narrowed eyes and realized that the wind spirit's color had become darker than when it first appeared, and it had also become more agile. The proprietress was right to say that the wind spirit was able to absorb all kinds of world force to strengthen itself. The creature had just dived into a fourth-order open heaven realm master's small universe, which caused his aura to plunge and his small universe to collapse. It seemed that the creature really was becoming stronger after it fed on the fourth-order open heaven realm master's heritage. However, how was an open heaven realm master supposed to fight without using their world force? An open heaven realm master was only an open heaven realm master because they could use world force. The foundation of an open heaven realm master's power was the world force in their small universe. If they couldn't use world force, they were no different from a toothless tiger. Seeing that the wind spirit was charging towards him, Mao Zhe respectively grasped Zhouye and Gongqing with his hands before he fled backwards. Nevertheless, there was nowhere else they could go as they soon reached the edge of towering evergreens protection. If they moved any further, they would be exposed to the astral wind directly. At the most critical moment, a whip broke through the air and wrapped itself around the wind spirit. Following a thunderous noise, the whip tightened itself, which caused the wind spirit to fall apart. But soon, the wind spirit took shape again. However, the strike allowed everyone to see a glimmer of hope. The proprietress, who was holding the whip, yelled, "Use your artifacts." Although an open heaven realm master had to activate their world force to use their artifact, the attack of an artifact itself wasn't composed purely of world force. It was also mixed with the artifact's own power, which could apparently not be absorbed by the wind spirit. The proprietress was just giving it a try, so it surprised her that she actually found the solution right away. Martial Peak, Chapter 44:18, Enter My Small Universe. At that instant, lights of different colors flickered. The open heaven realm masters summoned their artifacts and attacked the wind spirit. The violent fluctuations of energy were chaotic as all sorts of elements surged out. The wind spirit was extremely agile and it could easily dodge most of the attacks. On the other hand, many of the cultivators were accidentally hurt since they were all crammed together. With that said, some of the attacks still struck the wind spirit. Every strike could make its figure fall apart, but it would soon reform. However, its color became increasingly dimmer. Seeing that, Huayong yelled, "Hang in there and don't panic. As long as we're united, we don't have to be afraid of this wind spirit." He wasn't boasting wildly. Even though the wind spirit born in this place was eerie as it could kill a fourth-order open heaven realm master in a short time, there were many open heaven realm masters around, including 9 in the 6th order. If they couldn't even deal with a single wind spirit, they should just give up and let it kill them. The powers of the artifacts continuously blossomed and the wind spirit had become so dim that it was almost transparent. Just when it was about to be destroyed, a crack suddenly appeared on its flat face as though it had opened its mouth and it released a fierce howl. No one knew what this wind spirit was doing, but they still put up their guard with solemn expressions. Although the wind was heard howling, it didn't appear to be intimidating or lethal at all. However, Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he said, "Stay alert. We might be in trouble." "What?" Huayong turned his head to ask, then his pupils contracted. In the meantime, cracks that were caused by a mysterious force started appearing around the protection range of the towering evergreen. Puffs of green smoke snuck in through the cracks, then contorted and turned into odd-looking creatures. Just like the wind spirit they had seen previously, these things had limbs but not facial features. Their faces were flat in an eerie way. Some of them looked like tigers, wolves, and some other animals. The creatures that had barged in were all wind spirits. It was just that they were of different forms and there were more than 10 of them. Everyone felt a crawling sensation on their scalp. Just one wind spirit was enough to give them a headache, as over 100 open heaven realm masters were unable to kill it in a short time. Just when they were starting to see a glimmer of hope though, more of these wind spirits rushed in. Apparently, the wind spirit was calling out to its companions just now by making that howling sound. Many appeared to be in despair. As soon as these wind spirits took shape, they started flying around. The cultivators exclaimed and tried to avoid them, but there was nowhere they could go. In just a moment, these wind spirits snuck into the bodies of over 10 cultivators and disappeared. These people widened their eyes in horror as they were desperate to fight for a chance to survive. They madly pushed their world force in an attempt to force these wind spirits out of their small universes, but their efforts proved futile. Many of them called out desperately for help. The 9 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sported solemn expressions. None of them could have expected that they would come across this kind of danger after leaving Shadowless Cave Heaven with Yang Kai, including Yang Kai himself. He thought that after leaving Shadowless Cave Heaven, the biggest risk he would face would be a more intense astral wind. With his towering evergreen though, he was confident he could ensure their safety. However, it never crossed his mind that wind spirits existed in the astral wind source. Even his towering evergreen was unable to block them out. Right in front of everyone's eyes, the auras of these people plunged. Just like the deceased Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from earlier, the heritages of their small universes were swallowed by the wind spirits and their orders plummeted. Their small universes trembled and then collapsed. In just over 10 breaths of time, explosive sounds started ringing out. These people subsequently exploded into blood mists, leaving no traces behind. One of these deceased Open Heaven Realm Masters was even in the Fifth Order, which was why chef and accountant gulped with pale faces. Both of them were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, so had any of the wind spirits snuck into their bodies, they would have ended up like these people. Then, the wind spirits appeared again. It was obvious that their colors had become deeper, which was thanks to the fact that they had just swallowed the heritages of those Open Heaven Realm Masters' small universes. People who were still alive immediately leaped away with vigilance. Just one wind spirit could make this place descend into chaos, so how were they supposed to deal with a dozen of them? Many of them regretted not getting into Yang Kai's 6 Fated Paths bag earlier. When Yang Kai fished out the bag in an attempt to keep some people inside it, many of them were reluctant. After all, once they entered the bag, they would lose control over their own lives. Eventually, it was Huayong and the Shi brothers who dealt with the situation. Now, it seemed that the bag was the safest place to be. Yang Kai glared at the wind spirits as he had the urge to summon his Azure Dragon Spear and kill all of them with it. However, he was now in the astral wind source, and he had to sustain the towering evergreen while looking for a way out, so he was incapable of helping to deal with these creatures. Fortunately, when the wind spirit struck again, everyone was better prepared. Things were much better now as they could temporarily ward off the wind spirits. Nevertheless, as they used their artifacts, the violent forces fluctuated, which made it difficult for Yang Kai to sustain his towering evergreen. However, their defenses weren't impenetrable. Just a moment later, some of the wind spirits broke through the bombardment and rushed towards the cultivators before sneaking into their small universes. These unfortunate cultivators appeared to have lost all hope. They had seen how their companions died a horrible death in front of them, so they could imagine what it would be like. Proprietress. Chef's chubby figure suddenly shook as he turned to look at the proprietress with a helpless smile. The proprietress' pupils contracted as she exclaimed, "Chef." An anxious accountant gazed at Chef in disbelief. Just now, a wind spirit circled around Chef and snuck into his body from behind when no one was aware of it. Chef parted his lips in an attempt to say something. Despite having countless things to say, he eventually condensed everything into 2 sentences. "It was my greatest honor to have met you, proprietress. Many thanks for taking care of me over the years." After he finished speaking, he appeared relieved. The proprietress charged towards Chef and pressed her hand against his dantian before madly surging her own world force power in an attempt to force the wind spirit out. However, the wind spirit had already snuck into his small universe, so she was unable to target it. Chef shook his head as his aura plunged. Just then, Yang Kai suddenly extended his hand and yelled, "Come here, Chef." Chef turned his head, but before he could react, he felt a force engulfing him. The next moment, the world around him started spinning, and then he arrived at a very strange world. In this world, the moon was hanging in the sky as it cast its eerie glow on everything. Besides the refreshing air, this place was filled with dense world force. "Where is this place?" Chef was dumbfounded, then he soon realized in shock that a puff of green smoke billowed out of his body and turned into a snake. The wind spirit then hissed. Chef widened his eyes as he couldn't believe that the wind spirit had actually voluntarily left his body. As the wind spirit hissed, Chef could clearly feel that the world force in this world was being madly devoured by the creature. At the same time, it was also growing quickly. Under the towering evergreen, Yang Kai grunted and staggered with a pale expression. Since Chef was in trouble, there was no way he would sit back and do nothing. Left with no choice, he decided to put Chef into his small universe, thinking that he could deal with the wind spirit after that. However, he was stunned to see that the wind spirit had left Chef's body and entered his small universe instead. Yang Kai wasn't certain about the reason behind it, but he reckoned that his small universe was probably more attractive to the wind spirit. The next moment, his speculation was proven right. He had exposed some of his aura just now when he opened up his small universe to keep Chef inside it. The remaining wind spirits of different forms halted and turned to face Yang Kai. Even the wind spirits that had previously snuck into those cultivators left their bodies now. Since these wind spirits didn't have facial features, they were supposedly not able to see. However, at this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel that they were staring at him as though they were drooling over a delicious dish. These cultivators were both shocked and stunned at the turn of events. They had no idea what Yang Kai had done so that he could attract the attention of all wind spirits. Shwa shwa shwa. The wind spirits turned into green streaks and charged towards Yang Kai in the next instant. Flustered, the proprietress exclaimed, "Watch out, Yang Kai." She then rushed over in an attempt to fend off those wind spirits for him. Mao Zhe and the others frowned as they dashed forward. Their names were on the loyalty list, so if anything happened to Yang Kai, they would be doomed as well. "Let them come," Yang Kai bellowed. The proprietress stopped in her tracks and stared dazedly at him as though she was asking what he was trying to do. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't have time to explain anything. Faced with these wind spirits, he opened his small universe wide. As his aura was exposed, these wind spirits became excited and hastened their pace. These puffs of green smoke then penetrated Yang Kai's body and disappeared instantly. Yang Kai's figure shook, and then he checked on his small universe and realized that the dozen or so wind spirits of different forms were madly absorbing his heritage to strengthen themselves. Meanwhile, Chef was trembling nearby. "Proprietress, Mao Zhe, enter my small universe and help me deal with them." As Yang Kai spoke, he extended his hands to them. The proprietress lowered her defenses and allowed his strength to engulf her. She disappeared the next moment. At the same time, Mao Zhe and the other mountain lords also vanished. When the four of them came to their senses, they realized that they were in a different world. Looking up, they saw the wind spirits wolfing down the world force around them while Chef stood rooted to the spot. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-19, Out. What the? Mao Zhe exclaimed and looked around. He had a speculation, but he found it hard to believe it. It's my small universe. Rather than letting these wind spirits make a scene outside, I thought it would be better to just trap them here. I'll cordon off the area around here, so please help me restrain them for now. I'll handle them when I'm free. Yang Kai's voice reverberated from all around. Not only was Mao Zhe in disbelief, but Geng Qing and Zhou Ye were also astounded. They couldn't believe that they were in Yang Kai's small universe. Common sense dictated that only when an open heaven realm master reached the high rank would their small universe be able to fully materialize and accommodate living creatures. Yang Kai was only a sixth-order open heaven realm master, so how did he manage to achieve it? They couldn't wrap their heads around it as this went against the knowledge that was deeply imprinted in their minds. Nevertheless, as Mao Zhe felt the density of the world force around him, he finally understood why he wasn't a match for Yang Kai even though both of them were in the sixth order. The heritage in Yang Kai's small universe was clearly richer than his own. As he looked up at the bright moon, he realized that the celestial entity seemed to contain a power that could freeze his soul. He was astounded, thinking that it was probably a high-rank element power. Although he was now a sixth-order open heaven realm master, he had only reached the fifth order directly when he achieved an ascension in the past. In other words, his limit would be the seventh order in the future, which was why he craved this kind of power. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, they felt a force cordoning off the space around them. Apparently, Yang Kai had sealed this region so that the wind spirits wouldn't be able to cause too much damage to his small universe. However, his effort would be futile if there was no one around to tie down the wind spirits, as the seal would be broken through sooner or later if they were left alone. That was the reason Yang Kai decided to put the proprietress and the others into his small universe. He was trying to make use of their powers to stall for time. Presently, he had to bring everyone out of the astral wind source as soon as possible, so he didn't have time to deal with the wind spirits for now. Although it was difficult for 4 sixth-order open heaven realm masters to confront more than 10 wind spirits, it wasn't Yang Kai's intention to have them kill the odd-looking creatures. He just wanted them to distract them so that the wind spirits wouldn't run rampant, hence, there shouldn't be any problem. Upon learning Yang Kai's plan, the proprietress made the first move. The whip in her hand coiled around the wind spirits like it was a dragon before ripping them apart. She was trying to attract their attention so that they wouldn't be able to concentrate on swallowing the heritage in Yang Kai's small universe. Seeing that, Mao Zhe and the others quickly made a move as well. Yang Kai felt that his small universe had descended into chaos, which made it hard for him to focus. There was a bitter smile on his face as he finally realized why people always said even a high-rank open heaven realm master wouldn't easily let others enter their small universe, for that would be a terrible experience. No one would let someone else go into their small universe unless they wholeheartedly trusted that person, as any slight disturbance would cause damage to their small universe. Under Yang Kai's towering evergreen, these people looked around in horror. Of the more than 100 open heaven realm masters, 20 or so had lost their lives in a short time. It could be said that they had suffered an immense loss. Moreover, the eerie wind spirits had all dived into Yang Kai's body, which made them feel worried. It had to be noted that Yang Kai was the key to their survival. If anything happened to him, all of them would be exposed to the astral wind source. With the towering evergreen around, they would be safe from the harassment of the astral wind. However, without this wood element divine manifestation, no one had the confidence to survive here for long. Therefore, all of them turned to look at Yang Kai, who seemed fine even though he sported a solemn expression. Hua Yong asked with concern, "Sect Master, those wind spirits?" Yang Kai replied in a muffled voice, "They're inside my small universe. Mao Zhe and the others are dealing with them. We have to leave this place quickly." Then, he continued leading the crowd forward. They followed him closely, ensuring that they were always within the protection range of the divine manifestation. On the road, they came across several more wind spirits that broke through the defense of towering evergreen and caused a ruckus. Yang Kai used the same trick and sent these wind spirits inside his small universe. The proprietress and the others already found it hard to deal with the dozen or so original wind spirits, so the situation only exacerbated when more were let in. There were even times when they were almost attacked and invaded by the wind spirits. Left with no choice, Yang Kai sent Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan into his small universe so that they could help. The movements in his small universe thus became even more violent. Yang Kai could feel his blood weltering while his aura was extremely unstable. As his head kept buzzing, he had a feeling that he would suffer from cultivation dissonance at any moment. Time seemed to pass by even more slowly at this moment. Accountant, who had been standing guard beside Yang Kai, suddenly exclaimed, "You're hurt." He could see that blood was leaking from Yang Kai's 7 orifices, and his eyes were horrifyingly red. Yang Kai grunted as he couldn't even spare the focus to respond. He silently charged forward while exerting more force to sustain his towering evergreen to fend off the howling astral wind. Each breath that passed felt like an hour, but at a certain point, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the pressure around him was gone and the towering evergreen's protection, which was suppressed by the astral wind earlier, abruptly expanded. An energized Yang Kai shouted, "We're out of the source." Everyone was elated as they looked around, however, as the green branches hung so low, they were still engulfed in an emerald light, making it impossible to see outside clearly. With that said, they were aware that the wind, which had haunted them for a seemingly long time, finally stopped howling. They had really left the astral wind source. At that instant, all of them started cheering. To be safe, Yang Kai didn't immediately retract his towering evergreen, sustaining it as he continued charging forward for another incense stick worth of time. Following that, he released his divine sense, and upon making sure that they were safe, he withdrew the wood element divine manifestation. As the light dissipated, the others released their divine senses and realized that they had landed on a shattered spirit province, which was about 100 square kilometers. It was absolutely desolate, while all around was only an endless void. "Please stand guard for me," Yang Kai hurriedly said to the Shi brothers as he sat down cross-legged. Then, he emptied his mind and sunk his consciousness into his small universe. The Shi brothers still hadn't figured out what was going on or where they were, but upon hearing Yang Kai's words, they immediately surrounded him and raised their vigilance. At this moment, they were not certain whether they had really left the shadowless cave heaven and returned to the 3,000 worlds, so they reckoned that they had to ensure Yang Kai's safety. The battle inside Yang Kai's small universe was fierce. 6 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and about 20 wind spirits were locked in combat. As these people flew around, the powers of their artifacts blossomed. Although Yang Kai had cordoned off this battlefield, the wild energy fluctuations still caused his small universe to shake and rumble. The 6 of them were elated when they saw Yang Kai's figure appear. The proprietress said, "Yang Kai, it's too hard to deal with these wind spirits. We're unable to destroy them." When the first wind spirit appeared, it took all 100 or so Open Heaven Realm Masters attacking it for some time for its color to simply become dim, to say nothing of the fact that there were so many wind spirits now. Furthermore, they were now inside Yang Kai's small universe, so they didn't dare to release too much of their power. They were now even more restricted in their movements than previously. "I know. Let me handle the rest. Many thanks for all you've done." As Yang Kai spoke, he extended his finger, whereupon a portal appeared in his small universe, beyond which was the aura of the outside world. Maozhe asked with a frown, "Will you be all right on your own?" Yang Kai replied, "I have no idea, but I have to give it a try. Right now I'm restricted since all of you are here, so please leave this place first." After a moment of silence, Maozhe sent a signal to Gengqing and Zhouye, then the three of them shot out through the crack together, followed by Huayong and Shu Mudan. A worried proprietress gazed at Yang Kai and parted her lips. Before she could speak though, Yang Kai said with a smile, "Don't worry, proprietress. Even if I can't kill them, I'll still be able to expel them." The others were unable to force these wind spirits out once they were invaded because their small universes were still ethereal. On the other hand, Yang Kai's small universe was corporeal, so if it came down to it, he could simply cut out part of his territory and expel it. Although his foundation would be damaged by doing this, it was better than waiting for death. "Be careful, and don't push yourself too hard," proprietress stated in a solemn voice, then turned around and left through the portal. After closing the portal, Yang Kai stared silently at the wind spirits and said through clenched teeth, "I bet all of you have been having fun, haven't you?" The wind spirits apparently couldn't understand him, and without the restraint of the proprietress and the others, they immediately started swallowing the heritage of his small universe again. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the power of his small universe was rapidly streaming into these wind spirits. Although he had cordoned off this area, he was still unable to stop them from absorbing his heritage. Honestly speaking, Yang Kai still had no idea what these wind spirits really were. He speculated that they were born in the astral wind source and simply followed their instincts to swallow up world force. They probably didn't even have sentience. Yang Kai couldn't let these creatures continue wreaking havoc in his small universe. The longer they stayed, the greater the loss he would suffer, so with a thought, he yelled, "Water reflects the moon." The moon and the sky immediately shone brightly and cast its glow on everything below. A layer of frost was instantly seen on the figures of these wind spirits, as though they were covered in white clothes. Yang Kai was ecstatic since his water element divine ability seemed to be working. Just now, he was worried that his element powers wouldn't be useful against these wind spirits, but now he could set his mind at ease. As the frost expanded, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the speed at which the world force was draining had slowed. The wind spirits instinctively felt that something was off. They were originally wolfing down the small universe's heritage, but they were now staring up at the moon in the sky. The next instant, their figures shook to break free of the frost, then they pounced at the moon. The howling of wind was heard coming from their mouths, which threw Yang Kai's small universe into turmoil. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-20, It's a Divine Ability. The closer the wind spirits got to the moon, the colder they felt. Showered in the moonlight, they found themselves becoming increasingly sluggish as the frost on their figures thickened. Despite that, they still wouldn't back down, so Yang Kai had to watch as the wind spirits crept closer to the moon. The moon in Yang Kai's small universe was the manifestation of his water element divine ability, which was somewhere between illusory and real. He wasn't certain what would happen if these wind spirits managed to reach it. He wouldn't dare to take the risk. Seeing as water reflects the moon was unable to stop these wind spirits, he decided to use his first divine manifestation and bellowed, "Golden Crow casts the sun." The moon suddenly sank beyond the horizon, and as the golden crow cawed, a great sun leapt into the sky, a three-legged exotic bird flying around it gaily. The icy cold power was instantly replaced by a scorching heat. The wind spirits hadn't managed to stop their advance when the golden crow's true fire was spit out from the sun. Then, a series of strange sizzling sounds were heard. As these wind spirits continued to howl, their figures were completely engulfed in the black golden crow's true fire. Golden crow's true fire was said to be able to burn down everything in existence, and it seemed these wind spirits weren't an exception. Seeing that, Yang Kai was ecstatic. He could see that the 20 or so wind spirits had turned into fireballs, and as the Golden Crow's true fire continued to burn, dark smoke started billowing from their flaming figures. Yang Kai frowned as he instinctively felt that the dark smoke was a terrible thing. This was his small universe, so he was able to detect the slightest anomaly, and the dark smoke made him feel like he had eaten some rancid food. Realizing the ferocity of Golden Crow casts the sun, the wind spirits instinctively tried to flee. However, since they were now covered in Golden Crow's true fire, how were they supposed to get rid of it? Moreover, Yang Kai had cordoned off the space around this area, so regardless of how hard they tried to break through the seal, they were unable to escape the Golden Crow's true fire. Yang Kai pushed his power to strengthen his Golden Crow casts the sun. More dark smoke billowed from these wind spirits, and as that happened, they became dimmer and dimmer. The very first wind spirit was previously besieged by over 100 open heaven realm masters, so it was much weaker from the start. Quickly being burned down by the Golden Crow's true fire, it soon fell apart and vanished into thin air. Yang Kai arched his brow because as the wind spirit evaporated, he felt a stream of world force surging into his small universe, which helped make up for some of the damage done to his heritage. What's going on? Yang Kai wondered but didn't have time to ponder on this issue as he had to continuously sustain Golden Crow casts the sun. At the same time, he exerted more force to fortify the seal so that these wind spirits wouldn't be able to cause further damage to his small universe. Golden Crow casts the sun was immensely powerful, and given Yang Kai's current cultivation, he was even able to cause a certain degree of damage to a high-rank cultivator using it. Therefore, the average open heaven realm master wouldn't be able to persevere for long under the influence of this divine manifestation. With that said, these wind spirits were clearly pretty tough. The great sun in the sky continued to burn them, and although Yang Kai could feel that they were getting weakened by the moment and believed that they would eventually fall apart like the first wind spirit, that would still take some time. 2 days later, Yang Kai, who had been paying close attention to the wind spirits, suddenly shifted his attention to one of them. Just then, following a muffled boom, the almost transparent wind spirit exploded into nothingness. Just like what happened previously, right after the wind spirit disappeared, a stream of pure world force flooded into his small universe. Pang pang pang. More wind spirits popped as half of them soon disappeared. More world force gushed into Yang Kai's small universe like a raging storm, leaving him in a state of disbelief. 1 day later, the last wind spirit was finally burned to death by the Golden Crow's true fire. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw its figure coming apart. More than 20 wind spirits had been destroyed, and after they disappeared, they left behind a lot of world force. What was more precious was that the world force was without any impurities. In other words, anyone could absorb it and turn it into their own capital immediately. Initially, the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was severely damaged because of those wind spirits. However, now, not only had the losses been made up for, but he had also gained some benefits. Yang Kai didn't immediately leave his small universe. Instead, he emptied his mind and used his small universe to refine the world force left behind by the deceased wind spirits in order to strengthen his heritage. Time went by slowly. More than 10 days later, on the Shattered Spirit Province, Huayong, who had been paying close attention to Yang Kai, suddenly called out, "Sect Master is waking up." Since Yang Kai brought them to this Shattered Spirit Province half a month ago, he had been seated there without moving a muscle. All of them could see that he had lured the wind spirits into his own small universe, but no one knew what happened next. They had experienced the eeriness and power of the wind spirits, so it was expected that the proprietress and the others were worried. Upon hearing Hua Yong's words, the proprietress immediately turned to look at Yang Kai and realized that he was indeed slowly opening his eyes. Before she could ask anything, Yang Kai suddenly let out a puff of dark smoke through his mouth. Shocked, the proprietress hurriedly released her divine sense, but she couldn't identify what the dark smoke was. It seemed to carry a hint of the wind spirit's auras, but it didn't entirely feel like it either. In reality, This dark smoke was the same dark smoke released by the wind spirits when they were burned by the Golden Crow's true fire. Yang Kai had no idea what it was, but he instinctively felt that it would do him more harm than good if he kept it in his small universe. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had been trying to refine the world force left behind by the deceased wind spirits and come up with a way to get rid of the dark smoke. Now, his efforts finally yielded some results. In the end, it was his small universe, so he could easily detect any anomalies, allowing him to disperse the dark smoke with only some effort. "I'm sorry to make you all wait for such a long time," Yang Kai got to his feet and said. The proprietress asked with concern, "How are you?" "I'm fine," Yang Kai shook his head. In fact, not only was he fine, but he had also attained some immense benefits. It wasn't certain what those wind spirits were, but after they were destroyed by the Golden Crow's true fire, they significantly bolstered his strength. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the heritage of his small universe had increased significantly, possibly as much as 100 years of dedicated cultivation would bring him. He was more than satisfied with this pleasant surprise. The proprietress was still doubtful, but upon seeing that his skin was glowing and his aura had become more stable than before, she relaxed slightly. All of a sudden, Yang Kai turned to look in a particular direction and narrowed his eyes, then exclaimed, "What is that?" He could see that there was a gigantic tornado that appeared to be several tens of thousands of kilometers wide in the distance. As the tornado swirled around, warping the space surrounding it slightly. The sight was quite terrifying. The proprietress walked up to him and looked in the same direction before explaining, "That's the astral wind source." A shocked Yang Kai couldn't believe that he had actually left such a place some time ago, much less that those eerie wind spirits could actually be born in such a place. The wind, Yang Kai frowned and fell into his thoughts. For some reason, he could feel a strange and mysterious domain within the tornado. "It's a divine ability," the proprietress said. Yang Kai gazed at her in shock. The proprietress went on to say in a bitter voice, "Trust me. Before you woke up, we had been observing it for quite some time and came to the conclusion that it was once some kind of divine ability." Yang Kai felt his throat turning dry. "A divine ability? Does that mean someone cast it?" Mao Zhe took a step forward and said with a bitter smile, "Perhaps it's a divine ability left behind by a great ancient expert. Although countless years have passed, it's still as powerful as ever." Yang Kai widened his mouth in disbelief, but the truth was right in front of his eyes, so he had to accept it. He wouldn't have figured it out if the proprietress hadn't pointed it out. Upon hearing her words though, he could indeed see that it was a divine ability cast by someone in an unknown time. However, it continued to exist until this day. The divine ability happened to be located just outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven's exit, therefore, right after they left the Shadowless Cave Heaven, they fell into the region this divine ability covered. It seemed to be targeted at the small universes of Open Heaven Realm Masters. If one wasn't careful enough, the astral wind would sneak into their body and wipe away their heritage. This astral wind wasn't the same as the one that gusted into the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Instead, it was a tornado that would endlessly devastate a person's small universe. Yang Kai wouldn't dare to think about what would happen if a person was struck by such a divine ability. If such a tornado ravaged his small universe, he reckoned that he couldn't persevere for more than 10 breaths. The divine ability never subsided, and as time passed, eerie wind spirits were born from it. Judging from what happened after the death of those wind spirits, Yang Kai reckoned that the world force brought away by the astral wind didn't just disappear, instead, it was brought back to the tornado. Those wind spirits were probably hybrids of the world force and the divine abilities domain. Over the years, countless Open Heaven Realm Masters had accidentally fallen into the tornado and passed away. Their world forces were all devoured by the wind spirits. The Shadowless Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by a deceased 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it wasn't supposed to be so desolate. However, due to the astral wind's harassment that took place once a month, the world force was continuously lost. Furthermore, basically all the open heaven realm masters were affected by the astral wind in the shadowless cave heaven. The world force was snatched and brought back to this tornado as it became the nutrients for the wind spirits. Therefore, it could be said that every wind spirit contained very ample world force. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44-21, Return to Shattered Heaven's Star City. Yang Kai had gained tremendous benefits by destroying those wind spirits and obtaining their world force. As he looked silently at the tornado, he couldn't help but wonder how many more wind spirits there were inside it. The ones he had come across were certainly not all of them. If he rushed into the tornado and lured more wind spirits into his body, he could save a lot of time on cultivation. In that case, he would be able to ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm sooner. Although there was only a difference of 1 order between the 7th order and the 6th order, it was like the gap between the heavens and earth. The former was in the high rank while the latter was in the mid-rank, so they were not comparable at all. Others might be wary of the astral wind, but Yang Kai was able to ward it off, and with his previous experiences, he could handle those wind spirits with ease. Nevertheless, he soon gave up on that idea. This couldn't be helped as his strength had increased too quickly recently. Back then, he was forced to ascend to the 5th order open heaven realm, then 1 month later, he made it to the 6th order by consuming a world fruit. If he still rushed into making an attempt to reach the 7th order open heaven realm, it might cause his small universe to become unstable. After all, the open heaven realm was a process where one had to build up and manage their small universe gradually. Sometimes advancing too quickly was a bad thing. He reckoned that when he was ready one day, he could still come back here and lure those wind spirits into his small universe in an attempt to ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm. At the thought of this, Yang Kai set his mind at ease. "Where are we now?" Yang Kai asked. The proprietress replied, "We're in the shattered heaven, but I don't know our exact location." Yang Kai nodded gently, thinking that the shattered heaven indeed lived up to its bad reputation. Before coming here, he had heard that this place was paved with danger. He had previously seen some ferocious artifacts that had gained sentience, and now there was this divine ability that had persisted across countless eons. No one knew how much more danger they would bump into. If they were not careful enough, they would lose their lives here. Yang Kai fished out a universe chart he had bought in the Shattered Heaven Star City, but he soon realized that he still couldn't identify their location. Left with no choice, he said, "I guess we're lost for now. We can only play it by ear." No one objected to the suggestion. Regardless of where this was, it was better than staying in the shadowless cave heaven. They had never expected that they would be able to leave the shadowless cave heaven in their lifetime, after all. Yang Kai then fished out the 6 Fated Paths bag and released the 100+ people he had previously kept inside it. After a brief discussion among the 6th order open heaven realm masters, they headed in a particular direction. They came across a lot of danger on the road, most of which did not come with a warning. Although the 10 6th order open heaven realm masters had been vigilant, they still suffered damage on several occasions. More than 200 cultivators had left the shadowless cave heaven with Yang Kai, 20 or so were killed by the wind spirits, and half a year later, only roughly 140 people were left. Other than the 6th order open heaven realm masters who were still fine, basically everyone else had suffered some degree of injury. This just went to show how dangerous the shattered heaven was. Over the past 6 months, the group did not just travel in the same direction. Instead, they would change course from time to time. Unfortunately, after such a long time had passed, they still hadn't encountered anyone, which made it impossible for them to identify their location. Another 6 months later, Yang Kai, who was in the lead, suddenly looked in a particular direction for a moment. Then, he became elated and exclaimed, "There's movement over there." Upon finishing his words, he charged forward. The people behind him became energized as well and hurriedly followed after him. A moment later, they saw some flashes of light in front of their eyes and felt some energy fluctuations coming from up ahead. Apparently, some people were fighting. As they got closer, Yang Kai realized that there were two open heaven realm masters engaged in a life-and-death battle. It wasn't certain why they got into a scuffle, but the battle was quite intense. Both of these two were powerful fifth-order open heaven realm masters. It wasn't certain how long the battle had lasted, but their auras were pretty weak and they were practically covered in wounds and blood. While they were trying to hack each other to death though, the two men sensed something and turned to look at Yang Kai. The next moment, their expressions changed drastically as they separated and drew back. A short time later, Yang Kai stopped in a spot that wasn't far away from them. When the two men saw the group of people behind Yang Kai, they sported solemn expressions. As they exchanged glances, they subconsciously moved closer to one another. Regardless of the cultivation of these people, they couldn't possibly go up against so many on their own. Although they were just fighting a life-and-death battle earlier, they were at least familiar with one another. Compared to these strangers, they would rather trust the party they knew. Noticing their vigilance and hostility, Yang Kai put on a friendly smile and cupped his fist. "Please excuse us. We just happened to pass by this place, and we mean no harm." The man on the left shot Yang Kai a glance with distrust, then asked with a frown, "What do you want?" Yang Kai replied, "We were previously trapped inside a perilous place, and it took us years before we finally managed to escape. Unfortunately, we've become lost so we don't know how to get to the Shattered Heaven Star City. Would you be so kind as to point the way for us?" The two men were astounded as they were wondering why such a large group of people had approached them all of a sudden, but it turned out that these people were just looking for directions. The man who spoke earlier pointed in a particular direction and said, "If you want to head to the Star City, move in that direction. You'll reach it in half a month." Yang Kai looked in the same direction and nodded gently, "Many thanks. Sorry for disturbing you." Following that, he flew off in the direction the man had pointed out, followed by the rest of the group which soon disappeared into the distance. The two men, who were engaged in an intense battle just a moment ago, traded glances, feeling at a loss. After this farce, they were no longer determined to kill each other. Furthermore, they were equally matched to begin with, so if they kept on fighting, both parties would end up severely wounded at best. Now that they had been interrupted, they no longer had the heart to keep fighting. After cursing at one another, they turned into rays of light and charged in different directions. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and the others were moving in the direction they were pointed at full speed. As expected, the further they went, the more cultivators they came across. These people had obviously just left the Shattered Heaven Star City. Regardless of who they were though, these people would always run away when they saw such a large group of open heaven realm masters approaching. Countless people were killed or robbed in Shattered Heaven every day. If a person was killed in this place, no one would seek justice for them. Half a month later, the Shattered Heaven Star City came into sight. The people behind Yang Kai started cheering. The Shi brothers were especially loud. When these cultivators saw the Star City, their eyes became reddened and moist, as though they had just been reborn. Previously, they had accidentally fallen into the shadowless cave heaven, and they thought that they would never be able to leave. It never crossed their minds that they would have a chance to return to the 3,000 worlds one day. Many of their companions had lost their lives along the way here, so it felt amazing to have come back alive. Soon, they charged into the Star City. As they watched the cultivators who were moving around, the stalls on the streets, and the disorderly buildings, they felt a sense of cordiality. The sight before their eyes was never seen in the shadowless cave heaven after all. Even Mao Zhe and the other mountain lords were moved. Then, they checked into an inn and had a bath to wash away the dirt on their bodies. Following that, Huayong took out some money to hold a banquet for the companions who had left the shadowless cave heaven together. At that instant, the inn's lobby was crammed with people. Over 140 people were divided among more than 10 tables. Yang Kai and the other Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were seated together while the rest of them crowded around with their friends as they chatted and drank. The place was bustling with noise. Meanwhile, many Open Heaven Realm Masters, in groups or as individuals, came over and proposed a toast to Yang Kai, thanking him for helping them to escape the shadowless cave heaven and return to the 3,000 worlds. An easygoing Yang Kai didn't turn down anyone and soon became tipsy. A while later, Huayong asked the Shi brothers, "What are your future plans?" Presently, Xiaofan was gnawing on the thigh of some kind of roast beast, and his lips were covered in grease, so upon hearing Huayong's question, he took a large swig of alcohol and asked back, "What do you mean?" Huayong said with a helpless smile, "Since you've left the shadowless cave heaven, you'll need to look for a place to stay. It's not like you'll just keep wandering around, right?" The Shi brothers were astounded upon hearing that as they traded glances for a moment. Then, Xiaofan scratched his head and said, "That's right. What should we do next?" Shi Qiu said in a muffled voice, "You're the big brother, so I'll listen to you." On the side, Shi Yu nodded repeatedly. Xiaofan batted his eyes, then looked smilingly at Huayong, "What about you two? What are your plans?" Huayong replied with a smile, "My wife and I joined Voidland, and thanks to the sect master Yang, we've been promoted to the position of elders." Then, he took a glance at Mao Zhe, "Brother Mao and them should have done the same." "You decided to join Voidland?" Xiaofan stared at Mao Zhe in shock. A silent Mao Zhe sported a wry smile. As a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he wouldn't have joined Voidland if he wasn't restricted by the loyalty list. Even if he willingly decided to join, he was supposed to be an elder just like Huayong, but now, they were just Yang Kai's subordinates and couldn't even control whether they lived or died. They were practically servants. Huayong promptly said to the Shi brothers, "We all owe the sect master a life-saving grace. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have a chance to leave the shadowless cave heaven. Since we've now gained a second chance at life, we should repay his favor. We all occupied different territories in the shadowless cave heaven, however, since we've left, why don't you also join Voidland? Given our friendship over the years, we can take care of each other in the future. What do you think?" The Shi brothers fell silent upon hearing that. A moment later, Shi Qiu said in a small voice, "Big brother, why don't we join Voidland as well?" Xiaofan furrowed his brow, "If we join Sect Master Yang's great force, we'll be under his control. What if he doesn't allow us to drink wine and eat meat? It certainly doesn't feel as great as having our own territory." Shi Yu dipped his head, "Big brother is right." Xiaofan said, "We can join forces and venture into the outside world. I don't believe we'll fare poorly. It's better than getting bossed around by someone else. When we manage to make a name for ourselves, we can do whatever we want." Martial Peak, Chapter 44-22, Voidland's Yang Kai has come. Their voices were neither loud nor small, so the Open Heaven Realm Masters at the scene were able to hear them. Seeing that the brothers were not willing to join Voidland, Huayong was ready to keep persuading them when Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him, "Just let the Shi brothers do whatever they want. This Yang wishes all the best for your future." Xiaofan gazed at Yang Kai with a grin, "We'll venture into the outside world for now. If we really can't make a name for ourselves, we'll come join you." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Good. The doors of Voidland are always open for you." These Sixth-Order brothers were triplets who had mastered a profound combination technique. When they joined forces, they would be far more powerful than an ordinary Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If they could join Voidland, the Great Force's collective power would increase tremendously. With that said, before Yang Kai even left the shadowless cave heaven, he had subdued the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain, and then Huayong and Shu Mu Dan requested to join Voidland. It could be said that he had gained some handsome benefits by acquiring 5 more Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for Voidland. Since the Shi brothers were not willing to work under him, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force them. Then, Yang Kai looked around and declared openly, "If any one of you is willing to join Void Land, this Yang will welcome you. If you have somewhere else to go, this Yang will wish you all the best. Since we've overcome a great life or death crisis together and finally left the shadowless cave heaven together, we're practically friends now. If you're willing to join Void Land, this Yang will not mistreat you." Then, he picked up his cup and continued, "This Yang will propose a toast to all of you. Let's drink to all our futures." Following that, these open heaven realm masters rose from the chairs and picked up their cups, their gazes filled with gratitude and admiration. When they were done with the wine in their cups, they took a seat again as the lobby once again became bustling. After finishing up the ample meal, they returned to their own rooms and took some rest. However, Yang Kai was unable to get any sleep as some people would knock on his door and express their willingness to join Void Land from time to time. These cultivators had been trapped inside the shadowless cave heaven for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Although they had returned to the outside world, most had no place to go. They were grateful that Yang Kai had brought them out of the shadowless cave heaven, and since he was the sect master of Void Land, they were more than happy to side with him. Just like what Yang Kai had said, they had experienced life and death moments together, so they knew they would not be mistreated. Furthermore, the three mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain and the island masters of Twin Spirit Island had joined Void Land, so regardless of what Void Land was like in the past, it would have a bright future since so many Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters belonged to it now. Yang Kai didn't turn anyone down who came into his room as he happily agreed to let them join. Void Land was unlike other great forces as it was founded not long ago, so they didn't have enough time to nurture their own young cultivators. What's more, it was hard for the people from the shadowless cave heaven to join other great forces as their loyalty wasn't guaranteed. However, since Void Land was in the midst of rapid development, Yang Kai desperately needed more masters to help support it. It wouldn't be too late to think about other issues when everything was settled in Void Land. Looking at it from another perspective, the cultivators who joined now could grow with Void Land, and as time passed, they would eventually develop a sense of belonging, so their loyalty wouldn't be an issue in the long run. 2 days later, the Shi brothers bid Yang Kai farewell. Since they had decided to venture into the outside world, they wouldn't want to stay here too long. They had loitered in the desolate shadowless cave heaven for far too long, so they yearned to explore the wonders of the outside world. When Yang Kai saw them off, he realized that the Shi brothers had many of the people from Unrivaled Guild with them. There were also some people who were originally from Profound Yang Mountain. The Shi brothers had been the chiefs of Unrivaled Guild for many years, so although they were rather muscle-brained, they were indeed powerful and had their own charisma. Since they did have some influence, it was expected that some people were willing to follow them. As for the people who were originally from Profound Yang Mountain, they were probably wary of Mao Zhe and the other mountain lords. After all, following Profound Yang Mountain's demise, they immediately sided with the other two great forces, which practically meant that they had abandoned their old leaders. Now that Mao Zhe and the others had joined Void Land, these people didn't have the nerve to side with Yang Kai, so they had no choice but to leave with the Shi brothers. About half of the over 140 people left, so roughly 70 remained. Yang Kai wasn't in a rush to leave the Shattered Heaven Star City though, and instead cultivated in this place for half a month. Although the Shattered Heaven Star City was dilapidated, it was also filled with good things. Countless cultivators moved around this place every day and many of them were able to bring back rare resources from the depths of the Shattered Heaven. Yang Kai initially intended to buy some cultivation resources, but his attempts were ultimately in vain. This couldn't be helped as the things in this place were quite expensive, almost 2 times the average price in the outside world. More importantly, he couldn't find the things he really needed. Since he was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the fastest way for him to cultivate was to refine 6th Order materials. After his conversation with Chef some time ago, Yang Kai learned that he had to refine full sets of materials to properly increase the heritage of his small universe. He had more than enough materials for the 5 elements, but he lacked 6th-order yin-yang materials as these things were truly rare. As for 5th-order materials, he didn't need to buy them. With the gourd vine in Void Land, complete sets of yin, yang, and 5-element materials were produced every month, so the supply was basically infinite. Half a month later, a ship departed from the Shattered Heaven Star City. The ship was bought by Yang Kai, and while its defensive and offensive strength weren't particularly outstanding, it was pretty spacious as it could comfortably accommodate 200 people, so the 70 or so aboard had more than enough space to move around. Since the route had been mapped out, someone just needed to drive the ship forward while Yang Kai found a room and cultivated in seclusion. The view in the void alternated between surreal and desolate as time went by slowly. 1 month later, the ship suddenly shook. Huayong knocked on the door and said, "Sect Master, we've arrived at the first destination according to your plan." "We've arrived?" That was quick. Yang Kai opened his eyes and left the room. After nodding at Huayong, he walked towards the deck. He looked into the distance and saw a spirit province that was full of world energy hovering in the void. A thick layer of fog surrounded the spirit province, and one could faintly see some beautiful buildings and splendid mountains through the mist. Some figures left the cabin as Mao Zhe and the other mountain lords stood behind Yang Kai and looked into the distance. Mao Zhe narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is this Void Land?" Although the place looked average, it had the scale and ambience of a second-class great force. With that said, it wasn't very impressive. "It's not Void Land." Yang Kai shook his head. Mao Zhe was confused. What was this place if it wasn't Void Land? He had just left the shadowless cave heaven, so he was unable to identify the location without a universe chart. As they spoke, the proprietress led chef and accountant to the deck. Hearing the noise, Yang Kai turned around and walked over. "Why are you here, proprietress?" The proprietress shot him a glance and frowned. "What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "You know full well what I'm trying to do." The proprietress furrowed her brows and parted her lips. "I was just spouting nonsense since I was infuriated at that time. Many years have passed, so let's just put it behind us." Yang Kai shook his head. "Although many years have passed, you'll be restricted by your oath if it is not resolved, meaning you won't be able to make it to the high-rank open heaven realm in your lifetime." He paused for a moment, then asked, "Are you worried that there will be too many casualties?" She said with a conflicted expression before she sighed, "There must be some innocents. Once a war breaks out, many people will lose their lives." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai said, "I'll try to limit the casualties then." Seeing that she was about to keep dissuading him, he cut her off by saying, "Your heart demon oath must be resolved. Furthermore, when Heavenly Sword Union made things difficult for me in the past, they also participated. Since they have the guts to invade Void Land, they must be ready to pay the price." Seeing that he was determined, the proprietress let out a sigh and stopped trying to dissuade him. On the other hand, chef and accountant rolled up their sleeves as they realized Yang Kai's intention. Huayong and the others were puzzled, not knowing what they were talking about. Mao Zhe secretly spoke to Huayong, who replied, "I have no idea either. We've come to this place according to the route that Sect Master mapped out. The place in front of us is apparently called Boundless Altar." A glint flashed through Mao Zhe's eyes as he darted his gaze between Yang Kai and Boundless Altar. At the same time, he paid a silent tribute to those from Boundless Altar for a moment. The people from Boundless Altar must have offended this walking disaster, otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have directly come all the way here after leaving the shadowless cave heaven. Boundless Altar was doomed. A top second-class great force was usually managed by 1 or 2 6th-order open heaven realm masters at most. However, there wasn't a lack of 6th-order open heaven realm masters on this ship, as there were 7 of them in total. No second-class great force in the world was able to go up against such a lineup. As they spoke, the ship continued moving towards the Spirit Province. In just 1 hour, they arrived at the periphery of the Spirit Province. As they got closer, they could see the view in the Spirit Province clearer. They saw that many people were moving around in Boundless Altar. Rays of light could be seen flying between the magnificent spirit peaks. There were also a lot of exotic beasts that flew through the air. The ship was neither small nor big, but as it navigated through the void, it was still pretty conspicuous. The guards around Boundless Altar had noticed the ship some time ago, and seeing that it was directly coming at them, they immediately sent a message to their higher-ups. Soon, a figure shot out from one of the spirit peaks in Boundless Altar. Hovering within the coverage of the grand array, he looked intently into the sky. What came into his sight shocked him, for he could see a lot of people on the ship. Due to the distance and the fact that these people weren't releasing their auras, he wasn't able to discern their cultivations. However, he had a feeling that those people were ill-intentioned. Hence, he bellowed, "This is Boundless Altar. Who goes there?" His loud voice reverberated across the void. The ship didn't seem to have any intention to stop and simply charged towards Boundless Altar. The person's expression changed. As a beam of light flashed across his fingers, he sent a message to some people. The next moment, the grand array lit up. With a dispassionate expression, Yang Kai lifted his hand and forcefully brought it down. Seeing that, Huayong and the others immediately made a move as well. In an instant, a crack appeared in the grand array around Boundless Altar and the ship directly flew inside. On the deck, Yang Kai's clothes flapped in the wind as he shouted, "Void Land's Yang Kai has come." Martial Peak, Chapter 44-23, Two Choices. Yang Kai's thunderous voice spread across the entire Boundless Altar. In an instant, the world shook as countless eyes looked in the direction where the voice came from. Most of the cultivators in Boundless Altar were puzzled as they had never heard of Void Land or Yang Kai before. That was because they were weak and they had rarely stepped out of Boundless Altar. Despite that, they could still clearly sense the hostility in the person's voice, so they leaped into the air and charged in a particular direction. On the other hand, a small number of people had their expressions change drastically as their gazes were filled with horror. Although Voidland wasn't a household name as it wasn't comparable to the cave heavens and paradises, it was still a rising star in recent years. This great force was rising at an unprecedented speed. The long-lost legendary Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills were found in the star city of that great force, which drew the attention of other great forces from all over the 3,000 worlds. Before that, the 100 Sects Alliance, led by Heavenly Sword Union, invaded Voidland, but after the battle, the alliance was defeated, and even the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, was executed on the battlefield. More importantly, Boundless Altar was a part of that alliance, and they had suffered immense losses. Great Elder Ling Chun Chiu and a number of other Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed in Voidland, leaving no corpses behind. Initially, Boundless Altar and Voidland had no contact with one another. After all, they were separated by several great territories, and they had no relationships of any kind. However, since the incident of the 100 Sects Alliance, grudges had been formed between both parties. Certainly, those from Boundless Altar were heartbroken at the fact that Ling Chun Chiu and the others were killed. Even though Boundless Altar was considered a second-class great force, its heritage was weak. A fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master was an important pillar in their great force, so Ling Chun Chiu's death did have some negative impact on Boundless Altar. Nevertheless, there was nothing they could do about it. The idea of avenging Ling Chun Chiu's death never crossed their minds as the 100 Sects Alliance was defeated and nearly wiped out, so how could Boundless Altar achieve anything on its own? Rather than them looking for revenge, they had to consider themselves lucky if the other party didn't come seeking trouble. It could be said that all the great forces that besieged Voidland at that time shared the same sentiment. Recently, they had been hiding inside their great forces and doing their own things as they were afraid that those from Void Land would retaliate against them one day. Those from Boundless Altar had never expected that Yang Kai would arrive at their great force and directly break their grand array. Boundless Altar was considered a well-established second-class great force with a few tens of thousands of years of heritage. Supposedly, its grand array shouldn't be so fragile to be broken with only one move. The reason this was happening was that none of them had expected that there was such a reckless person in the world who would directly barge into their headquarters without even giving a warning. The grand array wasn't even fully activated when a crack was opened in it, which allowed Void Land's ship to enter. Furthermore, 5 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters had made a move at the same time, so regardless of how sturdy the grand array of Boundless Altar was, it could never endure the bombardment from so many powerful masters. Even if it was fully operational, it would only have been a matter of time before it was destroyed. Even the 9 heavenly layers was broken through once, to say nothing of the fact that the grand array in this place was significantly weaker than the 9 heavenly layers. After moving through the crack, the ship silently hovered in the air with Yang Kai standing on the deck and looking down coldly at those below. The person who came from the Spirit Peak turned pale and stared solemnly at Yang Kai as he asked, "Are you Voidland Sect Master Yang?" Yang Kai looked condescendingly at him, "Who are you?" The person cupped his fist and replied in a bitter voice, "Altar Master of Boundless Altar, Yuqi Chengzhou. Please forgive me for not greeting your excellency earlier as I was unaware of your arrival." Yang Kai arched his brow, "You're the Altar Master of Boundless Altar?" Yuqi Chengzhou dipped his head, "Yes." Yang Kai sized him up, and judging from the faint fluctuations coming from his body, he should be a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai thought that Boundless Altar was pretty weak as the Altar Master was only a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Since the increase in his strength, the height of Yang Kai's vision had also grown significantly. Before going to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he was still immensely pressured when he was faced with a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. When he was returning to the star boundary back then, he was completely powerless to resist someone like He. In the end, he had to use a precious mid-rank world fruit to help Lu Xue ascend from the 4th-order Open Heaven Realm to the 5th order so that she would have the power to fight back against He and eventually subdue him. Now, he was a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master who had defeated Mao Zhe, a peak 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Numerous 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were also killed by him before, therefore, Yang Kai's attitude was now different when he was faced with someone like Yuqi Chengzhou. It had only been a short time since he arrived in the 3,000 worlds, and he hadn't come into contact with a lot of great forces, so he wasn't aware that this was actually the norm amongst second-class great forces. According to the classification of great forces in the 3,000 worlds, any place with mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters assuming command could claim to be second-class. If a sect had several 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, their heritage could be considered impressive. Some of the second-class great forces only had 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters leading them. Although they were also second-class great forces, they didn't have the scale and power to match. Such great forces were actually found everywhere. After sweeping a glance over Yuqi Chengzhou, Yang Kai asked, "Do you know an old fart named Ling Chunqiu?" Upon hearing that, Yuqi Chengzhou sported a bitter expression, knowing that his biggest fear had come to haunt him. When he heard Yang Kai mentioning his great force earlier, he knew that he was in trouble. It was apparent that those from Void Land were here to retaliate against them, therefore, at the mention of Ling Chunqiu, he knew that his speculation was right. He couldn't help but secretly curse at Ling Chunqiu for offending Void Land for no reason. Heavenly Sword Union's Kong Feng had some ulterior motive for heading to Void Land, so it wasn't necessary for Ling Chunqiu to butt into that affair. Boundless Altar had nothing to do with Heavenly Sword Union to begin with, so they didn't need to join forces with the latter. Now that Yang Kai had stormed into Boundless Altar, how were they supposed to deal with him? Yuqi Chengzhou said in a helpless voice, "To be honest with you, Sect Master Yang, Ling Chunqiu is the great elder of Boundless Altar. He left with some people a few years ago, and he has gone missing since then. Why did you mention him all of a sudden? Have you come across him somewhere? It wasn't like he could say he had no idea who Ling Chunqiu was. As the great elder, Ling Chunqiu held an important position in the sect. It would be insincere if he said he didn't know him. Now, he could only try to separate Boundless Altar from the feud so that they would be able to avoid calamity. As for avenging Ling Chunqiu's death, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. He had seen the people on the ship making a move earlier. There were 5 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so they could easily destroy the entire Boundless Altar. He went missing. Yang Kai sneered, is that really the case? Yuqi Chengzhou's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he nodded, I wouldn't dare to lie to you, Sect Master Yang. Please understand. As they spoke, the cultivators from Boundless Altar were flying over from different directions. They still had no idea what was going on when they stood behind Yuqi Chengzhou. However, upon seeing that the altar master was quite anxious, they realized that they were in a perilous situation, so they sported solemn expressions. Yang Kai stared seriously at Yuqi Chengzhou for a moment before he nodded gently, I'll take your word for it. Since you don't know where Ling Chunqiu is, I'll tell you now. That old dog brought some people to invade Voidland, and he was killed by me for his transgression. Yuqi Chengzhou pretended to be shocked as he exclaimed, why would he do something so foolish? Yang Kai stared at him and felt disgusted, thinking that the altar master could indeed put on a good show. A frustrated Yuqi Chengzhou said, the great elder was old, and he sometimes made rash decisions. A few years ago, he was pretty dejected over something, so he decided to go out and travel. He hasn't returned since then. We all thought that he was cultivating in seclusion somewhere, but we never expected that he had made such a huge mistake. Following that, he bowed deeply at Yang Kai, please forgive him, Sect Master Yang. He has paid the ultimate price for the mistake since he was killed. I hope you will not try to settle accounts with him now. There was a devious smile on Yang Kai's face as he said, why would I settle accounts with a dead person? Yuqi Chengzhou's expression changed. Yang Kai's words suggested that he was going to settle accounts with those who were living instead. Knowing that the crisis was unavoidable, Yuqi Chengzhou secretly sighed and cupped his fist. Regardless of his reasons, Ling Chunqiu was the great elder of Boundless Altar. As he has offended Sect Master Yang and Voidland, we'll have to bear some responsibility. Since you've come all the way here, we're willing to pay a price in the hope of appeasing your wrath. Please give us a chance to live. After he finished speaking, the people behind him appeared vexed. No one would feel pleased when they had to act so subservient in their own headquarters, however, none of them dared to express their fury. The altar master's obsequious behavior suggested the other party was too formidable. If they got into a conflict, Boundless Altar would suffer a huge loss. It's surprising to know that you're such a sensible person, Altar Master Yuqi. Yang Kai looked meaningfully at him. He was initially filled with murderous intent as he was ready to help the proprietress vent her anger here, but was rendered almost speechless by Yuqi Chengzhou's eloquence. Since the other party was acting so polite, his murderous intent subsided. With a lowered gaze, Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before declaring, since you're willing to offer some compensation, Altar Master Yuqi, we can certainly talk it out. Yuqi Chengzhou breathed a sigh of relief, what demands do you have, Sect Master Yang? Yang Kai replied dispassionately, when the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, I declared in front of Ling Chunqiu and all others present to hear that not only would I kill them, but I would also wipe out the sects behind them, down to the last chicken and dog. He had indeed said such a thing to both Ling Chunqiu and Qi Jin at that time. The expressions of Yuqi Chengzhou and the cultivators from Boundless Altar changed drastically upon hearing that. Yang Kai's cold voice went on to reverberate as he continued, this king initially intended to honor those words. However, since you're such a reasonable man, this king will give you two choices. Do you want me to destroy the sect or kill everyone here? Was there a difference between the two options? It seemed that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. Yuqi Qingzhou sported a dark expression as he said in a grim voice, "Sect Master Yang, we're willing to appease you, so why do you insist on acting ruthlessly?" Yang Kai snorted, "When the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Void Land, no one forced you all to join. Since you've committed the act, you must pay the price. One's mistakes must be paid for in kind." Martial Peak, Chapter 44-24, A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yuqi Qingzhou said after a sigh, "I'm the Altar Master of Boundless Altar. I'm already embarrassed that I'm not able to make the sect thrive, but the foundation of several tens of thousands of years cannot be destroyed on my watch. If you're so relentless, Sect Master Yang, don't blame us for offending you. You're courting death." Yang Kai's eyes were filled with coldness. "You're fully aware that all of you can't go up against this king." Huayong, who was standing behind him, wore a menacing expression. He had just joined Void Land, so he desperately needed a chance to prove his worth. If a battle broke out, he would be the first to charge forward. Yuqi Qingzhou said in a grim voice, "Everyone dies eventually, the only difference is how soon it happens. Since the Great Elder made a mistake, we can't blame you for coming over to hold us accountable. However, there are no cowards in Boundless Altar. We shall live and die together with Boundless Altar." The cultivators behind him appeared incensed as they shouted, "Live and die together with Boundless Altar." Following some whooshing sounds, the auras of these open heaven realm masters spread around as the world forces undulated. A moved Yang Kai swept a glance over these cultivators and secretly sighed. Was this the heritage of a sect that had been in existence for several tens of thousands of years? Although they were lacking in strength, their sense of belonging and loyalty to their sect was far greater than those of younger great forces. Even though these people were all aware that they would lose their lives in this battle, they still refused to back down. Many appeared terrified, but no one was willing to take a step back. Yang Kai nodded lightly, "Since you've made such a decision, this king will stop persuading you. On the road to the Yellow Springs, at least you won't be lonely." He was determined to destroy Boundless Altar as this was related to the proprietress Heart Demon Oath, so there was no turning back. Although he respected their loyalty to their sect, that wouldn't stop him from demolishing Boundless Altar. Anyone who stood in the way of his martial Tao would be killed. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai raised his hand and was about to order his people to attack when suddenly he turned to stare at the deepest part of Boundless Altar and exclaimed. Mao Zhe and the others also sensed something as they looked in the same direction. A powerful aura seemed to have awakened in that place. Although the aura was only faintly exposed, it revealed that the owner was extraordinary. There was actually a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in Boundless Altar. The revelation surprised Yang Kai. When he saw that Yuqi Qingzhou was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, he thought that Boundless Altar was pretty weak. It wasn't until this moment that he realized he had underestimated the heritage of a sect that had been in existence for over 10,000 years. It wasn't that they didn't have a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the person just didn't want to reveal himself. If it weren't for Yang Kai and his group preparing to make their move, this person wouldn't have exposed himself at all. The ample aura suggested that the person's cultivation was truly incredible. Upon sensing the aura, Yuqi Qingzhou and the others looked in that direction and exclaimed, "Old Ancestor." Just then, an old voice was heard coming from that direction. It seemed that he hadn't spoken for a long time, so his voice sounded hoarse. "Little friend, will you please listen to this old master first?" Yang Kai gazed in that direction as a glint flashed through his eyes. It was as though he was able to see across space and find out the person's whereabouts. Then, he said impassively, "Is there any advice you'd like to give me, old sir?" The person replied, "I wouldn't dare to give you any advice. I just hope that you'll come here and have a talk with me, little friend. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai nodded, Then, he turned his head and ordered, "All of you, wait for me here." A worried Huayong said, "Sect Master, do you want me to go with you?" "There's no need for that." Yang Kai waved his hand and took a step forward. After he left the ship, his figure flickered and disappeared. All of them looked in the direction where the old voice came from. Yuchi Qingzhou and the others appeared ardent, as though they were hoping that their old ancestor would be able to solve this issue for them. Mao Zhe, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly said, "This old sir from your sect is about to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, right?" He too was at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, as he was just one step away from the 7th Order, therefore, he was especially sensitive to this person's aura. However, he had suffered some losses in the shadowless cave heaven some time ago. Although he had returned to the 3,000 worlds, it would take him a long time before he could restore his lost strength. Yuchi Qingzhou replied, "Old ancestor has been cultivating in seclusion for 800 years. I have no idea about his current cultivation." Mao Zhe sneered, "Do you think your old ancestor can make him leave?" Yuchi Qingzhou turned to look at Mao Zhe, who then snorted, "You're too naive." He didn't explain anything after finishing his words. No one could understand how horrendous Yang Kai was until they fought him head-on. Before coming across Yang Kai, Mao Zhe believed that no one under the high-rank Open Heaven realm was a match for him. There might be a small number of people who were as powerful as he was at most. After all, he was already at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, after one encounter with Yang Kai, he realized that there was always someone out there who was stronger. That guy was no different from a monster, as he had condensed numerous high-rank elements. Although Yang Kai was just a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master, Mao Zhe speculated that his power was actually approaching the 7th Order. He wasn't certain about the power of this old ancestor from Boundless Altar, but he was sure that this old man was no match for Yang Kai. He was at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, but he had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands. Now that another person of the same caliber was about to experience the same, Mao Zhe couldn't help but take pleasure in the other party's misfortune. If he was the only one who had suffered from this kind of setback, it would be too sad. No one knew what Yang Kai and Boundless Altar's old ancestor talked about, and they couldn't even detect any energy fluctuations coming from them, but 2 hours later, a figure shot out from the deepest part of Boundless Altar. The person was clad in a grey robe that matched his hair and beard. With his 6th Order Open Heaven realm aura, it was apparent that he was Boundless Altar's old ancestor. Yuchi Qingzhou and the others flew over as they cupped their fists as they bowed, "Old ancestor." The old ancestor took a glance at them and declared, "All of you, order the disciples to pack up now. We will leave within 1 hour." Old ancestor. Yuchi Qingzhou's pupils contracted as he couldn't believe what he had just heard, but when he caught a glimpse of the blood at the corner of the old ancestor's mouth, he exclaimed, "You're injured?" The old ancestor wasn't willing to delve into this topic as he simply waved his hand, "Do it now." Certainly, Yuchi Qingzhou wouldn't dare to disobey. After taking a glance at the place where the old ancestor cultivated in seclusion, he clenched his teeth and cupped his fist, "Yes." Then, the order was passed on to everyone. Soon, the entire Boundless Altar was bustling with noise as the disciples quickly packed up as many things as they could. 1 hour later, thousands of Boundless Altar's members gathered together in the same place. Many of them hadn't figured out what was going on. They just heard that a person named Yang Kai from a force called Voidland suddenly barged into their home, and then they were ordered to leave. The old ancestor swept a glance over Boundless Altar's foundation that had stood strong for several tens of thousands of years. Although he was reluctant, he still turned his head and cupped his fist at Huayong and the others. "Please tell your sect master that this old master has complied with his demand and hope he gives us a chance to survive." Huayong nodded his head, "Don't worry. My sect master is a righteous person who won't kill others unnecessarily." It was then that the old ancestor nodded and cupped his fist again, "Farewell." Then, he turned around and led the thousands of Boundless Altar's members to leap into the sky, soon disappearing. The Open Heaven Realm Masters aboard Yang Kai's ship exchanged puzzled glances. They initially thought that a battle was inevitable. Many of them had even rolled up their sleeves as they wanted to prove their worth to Yang Kai. It never crossed their minds that the matter would be settled in such a way. They wondered what Yang Kai had discussed with or done to Boundless Altar's old ancestor that made the latter easily give up his sect's foundation. Although they had no idea what had happened, they were certain that the old ancestor had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands. Outside Boundless Altar, Yuchi Chengzhou and the others appeared humiliated as they followed behind their old ancestor. Although there were many people, none of them said anything, which made the atmosphere quite gloomy. All of a sudden, the old ancestor, who was leading the way, sprayed out a mouthful of blood which quickly boiled and evaporated in a horrifying display. Old ancestor. Yuchi Chengzhou quickly flew over. The old ancestor waved his hand with a dejected expression. It's true that there will always be young and talented people to replace the old. Such power at such a young age. Incredible. An embarrassed Yuchi Chengzhou said, "Forgive this junior for being so useless, dragging old ancestor into this mess. Our 10,000 years foundation was lost at my hands. Please punish me." The old ancestor shook his head. "It's not your fault. Moreover, as long as the people of Boundless Altar still live, our inheritance will never truly be lost. There are countless spirit provinces in the 3,000 worlds, so why should we worry about not rising again?" Yuchi Chengzhou felt crestfallen as the old ancestor consoled him. The old ancestor took a deep breath to suppress the weltering vitality in his chest, then asked, "What is the background of Void Land? Why do they hold a grudge against us?" Yuchi Chengzhou then reported to him the incident of the 100 Sects Alliance invading Void Land. The second elder provided some additional information once the sect master was finished. "Old ancestor, I heard Great Elder mention that he held some grudges against a woman named Lan Yurua. At that time, he joined forces with the leader of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, and ambushed that woman. The reason he took part in that alliance was that Voidland has some kind of close relationship with Lan Yurua. He was trying to lure them out so that he could destroy them once and for all." Golden Rainbow Province? Old ancestor arched his brow upon hearing that. "Yes." The second elder bowed his head. Yuchi Chengzhou said, "It seems that those from Void Land are trying to settle accounts. That's why they invaded Boundless Altar today. I guess Golden Rainbow Province won't be able to avoid this calamity either." A glint flashed through the old ancestor's eyes as he said, "Get someone to head to Golden Rainbow Province and tell them what happened here today." A shocked Yuchi Chengzhou said, "Old ancestor, we're neither family or friends with Golden Rainbow Province, so why should we inform them about it?" It wasn't that he wanted to take pleasure in Golden Rainbow Province's pending misfortune, he just didn't find it necessary to inform them about it. Those from Void Land were determined to destroy Boundless Altar, and this old master is too weak to repel them. However, perhaps there are others who can teach them a lesson in our place. The fact that Boundless Altar was destroyed was definitely an irresolvable blood feud. However, he was unable to get his revenge since he wasn't strong enough. He had no choice but to remain silent about it. Nevertheless, he wouldn't mind seeing those from Void Land suffer some losses or even lose some lives. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4425, Rumors are a terrifying thing. Since the old ancestor had given the order, they wouldn't dare to disobey him despite the fact that they were puzzled. The second elder offered to do it and left the team before heading towards Golden Rainbow Province. The other party might not believe them if the messenger wasn't of some importance, and since Great Elder Ling Chunqiu had lost his life in Void Land, the second elder was the best suited to do this job. After taking a look in the direction of the sect's foundation, the old ancestor heaved a sigh. If he'd known such a calamity would befall Boundless Altar, he would have broken through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm sooner in order to save their inheritance. However, it was too late now. Everyone from Boundless Altar was now gone, leaving only the dozens of Open Heaven realm masters that came with Yang Kai behind in the spacious Spirit Province. They hadn't been able to detect any movements coming from Yang Kai since he went over to meet with Boundless Altar's old ancestor. However, these 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters could sense that his aura was stable, and he didn't show any signs of injuries, so there was nothing to worry about. They reckoned that they could settle down in Boundless Altar for now since this place was beautiful and full of world energy. Although all the valuable items were gone, the buildings were naturally immovable, so they found some places to stay as they cultivated and waited patiently. 2 months later, a roar was heard coming from the deepest part of Boundless Altar, one so thunderous that the entire sky shook. All of them turned to look in that direction. Mao Zhe narrowed his eyes as he could clearly sense the joy in Yang Kai's heart through the resounding roar, as though the latter had gained some kind of immense enlightenment. More importantly, Yang Kai's cultivation seemed to have improved. That revelation stunned Mao Zhe. As a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master himself, he knew that it was extremely difficult to take a step forward in this order, so how was it possible that Yang Kai had grown significantly in such a short time? Was he really a monster? Mao Zhe wasn't aware that when they were passing through the tornado divine ability back then, Yang Kai lured the wind spirits into his body and killed them, which greatly nourished his small universe and saved him over 100 years of secluded cultivation. When he met up with Boundless Altar's old ancestor, even though they didn't engage in a life-and-death battle, they had exchanged some moves. Despite the fact that the old ancestor had used all his power, he was still injured by Yang Kai. If this wasn't the case, he wouldn't have ordered the disciples of Boundless Altar to evacuate. The reason the old ancestor decided to back down was that he realized he was no match for Yang Kai. He wasn't even able to defeat Yang Kai, to say nothing of the fact that the latter had brought more 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters with him. If it came down to a fight, everyone from Boundless Altar would die. The fact that he was able to leave with his disciples safely was already the best possible outcome. When they traded moves at that time, Yang Kai suddenly comprehended something, which was why he hurriedly started cultivating in seclusion, and it wasn't until this moment that he finished. In fact, Yang Kai's cultivation hadn't increased a lot. After all, it had only been a short time since he ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and coupled with the fact that he had been nourished by the world forces left behind by the deceased wind spirits, his own heritage was already quite rich. The reason Mao Zhe felt this way was that Yang Kai's 6th Order aura had become increasingly stable. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had left the place where he cultivated in seclusion, everyone went over and greeted him. Sect Master Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan cupped their fists. Yang Kai nodded gently and swept a glance over them before ordering, "Destroy this place." Upon receiving the order, all of them began using their divine abilities. Several tens of thousands of years of inheritance had been accumulated in this beautiful spirit province as over the millennia, countless Open Heaven realm masters had passed away in this place. After their deaths, their small universes fell apart and their world forces were partially absorbed by Boundless Altar to strengthen its own heritage. It was a shame to just destroy it like this, however, since Yang Kai had given the order, they had to obey. It wasn't difficult to demolish a place no one was defending. Dozens of Open Heaven realm masters joined forces and turned Boundless Altar into a shattered spirit province in just 2 hours. On the deck, Yang Kai stood beside the proprietress as they watched the sight in silence. The proprietress remained silent, and it wasn't until a long time later that she sighed. She wasn't a ruthless person. Although she had a fiery temperament, she still couldn't bear to see a spirit province being destroyed just because of her oath from back then. At that time, she was truly incensed because Bai Qi was disturbed while ascending to the Open Heaven realm, almost dying as a result. That was the reason she made such a heart demon oath against Ling Chun Qiu and Qi Jin. Now that she was restricted by the oath, she had to fulfill it if she wanted to make it to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Fortunately, the way Yang Kai settled the issue was as peaceful as possible, as he didn't injure any innocent people in the process, which was acceptable. She could never have expected that the little shop hand she forcefully brought back to First Inn in the past would so quickly become such a successful master. Not only had he saved her from the shadowless cave heaven, but he also owned void land and commanded many powerful cultivators. It only took Yang Kai a couple of decades to achieve things that would normally take others thousands or even tens of thousands of years to do. Hua Yong returned with the other cultivators as he cupped his fist and reported, "Sect Master, Boundless Altar is gone for good." Yang Kai nodded, "Let's go." Since Boundless Altar was destroyed, his next destination would be Golden Rainbow Province. As the ship accelerated, it turned into a ray of red light and shot towards the nearest territory gate. The proprietress suddenly said, "The old ancestor from Boundless Altar could have ascended to the Seventh Order before now." Yang Kai was spacing out when he heard that, then he frowned and nodded, "I agree." If she hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have pondered on this issue. It was apparent to him that the old ancestor was at the very peak of the Sixth Order and was about to ascend to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Although Boundless Altar was just a second-class great force, they should have enough resources to support the old ancestor's ascension given their years of accumulation. However, the fact was that the old man had been stuck at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm all this time. Perhaps he wasn't confident enough? Or, perhaps he lost the drive to continue striving forward due to his old age, so he wouldn't dare to give it a try? Yang Kai pondered. The old ancestor was indeed quite aged, and his vitality was clearly declining. He was no longer in the prime years to attempt an ascension to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. The ascension from the Sixth Order to the Seventh Order was equivalent to the process of rebirth. Once the person succeeded, their strength would increase tremendously. However, one mistake would cost them their life. No one would easily attempt a breakthrough if they weren't confident enough. That might be so, the proprietress said impassively, but another reason might be that he wasn't willing to reach the Seventh Order. A curious Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean? Don't cultivators always aspire to achieve greater heights? Since he is able to do so, why isn't he willing to take that step forward?" To the side, Mao's expression changed as he gazed at the proprietress and asked in horror, "Could the rumors be true?" "What rumors?" Yang Kai asked inquisitively. Mao furrowed his brow. "Sir, have you ever thought about why there isn't even a single high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master in all the second-class Great Forces? According to the classifications of Great Forces in the 3,000 worlds, a Great Force with even one mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would be considered second-class, and a Great Force with high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would theoretically be first-class. Since this is how the Great Forces are classified, many second-class Great Forces should eventually become first-class given enough time. That's because, after millennia of accumulation, some people must be able to make it to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai's expression changed as he nodded, "You have a point." Although the second-class Great Forces were not comparable to the Cave Heavens and Paradises in terms of their heritages, at least some of them had to have been able to nurture disciples who directly broke through to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. For example, Zhou Yi, whose body was taken over by Black Crow Divine Monarch when Yang Kai came across him in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, came from a second-class Great Force, Great Thousand Blood Land. After Black Crow Divine Monarch took over his body, he used it as a base and ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. In other words, Zhou Yi was supposedly able to make it to the Fifth Order himself. Given enough aptitude and opportunities, he should have been able to ascend to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm someday. Once he did, Great Thousand Blood Land would become a first-class Great Force. As time passed, it might even become a part of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Over the years, Zhou Yi was certainly not the only one who was nurtured in Great Thousand Blood Land. Over their entire history, Great Thousand Blood Land must have raised tens of thousands of disciples, of which at least a handful should have similar aptitude to Zhou Yi. However, in the end, Great Thousand Blood Land remained a second-class great force as they didn't have a single high-rank open heaven realm master. The other top second-class great forces should be in similar situations. Where were the core disciples that had directly made it to the Fifth Order open heaven realm over the years then? It was impossible that no one had managed to ascend to the Seventh Order open heaven realm. Questions naturally arose when they looked at the issue from this perspective. The proprietress took a glance at Mao Zhe and asked, "What kind of rumors did you hear?" With a dark expression, Mao Zhe replied, "In order to sustain their statuses in the 3,000 worlds, those from the cave heavens and paradises would make a move once anyone outside their own ranks tried to reach the Seventh Order open heaven realm. They would either nip the crisis in the bud or force that new high-rank open heaven realm master to join their great forces so that they can strictly supervise them." The expressions of Hua Yong and the others changed drastically when they heard that, and Hua Yong anxiously asked, "Are you serious?" He and his wife were both in the Sixth Order open heaven realm, so it was just a matter of time before they tried to reach the Seventh Order. If Mao Zhe's words were true, they would have to think twice about reaching the Seventh Order open heaven realm. Otherwise, those cave heavens and paradises might target them when they achieved an ascension. Mao Zhe shook his head. "It's just a rumor I heard. I have no idea whether it's true." If the rumors were true, it would explain why there wasn't even a single high-rank open heaven realm master in all the second-class great forces in the entire 3,000 worlds. It wasn't that no one was capable of ascending to the Seventh Order, but rather that once they broke through, they would be brought back to the cave heavens and paradises to be put under strict supervision. The old ancestor from Boundless Altar certainly had the resources to reach the Seventh Order open heaven realm, but he still wasn't willing to do so. Perhaps that was what he was worried about as well. Yang Kai's face fell as Mao Zhe's words reminded him of his own experience. He was targeted back then because he was trying to directly ascend to the Seventh Order open heaven realm. In the end, he was forced to become a Fifth Order open heaven realm master. It was only then that Tizheng and the others let him off. The cave heavens and paradises would never allow him to directly ascend to the Seventh Order open heaven realm as they suppressed him at all costs. However, the idea that they would also stifle the cultivators who made it to the Seventh Order open heaven realm through years of accumulation was absolutely intolerable. Rumors are a terrifying thing indeed. The proprietress shook her head with a helpless smile. "I've heard such rumors as well, and many people believe them to be true." "They're not?" Mao Zhe frowned. "Of course not." The proprietress shook her head. "Although the cave heavens and paradises could be overbearing sometimes, they can't control everything and everyone in this world. They would appear far too petty if they would even butt into such affairs. How could such short-sighted and narrow-minded people ever become truly powerful and respected?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 44-26, He Really Came. As a shopkeeper of First Inn, the proprietress had a lot of connections, and she was adept at gathering information. Moreover, First Inn was the property of an elder from Xianyuan Cave Heaven named Si-Tu Kong, so it was related to the aforementioned Cave Heaven. Therefore, she definitely knew better than most people about this kind of information. Since she had said it wasn't the case, it must be the truth. Although the rumors are false, the reason those Sixth Order open heaven realm masters from the second-class great forces are not willing to ascend to the Seventh Order open heaven realm does have something to do with the cave heavens and paradises. As for the exact reason, the proprietress shook her head and fell silent, apparently unwilling to disclose anything more. Mao Zhe and the others exchanged glances as they felt like they were on tenterhooks. However, since the proprietress wasn't willing to explain anything, they were not in any place to force her. In any case, the Sixth Order open heaven realm masters at the scene were worried about ascending to the Seventh Order open heaven realm in the future. The proprietress' words suggested that it might not be a good thing to reach the Seventh Order open heaven realm. The heritages of those second-class great forces are not as simple as they seem either, as their inheritances stretch back for many millennia. If they're faced with a crisis that would destroy their sects, they might just display a power that is unimaginable under normal circumstances. The proprietress turned to look at Yang Kai. Although Golden Rainbow Province isn't famous now, they have existed for far longer than Boundless Altar. Several tens of thousands of years ago, Golden Rainbow Province had a heritage that was approaching that of the 72 Paradises. However, they slowly declined for some reason. Yang Kai was astounded. I can't believe Golden Rainbow Province was so powerful in the past. If they were approaching the level of the 72 Paradises in the past, they should have been able to raise multiple high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. When a person reached the high-rank Open Heaven Realm, they could easily live for several tens of thousands of years. It wasn't certain what happened to Golden Rainbow Province that led to their downfall, but now, even the former Lord of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. With that said, what happened in Boundless Altar should serve as a warning to Yang Kai. His encounter in Boundless Altar made him realize that these long-time great forces might have some hidden powers, so he should never let his guard down, otherwise, he was bound to suffer a setback. The proprietress said with a smile, "These great forces must have some capital in order to gain a footing in the 3,000 worlds. Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar are the epitomes of such great forces. You must not be so reckless when you go about your business in the outside world. Don't oppress any second-class great force as you please, for some of them might be concealing high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters." A shocked Yang Kai asked, "If a second-class great force has a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, wouldn't that make it first-class?" The proprietress shook her head. "It doesn't work that way. When people mention first-class great forces, they're talking about the cave heavens and paradises. Those that are under cave heavens and paradises cannot be considered first-class." A solemn Yang Kai said, "Got it." He looked in Golden Rainbow Province's direction and wondered how much heritage they had. The ship continued moving forward. Yang Kai had been to Golden Rainbow territory once before, when Bai Qi was about to ascend to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. The proprietress brought him and Bai Qi to this great territory, and it was in this place that they were besieged by Qi Jin, Ling Chunqiu, and the others. Bai Qi was disturbed during his breakthrough and almost lost his life as a result. The reason the proprietress brought Yang Kai to that place was to let him observe the process of ascending to the Open Heaven Realm so that he could gain some experience from it. At that time, he had only condensed his wood and fire element powers, but now he was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Master. Things had changed greatly even though not long had passed. Faced with the siege of those Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai, an Emperor Realm cultivator back then, was unable to do anything. In the end, he had to use one of Mia Meng's golden feathers to kill a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, thus alleviating some of the proprietress' burden. Now that he was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master though, a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was no different from an ant in his eyes. Although Golden Rainbow Province sounded like a third-class great force, it was second-class in reality. It was just that they had been in existence for a long time, so they didn't want to bother changing their name. Golden Rainbow Province was undoubtedly the ruler of Golden Rainbow Territory. Just like the status of Void Land in Void Territory, Golden Rainbow Province was in charge of more than 10 third-class great forces and dozens of universe worlds of different sizes in this great territory. An expansive spirit province was hovering in the void, and its natural landscape was as beautiful as a painting. There were some light barriers around the spirit province that reflected the view around the void, and in front of every light barrier stood a Golden Rainbow Province disciple that was staring out intently, as though they were waiting for something. All of a sudden, a ship appeared right in front of a certain light barrier as the vessel charged towards Golden Rainbow Province. The disciple responsible for guarding the light barrier straightened up and performed different hand seals as the reflection of the light barrier magnified before his eyes. Soon, the figures on the deck clearly came into his sight. After making out the appearance of a particular man, the disciple yelled, "He really came." Just then, Yang Kai, who was standing on the deck, turned to look in a direction and snorted before pushing out his palm. The power of the palm seemed able to move both time and space in silence. The light barrier in front of Golden Rainbow Province that reflected the ship broke apart in an instant. The Open Heaven Realm Master, who was guarding the light barrier, was sent flying away as though he had been struck by lightning. He sprayed out a mouthful of blood, then got to his feet with difficulty. His expression had been transformed by horror. Void spying's secret technique was a method used by those from Golden Rainbow Province to monitor their surroundings. It was supposed to be silent, and impossible to detect. However, the other party had noticed his observation and even harmed him by pushing out his palm from afar. It had to be noted that it would still take the ship 2 or more hours before it reached Golden Rainbow Province. The person on the ship was clearly extraordinarily powerful since he was able to send the force of his palm across such a vast distance. Given the disciple's cultivation, he was probably as fragile as an ant in front of that person. Not daring to be negligent, he immediately sent a message to the higher-ups. On the deck, Yang Kai lowered his gaze and fell into his thoughts. They seemed to be monitoring the surroundings from every angle in Golden Rainbow Province. Are they guarding against someone? He had a feeling that something was off, but he wasn't able to put his finger on it. On a certain spirit peak in Golden Rainbow Province, the new leader Changqi Shui abruptly opened his eyes as a glint flashed through his gaze. Then he said, "That person is here. The very survival of Golden Rainbow Province hinges on all of us. Fellow brothers, I hope you'll be united with me to fend off our enemies." The previous leader of Golden Rainbow Province was Qi Jin. However, just like Ling Chunqiu, he was killed in Void Land. Since he was dead, those from Golden Rainbow Province had to elect a new leader. Just like Qi Jin, Changqi Shui was also a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, one of the remaining 3 in Golden Rainbow Province. As Changqi Shui spoke, 2 grunts of agreement came from the void. "Left and right protectors, come with me to greet our guests." Changqi Shui arose from where he was sitting and then 2 rays of light shot from 2 different peaks and stood behind him. They were the 2 protectors of Golden Rainbow Province who were both 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. All 3 5th Order Masters of Golden Rainbow Province were present, which went to show how highly they regarded these visitors. With that said, it wasn't like they could take the visitors lightly. About 1 month ago, Boundless Altar's 2nd Elder unexpectedly came to visit them. Thinking that the other party might have some serious matters to discuss, Changqi Shui personally greeted him. Then, he heard a piece of terrible news from the 2nd Elder. Boundless Altar was destroyed, and its thousands of disciples were now homeless. What was worse, Golden Rainbow Province was probably next. Changqi Shui was flabbergasted, but upon some probing, he learned that it was the doing of Void Land's Yang Kai. The previous leader Qi Jin had followed the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, to invade Void Land. Everyone in Golden Rainbow Province was aware of that fact. In the end, Qi Jin was killed in battle, along with all the disciples and elders who went with him. There were not a lot of 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Golden Rainbow Province to begin with, and Qi Jin was the strongest among them, but he was killed mercilessly. It could be said that the battle had caused immense losses to Golden Rainbow Province. Recently, they had been staying in Golden Rainbow territory. In fact, they had thought about avenging the former leader's death. Regardless of what the grudges were between Qi Jin and Void Land or who was in the wrong, those from Golden Rainbow Province couldn't pretend that nothing had happened since their leader was killed. However, they could only remain silent since they were not powerful enough to seek revenge. It never crossed their minds that those from Void Land would be so relentless as to launch an attack on Boundless Altar and force all of its members to flee. According to Boundless Altar's 2nd Elder, Yang Kai had only brought with him about 70 people. Despite that, they were all in the Open Heaven Realm, and there were 6 or 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Such a lineup was truly terrifying. Upon hearing the 2nd Elder's words, Changqi Shui felt his heart sinking as a coldness came over his entire figure. There were only 3 fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Golden Rainbow Province, but they were now faced with 7 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters? How were they supposed to survive? The two parties weren't even on the same level. When their enemies knocked on their door, Golden Rainbow Province would be destroyed with ease. After the second elder from Boundless Altar revealed the information to them, he left in a hurry. On the other hand, Changqi Shui and the other elders of Golden Rainbow Province felt like they were on pins and needles. If the second elder's words were true, Yang Kai would never let Golden Rainbow Province off. It was just a matter of time before he arrived at their sect. None of them could come up with any solution, as in the face of absolute power, all plots were meaningless. In the end, they decided to report the matter to their old ancestor, who had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time, so that she could make a decision. The old ancestor was a supreme being in Golden Rainbow Province. However, since she had been cultivating in seclusion for nearly 3,000 years, other than a small number of elders, most weren't even aware she existed. Changqi Shui had met the old ancestor once when he was an Emperor Realm Junior in the past, and had never seen her since. He wasn't even sure whether the old ancestor was still alive or not. Nevertheless, before the old ancestor entered seclusion back then, she was already a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. 3,000 years had passed, so she was probably very close to the 7th-order Open Heaven Realm. Given her cultivation, she might be able to force those from Void Land back. Changqi Shui paid a visit to the old ancestor, who was in a restricted area of Golden Rainbow Province. However, he wasn't able to meet her and could only speak to her from a distance. Upon hearing his report, the old ancestor told him to leave. Before that, she assured Changqi Shui that their sect would be fine. She would make sure that their enemies wouldn't leave alive should they have the guts to appear. Changqi Shui set his mind at ease upon getting such assurances, as he speculated that the old ancestor must have ascended to the 7th order. If not, the old ancestor wouldn't have said such a thing. It had to be noted that many 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land were coming, so unless there was a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master around, it would be impossible for them to repel the enemy. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-27, Seeking Justice. On a magnificent spirit peak stood Changqi Shui as he looked into the distance. Soon, a ship from the void came into his sight as the vessel charged towards him. "They're here!" He bellowed and raised his hand. "Start the array." Upon receiving the order, the cultivators of Golden Rainbow Province, who were well prepared, activated the Grand Array as layers of light barriers lit up around the Spirit Province. In the blink of an eye, 8 barriers had been formed. Golden Rainbow Province had been in existence longer than Boundless Altar, and at the peak of their power, they were approaching the strength of the 72 Paradises. Although many of the top cultivators were gone since their downfall, they still had a significant inheritance built up over the eons. Their strength was manifested in the Grand Array that had just been activated. The layers of light barriers appeared extremely sturdy as they surrounded Golden Rainbow Province. It was as though they were able to withstand the most violent storms in the world. The strength of a great force's heritage was evident in 2 aspects. One of them was the power of their Grand Array. The more ample their heritage was, the more powerful the Grand Array would be. Secondly, it was the support their disciples would get when ascending to the Open Heaven Realm. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of every great force, if possible, would return to their sect before their predestined time of death. After they died, their small universes would collapse, and their world force would partially assimilate into the sect, which was how their heritage was strengthened. The small universe of a cultivator was full of the traces of their Grand Tao, the essence of their entire martial Tao. This kind of Tao essence would also permeate the place alongside their world force and remain in the sect. If any disciples in the future comprehended the same kind of Grand Tao as their ancestors, they would be able to obtain part of this inheritance and enhance their chances of ascending to the Open Heaven Realm. For these two reasons, any great force in the world was extremely concerned about the accumulation of heritage in their own headquarters. The heritage of Golden Rainbow Province was truly extraordinary as it had been gathered and built up over tens of thousands of years. Although the Grand Array wasn't as abstruse as Voidland's 9 heavenly layers, in terms of pure defensive strength it was equal to, if not better than, the latter. After all, it had only been a short time since Voidland was founded. The predecessor, Seven Wonders Land, was also a second-class great force, but it was at best average among second-class forces. Even though its heritage had been accumulated over many years, it wasn't comparable to that of Golden Rainbow Province. When the heritage of Voidland became ampler after thousands to tens of thousands of years, the power of 9 heavenly layers would be significantly strengthened. Therefore, despite knowing that about 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and dozens of Masters below the Sixth Order from Voidland had arrived, Changqi Shui still had the confidence to fend them off. Besides the promise from the old ancestor, he still had the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province. They might not have as many Open Heaven Realm Masters as those from Voidland, but they had the power to fight since the Grand Array was in place. On the ship's deck, Yang Kai gazed silently at the Spirit Province, which was protected by a glistening Grand Array, and snorted, "So they've been waiting for us." Earlier, he felt that something was off when he noticed that those from Golden Rainbow Province were monitoring their surroundings as he wondered who the people were that they were wary of. It wasn't until this moment that he found out those from Golden Rainbow Province were guarding against him and his companions. How did those from Golden Rainbow Province find out that Yang Kai was coming, thus allowing them to get prepared in advance? The only explanation was that someone from Boundless Altar had come over to warn them. Yang Kai snorted, "Do they think they'll be safe by hiding behind their Grand Array? Naive. Voidland's 9 heavenly layers weren't able to persevere for long when they were besieged previously, let alone the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province. At that time, the 100 Sects Alliance seemed to have many people on their side, but there were only a small number of top masters among them. The Open Heaven Realm Masters behind Yang Kai were much stronger on average than those from the Alliance. In just a moment, the ship reached a spot that wasn't far away from the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province. Atop the deck, Yang Kai looked through the Grand Array and saw that the natural landscape in the Spirit Province was as beautiful as a painting. They did have an extraordinary heritage. On the highest spirit peak stood 3 figures as they looked silently in Yang Kai's direction. The person at the front was a muscular and decent-looking man. As their eyes met, this man yelled, "Who are you?" "Voidland's Yang Kai." Yang Kai replied and shot him a glance, "Who are you?" "Golden Rainbow Province's Changqi Shui." The man at the front replied before asking, "Why have you come all the way here to Golden Rainbow Province, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai looked down at him and said, "The previous leader of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, invaded Voidland for no reason. This king is here to seek justice from your noble sect." Changqi Shui frowned, "What kind of justice are you seeking, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai grinned at him, "An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Since you all tried to exterminate my sect before, I am here to return the favor in kind." Changqi Shui's face fell as he bellowed, "Stop boasting shamelessly, Brother Yang. Do you think we are pushovers? Although we may be weak now, it doesn't mean you can oppress us as you please. Qi Jin offended you, and he only has himself to blame that he was killed in Voidland. When we learned of this matter, we allowed the matter to drop and have no intention of avenging him. However, if anyone dares to invade our sect, all of us from Golden Rainbow Province will fight with you until our death." Yang Kai gazed dispassionately at him and said, "The reason this king has come all the way here is to destroy your sect, but I'm not interested in unnecessary killing. However, if you dare to resist, many innocents won't be able to see the sunrise tomorrow, so please think twice." Changqi Shui roared, "None of the disciples from Golden Rainbow Province is a coward. If you're really concerned about the potential loss of innocent lives, leave now, and the grudges between us will be considered settled. However, if you remain obstinate, you are the ones who will end up in a horrible state." Yang Kai bared his fangs. "It seems that you're determined to struggle until death. Do you really think your grand array can stop this king? Well, you'll have to try to find out." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll grant your wish, then. I hope you'll remain obstinate until the very end. Don't wail in pain while you die later." Then, Yang Kai raised his hand and swung it down as he coldly ordered, "Kill." The cultivators on the deck had been waiting for this moment. Previously, they were prepared to prove their worth in Boundless Altar. Since they had decided to join Voidland, they had to prove to Yang Kai that they were valuable to the sect. Unfortunately, there wasn't any conflict in Boundless Altar as Yang Kai managed to settle the issue without taking any lives. As a result, none of them had a chance to showcase their capabilities. Certainly, they hoped to see those from Golden Rainbow Province remain stubborn. Following Yang Kai's order, the dozens of Open Heaven Realm Masters on the ship turned into rays of light and took a plunge. The next moment, countless divine abilities struck the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province, causing the light barriers to flicker as ripples spread across its surface. The sight was truly horrifying. On the Spirit Peak, Changqi Shui turned pale as he could feel the energy fluctuations coming from his enemies. The second elder from Boundless Altar was right to say that there were 7 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, which made Changqi Shui feel jealous. Golden Rainbow Province only had 1 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, the old ancestor who had been cultivating in seclusion for 3,000 years. On the other hand, those from Voidland could easily deploy 7 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Both parties were not equally matched at all. Fortunately, they had the Grand Array in place. If these attacks actually struck the Spirit Province, none of them could have warded off their enemies. Many of them would have been injured or killed for even trying to resist. Loud booms were continuously heard as the violent attacks landed on the Grand Array, which caused the entire Golden Rainbow Province to tremble. The disciples turned ashen as they looked up at the sky in horror. The disciples who were in charge of the Grand Array were madly pouring their strength into it to keep it operating. All of them knew that once the Grand Array was broken through, they would be killed ruthlessly. Only by keeping the Grand Array running could they hope to fend off the enemies. However, regardless of how sturdy the defense was, it couldn't possibly endure a constant bombardment of attacks. Back then, after Grandmaster Wu Yang was done arranging the 9 heavenly layers, he passed the array jade to Yang Kai and told him that the array was solid enough to endure the attacks of 10 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters for several days. The mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters he was talking about should be in the 6th order, just below the 7th order. In fact, when the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, the 9 heavenly layers actually didn't last for long. It wasn't that Grandmaster Wu Yang's calculations were wrong. Instead, it was because they didn't have enough energy supply. On another note, Yang Kai had the intention of luring the enemies into the sect, so he intentionally opened up the Grand Array. If even the 9 heavenly layers wasn't invincible, there was no way the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province could last for a long time either. In just a quarter hour, the first of the 8 light barriers broke apart, which caused a commotion in Golden Rainbow Province as the disciples became apprehensive. The myriad of divine abilities continued to blossom as the Open Heaven Realm Masters on Yang Kai's side had no reservation when it came to casting their attacks. Changqi Shui was anxious as he kept looking in the direction where the old ancestor cultivated. At this rate, it would only take half a day before the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province was destroyed. If the old ancestor still hadn't appeared by then, they wouldn't be able to stave off these ferocious people on their own, which would be as good as giving up and dying. However, despite the fact that the Grand Array was under attack, no movements could be felt coming from the old ancestor's place. Changqi Shui was unable to figure out the old ancestor's intention, nor did he have any idea about what she was waiting for. He felt like he was standing on pins and needles. There was nothing else he could do other than urge the disciples to keep the grand array running. Another quarter-hour later, the second layer of light barriers came apart, followed by the third and the fourth layers of light barriers. Seeing that there was only one barrier left, Changqi Shui decided to stop defending passively and ordered, "Change the array." Upon receiving the order, the disciples, who were in charge of the grand array, activated their powers to make a shift happen in the array. In an instant, the wind gusted and the water rose. The entire Golden Rainbow province was suddenly shrouded in a thick layer of mist, allowing no one to see through it. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he snorted, "How dare you show off this kind of paltry trick in front of this king? Come with me." After he finished speaking, Yang Kai led the way and charged forward, followed by dozens of people who soon disappeared into the mist. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-28, Li Luo Shui. They were unable to see clearly in the mist, and even their divine senses were greatly restricted. Also, there seemed to be a great danger lurking in the mist, waiting to burst out. Rumbling sounds were suddenly heard as a world-shaking force undulated. The force far surpassed the fifth order open heaven realm and reached the sixth order in scale. Other than the old ancestor who had been in seclusion for a long time, Golden Rainbow Province didn't have sixth order open heaven realm masters. The reason they were able to unleash such an attack was that they had made use of the grand array. Exclamations were heard as some of the cultivators from Void Land, who were inside the mist, were struck. Some of the low-rank open heaven realm masters were instantly killed due to negligence. As the grand array's power blossomed, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression and released his divine sense. The next instant, his expression changed drastically as he yelled, "There are some weird creatures in the mist. Be careful." He could detect that there were a lot of tiny insects hiding in the mist that were not visible to the eye. While they were unsuspecting, these insects snuck into their bodies through the pores and began draining their blood essence. As Yang Kai spoke, he surged his golden crow's true fire. In an instant, a layer of black flame started burning around his figure as though he had turned into a fireball, illuminating a radius of 1,000 meters around himself. Crackling sounds were continuously heard as the golden crow's true fire burned the tiny insects in the mist. Yang Kai flew forward, and wherever he went, the insects were instantly killed. However, due to the fact that his divine sense had been restricted, he was unable to find out the enemy's whereabouts. At the same time, he had to be careful not to accidentally hurt his companions, so his movements were rather restricted. It wasn't until this moment that he had a taste of what the 100 Sects Alliance went through when they barged into the bewildering array of 9 heavenly layers, and it was certainly awful. Although the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province wasn't as abstruse as the 9 heavenly layers, there were indeed some similarities. A second-class great force like Golden Rainbow Province was able to ward off Yang Kai's powerful subordinates using their accumulated heritage. In the entire 3,000 worlds, basically every great force had their own grand array. Now, Yang Kai realized if he rashly decided to invade a sect's headquarters, he might still suffer a setback even though there was a huge gap in power between both parties. The reason he was able to easily take down Boundless Altar some time ago was that they were unprepared for what was about to befall them. Before they could even activate their grand array, Yang Kai had broken through it and barged into the sect. If Boundless Altar had prepared in advance and activated their grand array, there would have been an intense battle. Rumbling sounds were continuously heard as more people shrieked, and it wasn't certain whether it was the enemies or Yang Kai's subordinates who were screaming. Yang Kai was incensed as he had come with a large group of open heaven realm masters in an imposing manner. If he wasn't even able to take down Golden Rainbow Province, he would become a laughingstock in the future. As he shook his figure, the golden crow was heard cawing. A great sun leapt into the sky from behind him with a 3-legged exotic bird seeming flying around within it. In an instant, a dazzling sun hung above the sky of Golden Rainbow Province. Regardless of how thick the mist was, it was unable to block out the sunlight. Under the scorching sunlight, the mist instantly evaporated, and the tiny insects hidden within were all killed. Golden Crow casts the sun was a divine manifestation that Yang Kai had comprehended that was extremely powerful. In order not to accidentally hurt his companions, he was unable to fully activate its power, therefore, he had been careful when using it. Despite that, after the mist dissipated, many of his subordinates were seen with reddened faces, and their skin that was exposed to the air was covered in blisters. The weaker cultivators were more severely affected, while cultivators in the fourth order open heaven realm and above were less impacted. With the mist gone, they were able to see their enemies clearly. Certainly, Mao Zhe and the others, who were quite frustrated already, wouldn't miss this opportunity and instantly charged towards the exposed array nodes. Soon, people were heard shrieking as the disciples of Golden Rainbow Province, who were in charge of the array nodes, were completely powerless to stop Mao Zhe and the others and were directly killed. In just over 10 breaths of time, the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province was completely destroyed. On the main spirit peak, Changqi Shui shuddered in fear as though he had been struck by lightning. He watched as the disciples were slaughtered, but there was nothing he could do to help them. He let out a sigh, thinking that Golden Rainbow Province would be destroyed on this day if the old ancestor still didn't appear. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had retracted Golden Crow casts the sun as he stared coldly at Changqi Shui, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Without moving his figure, he raised his hand and pushed out his palm towards Changqi Shui. He had given the other party a chance. If those from Golden Rainbow Province gave up on resisting like those from Boundless Altar had done, he wouldn't have decided to kill them ruthlessly. Since they were still so obstinate though, they only had themselves to blame. Faced with the pressure from a Sixth Order's Open Heaven Realm Master, Changqi Shui was forced to lower his figure as he felt the aura of death engulfing him. Just then, Yang Kai suddenly narrowed his eyes and balled up his fist instead as he summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and then thrust it out. Before the spear even reached Changqi Shui, a slender hand abruptly appeared in front of him like a phantom. The fingers curled up, then nonchalantly flicked at the spear 3 times. An immense force burst forth and Yang Kai felt as though a mountain had crashed into his spear. He almost lost grip of his weapon as his figure shook and moved backwards. His face had also turned pale. At the same time, Mao Zhe and the others noticed this and looked over in the direction where the slender hand appeared. There a woman with a delicate brow and long hair that hung over her shoulders appeared. Her purple dress with a belt around the waist fluttered in the wind. She looked like she was about 28 years old, which was the prime age for a woman. Her peaks were tall and her waist was slender. If they came across such a woman somewhere else, they would have thought that she was a young woman who had just come of age. However, presently, this woman was exuding an aura that no one could ignore. That was the aura of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Other than a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, no one else could so easily ward off his attack, and the woman's aura proved his point. There was no doubt that she was a newly advanced 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai had previously gone through such a stage. After he ascended to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, he was unable to curb his aura since his cultivation hadn't stabilized yet. This young woman was in exactly the same situation. Mao Zhe and the others sported solemn expressions as they exchanged glances in disbelief. It was inconceivable that Golden Rainbow Province had a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with them. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. At that instant, they felt their hearts sinking. Although she was clearly a newly promoted 7th Order Master, she was still a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. High rank and mid-rank were 2 completely different realms. It could be said that the gap between them was like the difference between the heavens and earth. On the other hand, Changqi Shui had just escaped from death's door as he fell into a dazed state for a moment. Then, He snapped out of his trance and widened his eyes before falling on one knee. With an excited expression, he said, 37th Sect Master of Golden Rainbow Province, Changqi Shui, greets martial ancestor Li. The person before his eyes was old ancestor Li Luo Shui, who started cultivating in seclusion 3,000 years ago. The disciples of Golden Rainbow Province were dumbfounded. They initially had no idea who this young woman was, but upon hearing the sect master's words, they were shocked to learn that she was their old ancestor. It never crossed their mind that Golden Rainbow Province had such a powerful master. At that instant, they were all energized as they fell on their knees and shouted, "Greetings, martial ancestor." Many men secretly examined the woman and thought that not only was the old ancestor alluring, but she also had an intoxicating figure. They couldn't help but admire her, thinking that they could die with no regrets should such a woman actually become interested in them. Without even turning her head, Li Luo Shui darted her gaze around and scanned the surroundings, then sighed, "I can't believe Golden Rainbow Province has declined so much." An embarrassed Changqi Shui apologized, "I'm sorry for disappointing you, martial ancestor. I'm truly useless." Li Luo Shui scoffed, "All of you are indeed useless. Not only have you squandered away the heritage of our ancestors, but you also can't even repel the enemies at our gates. Disgraceful." Changqi Shui was covered in cold sweat as he almost fell on all fours. Although the old ancestor looked like a sweet young girl, she clearly had no qualms about fiercely reprimanding them. "I suppose I can't blame it all on you though." "Get up," Li Luo Shui replied. "Yes," Changqi Shui answered before slowly getting to his feet. As he hid behind Li Luo Shui, he looked in Yang Kai's direction as a sense of resentment flashed through his eyes, then he reported, "Martial ancestor, it's these people who are trying to destroy our sect." Li Luo Shui shot a dispassionate glance at Yang Kai, then said, 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 15 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It's no wonder that you can't stave them off." Yang Kai stared at the young woman and asked, "What's your name?" Li Luo Shui replied impassively, "What point is there announcing this queen's name to a dead man?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was amused, "You're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Do you think you can definitely defeat us just because you're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master?" Li Luo Shui replied, "Isn't that the case? You won't understand the difference between the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm and the 6th Order until you experience it yourself." Yang Kai asked, "Judging from your aura, you've just ascended to the 7th Order. I wonder how much strength you can actually use." Li Luo Shui let out a breath as her chest heaved, "All of you are bound for death since you forced me to ascend to the 7th Order. If you don't want to suffer, kill yourselves now. When this queen makes a move, I'll make you beg for death." Shameless boasting. Yang Kai yelled and pointed his spear forward, "I have never killed a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before. I guess I'll give it a try today." Li Luo Shui shot him a cold glance, "It's the first time I've come across someone as reckless as you are. Enough nonsense. Taste my spear." Yang Kai bellowed and thrust out his weapon. He had no reservations as he infused all his strength into the spear. A thunderous dragon roar reverberated across the sky. A dazzling light glistened from the tip of the azure dragon spear, and as the dragon pressure erupted, a great dragon seemed to have come to life as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. At that instant, the entire world seemed to have paled as the spear became the only thing that shone brightly. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-29, Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law. The light of the spear expanded. Faced with the attack, Li Luo Shui bellowed, "Impudence." She raised her hand and pushed out her palm at Yang Kai. A 7th Order Open Heaven force fluctuated around her slender hand as it filled Yang Kai's vision. The world seemed to have disappeared as all he could see was her palm. He stiffened and squirmed as he instinctively felt a great sense of danger. It was the first time he directly battled against a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Although he had witnessed battles between high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters several times before, he never actively participated in any of them. Be it the war when the 100 Sects Alliance besieged Voidland or Zhu Jiuyin's battle against 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he was only a spectator. Although Yang Kai was able to feel the formidableness of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at those times, it was too far beyond him to truly understand. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the huge gap between the mid-rank and high-rank Open Heaven realms. Faced with this palm, Yang Kai felt as though he had turned into an ant, and that there was no way he could dodge. With a great roar, he thrust out his spear even harder, causing it to give off a terrifying radiance. Violent explosions were heard as a horrifying force spread out. A pale Yang Kai was sent flying away while Li Luo Shui remained on the spot, her figure only shaking slightly. When she looked down at her hand, she saw a tinge of redness in the center of her palm. Although the wound soon healed, she couldn't believe that the other party was able to harm her during the exchange of moves just now. This was inconceivable to her. She had ascended to her current realm from the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so she was fully aware of just how much strength a 6th Order Master should be able to exert. Initially, she thought that she could easily kill this arrogant boy, but the situation turned out far different from what she had imagined. Just like Yang Kai had said, she was a newly promoted 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so the power she could use was limited. On the other hand, the enemy was quite intimidating as they had 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 15 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Facing such a force, she might not be able to save Golden Rainbow Province. She initially intended to kill one of the enemy's 6th Order Masters first to deter and intimidate the others, but it turned out that not only could the other party escape from her strike, but he even had the power to counterattack. The young man's capabilities were beyond her wildest imagination, and at that moment, she sported a solemn expression. On the other hand, after Yang Kai was forced backwards for some distance, he managed to stabilize himself. He didn't even bother to wipe away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth as he looked down condescendingly at Li Luo Shui and sneered, "Is this all you, a 7th Order Master, has to show?" Back then, when the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, other than using the 9 heavenly layers to kill Kong Feng, Yang Kai could only stand back and watch. When Zhu Jiuyin battled against 4 masters outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he could only watch the intense battle from the sidelines. However, at this moment, he finally had the right to fight a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. This right meant a lot to him, as it signified a huge leap forward in his martial Tao. He no longer felt as powerless as he was in the past. At this moment, Yang Kai felt fortunate that he didn't insist on directly ascending to the high rank, which was practically impossible. Only the strength within one's own grasp could be considered real. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai pointed his spear at Li Luo Shui and roared coldly, "Kill!" As space principles undulated, he instantly appeared in front of her and forcefully thrust out his spear. At the same time, Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, Zhou Huayong, Xu Mu Dan, and the proprietress all made a move as they sent out their own divine abilities at Li Luo Shui. 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounded Li Luo Shui like moths to a flame, not only recklessly charging her, but also ensuring that she wouldn't be able to escape. In an instant, the entire Golden Rainbow Province shook and the world itself paled. Horrifying forces reverberated across the sky, causing the ground to crack and spirit peaks to crumble. Changqi Shui and the others had already fled since they were unable to interfere in this kind of fight. Turning their heads, they saw that the old ancestor was surrounded by many figures as the lights of divine abilities dazzled their eyes. The energy fluctuations caused Changqi Shui, a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, to tremble. He secretly prayed that their martial ancestor would be able to kill all the enemies, otherwise, Golden Rainbow Province would be doomed on this day. Just then, he heard someone yelling at him, go to hell. Turning his head, he saw a fatty who looked like a chef coming at him with a kitchen knife in his hand. The man was clad in an apron with a giant, slaughter, character emblazoned on him. The fatty was accompanied by a man with drooping eyes who was holding a golden abacus. While he was flying over, he fiddled with the beads which soon shot forward. Every bead seemed to contain a terrifying force behind it. A flustered Chang Chi Shui immediately met the enemy head-on with the left and right protectors. However, there was a huge gap in power between both parties. Golden Rainbow Province only had 3 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side while the enemy had 15 Open Heaven Realm Masters in the same order as them. These 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't dare to take part in the battle against Li Luo Shui, so they decided to pinch the soft persimmons instead. Ma Tianyuan, chef, and accountant engaged the 3 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Golden Rainbow Province while the rest plunged into the sect and launched a bloody massacre. Soon, the ground was covered in corpses and blood formed rivers across the land. Although Chang Chi Shui was incensed, there was nothing he could do to help them. Horrifying forces spread around and caused the spirit peaks to explode as the 7th 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters engaged in an intense battle against the 7th Order Master. From time to time, someone would grunt in pain before they were sent flying away, spraying out a mouthful of blood in midair. Li Luo Shui was a new 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master whose realm was still not stable, but despite that, the 7th 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could only force a draw in the battle against her while Yang Kai alone had to bear half of the pressure. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that the high-rank Open Heaven Realm was indeed a completely different realm from the mid-rank. Li Luo Shui was already so powerful even though she had only just achieved an ascension. When she managed to stabilize her realm and accumulated some heritage, how much more power would she be able to exert? How formidable must Zhu Jiu-yin be since she was able to deal with 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on her own outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven back then? It had to be noted that the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from that time were unlike Li Luo Shui. All of them ascended to the 7th Order a long time ago, so they were certainly much stronger than Li Luo Shui currently was. Since a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was already so strong, what about the 8th Order or a 9th Order? When Li Luo Shui saw that many of the disciples from Golden Rainbow Province were either killed or critically injured, and that the sect had descended into chaos, her alluring face contorted into a hideous expression. Her moves became increasingly powerful, as though she was adapting to her current realm. However, even though she was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she found it extremely difficult to kill any of her opponents. The leading young man was a master of the Tao of Space, and his strength far surpassed the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. He had practically borne half of her attacks. If it weren't for this young man, Li Luo Shui had the confidence to kill the rest in short order. After just half an hour of combat, Yang Kai and everyone on his side was injured, but Li Luo Shui wasn't in any better condition. She no longer looked like a sweet young woman as presently, her hair was a mess and she was covered in sweat. Just then, someone was heard screaming. Chang Chi Shui and the others were pushed over the edge by chef, accountant, and Ma Tianyuan and had no choice but to cry out, "Martial ancestor, save us." Right after Chang Chi Shui shouted, chef slashed across his neck with his knife and sent his head flying away. Blood started spurting out of his neck like a fountain. Realizing that they were unable to turn things around, the left and right protectors tried to flee, but they didn't have a chance to do so. Accountant shot the beads from his abacus at them from all directions and formed countless holes in their figures. Ma Tianyuan promptly made a move and beheaded the 2 of them. The 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Golden Rainbow Province were all killed while the other Open Heaven Realm Masters had basically been wiped out beforehand. Countless others below the Open Heaven Realm were either dead or dying. The entire Golden Rainbow Province was no different from a living hell, and the Spirit Province where the sect was located was beginning to crumble and crack. Li Luo Shui shouted through clenched teeth, all of you must die today." All of a sudden, her curvy figure shook as an invisible force spread out with her as the center. Yang Kai and the others, who had surrounded her, were sent flying away as they were caught off guard. Yang Kai's pupils contracted when he saw what was happening as he felt his chest tightening. That was because Li Luo Shui's black hair and clothes flapped in the air even though there wasn't a trail of wind, as though an invisible force was infusing into her petite figure from all directions. At the same time, her aura seemed to be rising rapidly. Yang Kai was flabbergasted as he had no idea what was going on. It was difficult to deal with this woman to begin with, as 7 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to take her down. However, it now seemed that her strength was rapidly increasing all of a sudden. Right then, the proprietress exclaimed, "Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law. What in the world is that?" Yang Kai asked in shock. The proprietress' words suggested that she realized what Li Luo Shui was doing. There was no time for any explanation, so the proprietress simply sent him a wisp of her divine sense that contained all the information he needed to know. Soon, Yang Kai learned what this Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was. Strictly speaking, it was a forbidden technique. An 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master named Azure Void Divine Monarch had created this technique many years ago. Using his own body as a refining furnace, he drew the heritage of his sect's headquarters into his body and forcefully increased his strength with this forbidden technique. The headquarters of every great force contained a heritage that had been accumulated over thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. This heritage was the inheritance left behind in the headquarters by the Open Heaven Realm Masters who passed away over the millennia for its future disciples. However, this kind of heritage could also be absorbed and refined. It was a painfully long process for an Open Heaven Realm Master to increase their strength through the refinement of Open Heaven pills, cultivation resources, or the world force of a universe world. Regardless of what method they used, the goal was to strengthen the world force of their small universe, thus allowing them to wield greater force. The heritage within the headquarters of a great force could be absorbed and refined in a similar manner. Nevertheless, no one would do that, usually. Firstly, it would weaken the sect's heritage, thus causing some instability to their own great force. Secondly, it was basically impossible for this heritage to match with their small universe. Absorbing this heritage forcefully was basically like drinking poison to slake one's thirst. Martial Peak, Chapter 4430, The Forbidden Technique's Power. In the entire 3,000 worlds, practically every headquarters of every great force contained a complicated heritage. That was because the Open Heaven Realm Masters who passed away over the years allowed their world force to assimilate into their own sects. The Grand Tao that every Open Heaven Realm Master comprehended was different, so the traces of those Grand Taos were distinct as well. As such, the heritage of a great force was usually not only immense but also complex. If an Open Heaven Realm Master rashly absorbed and refined the heritage, it would do more harm than good. However, back then, an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master named Azure Void Divine Monarch developed this technique to forcefully draw the heritage into his body in order to significantly increase his strength for a short time. Nevertheless, there was a huge downside to this technique. Although the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law could help an Open Heaven Realm Master obtain an incredible amount of power in a short time, they had to purge this heritage soon after, otherwise, it would affect their foundation and the purity of their small universe. If one didn't purge this added heritage, the impurities in their small universe would cause their cultivation to plunge. In the worst case, their small universe would destabilize and crumble, costing one their life. That was the reason the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was a forbidden technique. This technique was widely known among Open Heaven Realm Masters, however, no one was willing to use this forbidden technique unless their sect's survival was at stake. That was because it was akin to gambling their lives away. It was apparent that Golden Rainbow Province was at a life-or-death moment. Li Luo Shui was resolute as she decided to damage her own foundation just to use the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law to repel the invaders. Li Luo Shui, who was already a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was seen with her aura rising rapidly. It could also clearly be felt that a mysterious force was penetrating her petite figure from all parts of Golden Rainbow Province. With the infusion of this force, she seemed to have merged with Golden Rainbow Province. Her aura was so imposing that no one would dare to directly gaze at her. In short order, Li Luo Shui's aura completely changed, as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. As she opened her eyes, a glint flashed through her gaze. She stared coldly at Yang Kai and the others before saying through clenched teeth, "All of you must die today for daring to invade my Golden Rainbow Province." As she performed different hand seals, she sent out divine abilities right at the 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai lifted his spear to parry the attacks, but his figure shook as he felt a tremendous force coming right at him. As though an entire world had crashed into him, the bones in his arms were instantly dislocated. He was sent flying away while the vitality in his chest weltered. At the same time, he sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood in midair. Meanwhile, the rest of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters became injured and spat blood. Li Luo Shui, having used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law, seemed able to exert a force that was 2 times greater than what she could previously. The power of her divine abilities had also been greatly augmented. Faced with her attacks, the 7 felt as though they were unable to counterattack, and all they could do was wait for death. Mao Zhe's gaze was transformed by horror and he had the intention to flee. Faced with such a formidable enemy, he would be doomed if he stayed. However, when he turned his head, he saw Yang Kai charging forward again. He secretly cursed at the man before he too dashed forward alongside Gongqing and Zhouya. They had left their names on the loyalty list, so Yang Kai had total control over their lives. Regardless of how reluctant they were, they had to fight alongside him, for if anything happened to Yang Kai, the 3 of them would suffer as well. On the other hand, Huayong and Shu Mu Dan were more reserved. Firstly, they were not restricted by the loyalty list. Secondly, Shu Mu Dan was pregnant, so she couldn't take part in an intense battle lest her child is affected. The couple only helped their companions out by casting their divine abilities at Li Luo Shui from afar. The proprietress was naturally giving it her best as she and Yang Kai wove back and forth to get closer to Li Luo Shui. The force around Li Luo Shui surged as she remained on the same spot. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, she could easily ward them off by simply raising her hands. She no longer looked as flustered as before. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had pushed her power to an unimaginable level in a short time, allowing her to not only fend off the incoming attacks, but also counterattack at the same time, drawing grunts of pain from Yang Kai and the others. As time passed, Yang Kai and the others became covered in blood, looking completely battered. Judging from the current situation, these 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were obviously no match for Li Luo Shui and it was just a matter of time before they were defeated and killed by her. However, Li Luo Shui no longer appeared calm as her expression grew anxious. This couldn't be helped though as she was running out of time. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had allowed her power to increase significantly in a short time, but she could not ignore the downsides of this technique. This infusion of power was no different from poison to any Open Heaven Realm Master. The longer this kind of state persisted, the more unstable her small universe would become, and the more difficult it would be to expel all the impurities in the future and stabilize her cultivation. Therefore, she had to kill all her enemies and end the battle in the shortest time possible. The longer this dragged on, the worse her situation would become. When her small universe became unstable, she would lose the power to fight completely and suddenly be at the mercy of Yang Kai and the others. She repeatedly attempted to kill one of them to achieve a breakthrough, but she was always stopped by Yang Kai. The young man was an expert in the Tao of space whose skills were also phenomenal. The way he flitted about like a fly annoyed her to no end. By now, she clearly realized that the young man was the strongest among these sixth-order open heaven realm masters, but he was also the most difficult to deal with. If it weren't for him, she would have killed everyone else a long time ago without having to resort to such drastic measures. She felt resentful as she targeted most of her attacks at Yang Kai, who had no choice but to try his best to defend himself and dodge, causing deep wounds to appear on his figure. There was no such thing as impenetrable defense in the world though. There came a moment when Li Luo Shui's eyes lit up as she saw an opening Yang Kai exposed and pushed out her palm as she bellowed, "Die." Yang Kai had just stabilized his figure when he was faced with this attack. It seemed that there was no way he could dodge, so he had to fight. Realizing this, Yang Kai's figure stood firm and raised his spear to intercept the palm. At the same time, he roared, "Golden Crow casts the sun." A great sun suddenly leaped into the sky from behind him. It was so dazzling that the entire Golden Rainbow province was painted gold. There seemed to be a three-legged exotic bird playing around in the great sun, cawing loudly for all to hear. A black flame burned at the tip of Azure Dragon's spear, as though it was able to extinguish everything in the world. Upon sensing the great sun's power, Li Luo Shui narrowed her eyes and exclaimed, "A divine manifestation." She felt her chest tightening. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that a sixth-order open heaven realm master was able to use a divine manifestation. Even though she was a seventh-order master now, she was still far from comprehending her own divine manifestation. How was a sixth-order open heaven realm master able to use one then? Regardless, the sight before her eyes forced her to acknowledge reality. Faced with this spear, Li Luo Shui halted her movement for a moment before she channeled even more force into her strike. If she missed this chance, it would probably take a long time before Yang Kai made such a mistake again, and time was the one thing she didn't have, so she decided that even if she was injured in return, she had to kill this little bastard with this one strike. As long as she could kill him, the rest wouldn't be a threat to her. Following a loud boom, Li Luo Shui was sent flying away while Yang Kai was also forced backwards. Using his divine manifestation Golden Crow casts the sun, Yang Kai, a sixth-order open heaven realm master, traded moves with Li Luo Shui, who had used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law, with difficulty. Before Li Luo Shui could stabilize herself, the proprietress and the others had already pounced on her. She hurriedly dodged their attacks as she looked in Yang Kai's direction with glee, thinking that the brat's corpse must have exploded into nothingness upon impact. The next moment though, she widened her eyes in disbelief. That was because, unlike her imagination, the boy wasn't vaporized like she expected. Although he was covered in blood and shrouded in a layer of blood mist, he was still alive. What's more, the great sun hanging in the sky was as dazzling as ever. Why is this brat so resilient? Li Luo Shui's eyes shrank. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still reeling from the shock. If it weren't for his half-dragon body, he would have been killed just now. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was truly horrifying as it could allow a person's power to increase tremendously in such a short time. Presently, the small universe in his body was in turmoil as he had apparently been impacted by Li Luo Shui's attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood and opened his bloodshot eyes before looking in Li Luo Shui's direction. The next instant, he performed a hand seal and yelled with a hideous expression, "Water reflects the moon." A cold-looking full moon suddenly appeared alongside the great sun. The moon cast its glow on the ground and brought with it endless coldness. It was a miraculous sight to behold as the sun and the moon hung in the sky at the same time. The sensations of cold and hot mingled, which made it impossible for them to identify whether it was day or night. Maozhe felt his chest tightening as his heart clenched in fear. He had previously seen the sight of the sun and the moon appearing together on Profound Yang Mountain the day his sect was destroyed. He couldn't believe that he was seeing the same sight again. Then, He quickly sent a message to Gengqing and Zhouye before they leaped away at the speed of lightning. While his allies were hurriedly retreating, Yang Kai's voice reverberated across the world, Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. The sun and the moon began to rotate in an endless cycle above his head, kicking up a storm that shook the world itself. Space and time principles blended into a single entity and formed into a mysterious space-time strength. While the sun and the moon spun about, time warped wildly and it felt as though only a breath had passed, but at the same time it was like millions of years had gone by. Besides time, space had also become strange. Those who seemed close by suddenly appeared in the distance, though they still looked as though they were standing right in front of their eyes. Everyone's senses became incredibly distorted. The sun and moon divine wheel spiraled across the sky of Golden Rainbow Province as it slammed towards Li Luo Shui. She sported a solemn expression and roared. Not daring to have any reservations, she gathered all her strength while performing a set of profound hand seals with her slender hands. Countless powerful divine abilities were cast at sun and moon divine wheel in an attempt to block its advance. Everyone seemed to be seeing hallucinations as the sight before their eyes shattered while the rumbling sounds were so thunderous that it pained their eardrums. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-31, Forcing Back a Seventh Order. The violent movements subsided as everyone's warped perception slowly returned to normal. All of them were horrified when they looked up as Golden Rainbow Province had literally exploded. The Spirit Province had shattered into countless pieces which now drifted about randomly in the void, together with broken corpses which were scattered about here and there. Golden Rainbow Province was thoroughly destroyed. Without the protection of the Grand Array, the Spirit Province with several tens of thousands of years of inheritance was unable to withstand the fierce battle. Innumerable disciples from Golden Rainbow Province were either killed or injured. Only a small number of people survived the brutality of the Sun and Moon Divine Will's impact, not because they were stronger than the rest, but simply because they were luckier. On one of the broken pieces stood Li Luo Shui as she fell into a dazed state. At this moment, this Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was battered, and her hair was a mess. Although she had successfully parried the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, she wasn't unharmed. She found it extremely difficult to deal with the eerie space-time strength that was now corroding her physique and small universe. On the other hand, Yang Kai was panting heavily. He felt as though all his energy had been sucked out of him, and his small universe had never been emptier. Although the Sun and Moon Divine Will was powerful, he hadn't fully mastered this new space-time strength, which was why he wasn't able to control how much force he wanted to exert. The consumption of energy just to use the divine ability was terrifying. However, even though he had used his most powerful divine ability, he was still unable to kill Li Luo Shui, which went to show that the gap between the Sixth Order and Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm was indeed too wide to close. Still, holding his spear in one hand, he pointed at Li Luo Shui and drew a deep breath. As his chest bulged, he bellowed, "Come." Her hair flapped in the air as she looked in Yang Kai's direction with a gaze filled with murderous intent. Before she could even make a move though, her expression changed. Following that, her aura became extremely unstable as her face alternated between pale and livid. Li Luo Shui sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and as if struck by lightning, she staggered backwards as a chaotic world force started exuding from her petite figure. With a vicious-looking gaze, she shot a glare at Yang Kai as though she was trying to imprint the man's face in the deepest part of her mind before she snarled through blood-soaked clenched teeth, "This queen will never forget what you've done to her today, and swears she will seek revenge." Right after she finished speaking, more blood streamed out of her mouth. Then, she moved and dashed into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai bellowed and attempted to chase after her. He certainly knew that he had to kill this enemy to avoid future calamity. Li Luo Shui was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so if she wasn't killed today, she would become a huge threat in the future. However, after taking a few steps forward, he staggered and almost lost his balance. He felt a burning sensation in his chest which made it hard for him to breathe. His small universe was in turmoil, making it impossible for him to focus. Stabbing his spear into the ground, Yang Kai looked up, but quickly realized that Li Luo Shui was nowhere to be found. Unresigned, he pounded his fist on the ground. The proprietress dashed towards him and supported his weight before asking worriedly, "How are you?" Yang Kai's aura was extremely unstable. Unable to speak, he just shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Then, he quickly sat down with his legs crossed and emptied his mind in an attempt to stabilize his small universe. Mao Zhe and the others took a glance at him before letting out a breath of relief. The battle today had been extremely dangerous. They had never expected that they would have to directly face a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and even engage in a life-and-death battle with her one day. More amazingly, all of the participants had survived even though they were severely injured. With that said, all this was thanks to Yang Kai. If he hadn't borne most of the attacks from Li Luo Shui, a number of them would have been critically injured or even died. The outcome was acceptable. It had to be noted that the person they faced wasn't an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law inside her sect's headquarters. It was more difficult to deal with such a person than an average 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, as the power she was able to unleash was simply horrifying. In the end, Li Luo Shui fled from the scene. It wasn't because she was wary of Yang Kai's strength, but rather because something had gone wrong with her small universe. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had a very serious backlash. Although she was able to increase her power significantly for a short time following the infusion of an immense force, she would also be left with an unimaginable potential danger, as this was a heterogeneous force. While they were in an intense battle, the mixed world force continuously assaulted her small universe, which eventually made her lose the power to fight. If she forcefully kept exerting her strength, her small universe would completely destabilize. By then, without the need for anyone else to make a move, she would lose her life following the explosion of her small universe. At the thought of this, Mao Zhe felt extremely fortunate. If Li Luo Shui hadn't suffered from the backlash of the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law at that moment, all of them at the scene would have been killed except for Yang Kai, who might have been able to escape since he was a master of the Tao of Space. Li Luo Shui probably wouldn't be able to get her revenge anytime soon either, since she had to deal with the backlash of the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law. Unless she could completely get rid of the impurities left in her small universe due to using this forbidden technique, she wouldn't appear again. Such a process might take her a few years, several dozen years, or even a few hundred years to complete, depending on the extent of the damage. These 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sat down in different places and focused on recuperation. Yang Kai was the most severely wounded in the battle, and after he used his Sun and Moon Divine Will, he was on his last legs as his small universe descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Chef and Accountant led the others to clean up the battlefield. The Spirit Province, where Golden Rainbow Province was located, was shattered, and all enemy Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed. As for the remaining disciples, they were either dead or injured, with the survivors having no idea where they should go. Chef and the others didn't make things difficult for them, as these people were merely disciples with weak cultivations, so there wasn't a need to kill them. They simply allowed these people to flee. Time went by pretty quickly as Yang Kai remained seated for an entire year. It took him half a year before he managed to stabilize his small universe this time. It was only now that he realized just how critical the small universe was to an Open Heaven Realm Master. The small universe was the source of power and the foundation of an Open Heaven Realm Master. Everything about the small universe was closely related to the cultivator's Grand Tao. It took him another half a year to recover to his peak. 1 year after Yang Kai sat down to recuperate, he finally opened his eyes. He remained seated on one of the broken pieces of Spirit Province and looked around to see the proprietress and the others were seated nearby, cultivating in silence. Noticing some movement, the proprietress opened her eyes and took a glance over at him. As their eyes met, she put on a faint smile. "You're finally awake." Yang Kai nodded and got to his feet. After looking around, he realized that the people who had left the shadowless cave heaven with him were still around, and the ship was anchored a short distance away. Maozhe and the others opened their eyes as well. Their injuries were less severe than Yang Kai's, so it only took them a few months to fully recover, then they just waited for Yang Kai to awaken. Yang Kai briefly asked about the battle that took place a year ago and learned that some of the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on his side were killed by the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province when they were stuck in the mist. Life could be fragile at times, and there was nothing he could do except pay a silent tribute to them. Although some of the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed, Yang Kai had gained tremendous benefits after the battle. While Yang Kai was recuperating back then, Chef and the others were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. The entire Golden Rainbow Province was destroyed in the struggle, but besides Li Luo Shui, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and some other weaker Open Heaven Realm Masters who had fled early on, the rest were all killed. Only the inheritance of Golden Rainbow Province that had been accumulated over a long time was left behind. It could be said that they had obtained the entire inheritance of Golden Rainbow Province. Although Golden Rainbow Province was just a second-class great force, they were pretty wealthy as they had been in existence for a long time. Chef and the others collected all the items and sorted them out before putting them into different space rings, which were then given to Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't intend to keep all these items for himself of course, so after the ship departed from the Spirit Province, he distributed rewards to everyone based on the contributions they had made. Naturally, all these Open Heaven Realm Masters were elated. They were used to a life of destitution in the shadowless cave heaven where they had to be extremely frugal with each and every Open Heaven pill, not to mention cultivation resources of different orders. Everything was scarce in the shadowless cave heaven. Now, all of them became rich after just one battle, which was why they were ecstatic. Their admiration and respect for Yang Kai had grown significantly since he was generous enough to distribute such rewards to them. The ship moved forward in silence as it passed through different territory gates. Yang Kai didn't step out of his room as he focused on cultivating in retreat. One day though, upon receiving a message from the proprietress, he dashed towards the deck. On the deck, the proprietress was leaning against the railing while Chef and Accountant were standing behind her in a respectful manner. Sensing Yang Kai's arrival, she turned her head and flashed a smile at him. "Are you leaving, proprietress?" Yang Kai was reluctant to part ways with her, but she had just sent him a message to tell him that she was going to depart. The proprietress replied, "I'm heading to Thousand Bird Star City. I have to put an end to some issues. Do you need my help?" Yang Kai asked. Although he had no idea what she was going to do, he reckoned that he could lend her a hand as he was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The proprietress shook her head, "I'm not going to fight with anyone. What's the point of you tagging along? Just go back to Void Land." Yang Kai asked, "This place is not far away from Void Land. Why don't you pay a visit there? Old Bai must be waiting for you there." "There's no need for that. I believe we'll meet again soon. As for Old Bai, just tell him to stay there when you see him." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai started chuckling, "Old Bai and I will be waiting for you in Void Land, then." The proprietress raised her hand and poked the young man's forehead, "You're now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Will you stop laughing like a fool?" "Yes, yes, yes." Yang Kai quickly straightened his face. "Good, we shall part ways here. Thousand Bird Star City and Void Land are in different directions." Following that, she nonchalantly waved her hand, "See you soon." Then, she took a step forward and leaped into the void. Chef and Accountant grinned at Yang Kai before leaving with her. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai watched as the three of them disappeared into the distance, then he let out a breath. When he headed to the shadowless cave heaven back then, he had never expected that he would return as a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Although he was rushed to achieve an ascension, he didn't regret his decision. As a man, he was faced with all sorts of choices in life. He didn't strive to make his life perfect, he simply strove to never have any regrets. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-32, Return. Although Li Luo Shui had fled, the battle wasn't unfruitful. At the very least, through the battle with her, Yang Kai had identified his current limits. He was still significantly weaker than a seventh-order open heaven realm master, even a newly promoted one. When he was faced with Li Luo Shui, he had to join forces with all the other sixth-order open heaven realm masters in order to be able to simply match her. Every move she made contained a terrifying power, and each strike that landed on him caused his vitality to welter and soul to tremble. Furthermore, after Li Luo Shui used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law, her strength increased tremendously, to the point that she was completely capable of killing all of them off if she was given enough time. However, she was forced to flee in the end due to the backlash of that forbidden technique, otherwise, all of them would have died on that day. At the thought of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but be gripped by a lingering fear. If things were just like what the proprietress had said, even second-class great forces like Golden Rainbow Province, which had declined over many years, might have some unimaginable hidden hands. It was true for both Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province, so what about the other great forces? Although it was impossible to find out, these great forces certainly had some top cultivators who had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. Yang Kai realized that he had to be more careful in the future, and it came to matters like these lest he suffered a setback instead. On the highest spirit peak in Voidland, several dozen disciples were seated with their legs crossed inside a palace. There was a galaxy mirror in front of every one of them, and through the reflection on the mirrors they could see the view around Voidland. The void spying technique wasn't an abstruse secret technique, so it was a good method to monitor the surroundings of a great force. Previously, those from Golden Rainbow Province had used this technique to detect Yang Kai's approach, which was why they could get prepared in advance. The development of Voidland had now stabilized following a rapid expansion phase. After the incident where the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, Bian Yuqing decided to build this Heavens Observatory in order to monitor the surroundings of the sect so that they could detect any approaching enemies in advance. There were always several dozen disciples in the Heavens Observatory at any given time to watch the movements around Void territory and detect any potential threats. If there was any emergency, they could immediately contact the Elder Hall, which would then take appropriate action. Presently, besides several dozen disciples, Yu He, a sixth-order cultivator, was also in the Heavens Observatory. Back then, Yang Kai was forced to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm in the Shattered Heaven, then he dove into the Shadowless Cave Heaven on his own. Following the closure of the Shadowless Cave Heaven's entrance, Yu He and Bai Qi were unable to go in regardless of how hard they tried. Left with no choice, they could only return to Void Land. Since her return, Yu He had been staying in the Heavens Observatory. She didn't want to leave so that she would find out about Yang Kai's return as soon as it happened. All this while, she had been apprehensive. After all, the Shadowless Cave Heaven was an infamous universe cave heaven, as no one had managed to leave that place prior to Yang Kai's entry. Although Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, no one could say for certain if he would be able to escape from that place. However, she stopped feeling anxious half a year ago because a piece of news reached Voidland which made her believe that Yang Kai had returned safely. Other than Yu He, Bai Qi had also been staying in the Heavens Observatory. Suddenly, one of the disciples who was responsible for watching a particular direction suddenly rubbed his eyes and looked intently at the galaxy mirror for a moment before he exclaimed, "A ship is coming." Yu He and Bai Qi instantly appeared behind the disciple as they looked at the galaxy mirror. Through the reflection, they could indeed see a ship moving towards Void Land. Void Land wasn't far away from the Star City. Usually, outsiders would directly head to the Star City and only their own people would head towards the headquarters. Recently, no one from Void Land had left, so it was highly probable that Yang Kai was aboard this approaching ship. Yuhi performed a hand seal and shot a ray of light into the galaxy mirror. Soon, the image magnified and allowed them to see the deck clearly. A familiar figure on the deck came into her sight as she exclaimed and covered her lips with her hands. An excited Bai Qi called out, "He's really back." Following that, Yuhi dashed out of the palace, followed by Bai Qi. Soon, two beams of light shot into the sky as a gap appeared in the Grand Array. The opening of the Grand Array shocked Bian Yuqing, who was handling her official duties. She immediately left her palace and looked up, only to see Yuhi and Bai Qi flying towards the sky. Realizing something, she quickly contacted those from the Heavens Observatory. Soon, she was told that the sect master had returned. She let out a long breath as her chest heaved. The worries in her mind could finally be set down. Void Land was founded by Yang Kai, and the backgrounds of the members were pretty simple. They mainly came from two places. First of all, there were about 600,000 disciples who came from the star boundary. Although there were a lot of them, all of them were weak as there wasn't even one open heaven realm master among their ranks yet. Second, there were a few thousand people from Abundant City from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although the number of people on their side paled compared to those from the star boundary, almost all the open heaven realm masters in Void Land were from Abundant City. Regardless of which place they were from, Yang Kai was essential to the sect. If anything happened to him, Bian Yuqing wouldn't know how Void Land could continue on. Fortunately, the sect master had returned safely. After giving it a thought, she decided to send a message to everyone. Soon, both Void Land and the Star City became bustling. On the deck, Mao Zhe gazed at the magnificent spirit province ahead and asked with surprise, "Is this Void Land?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded his head, "This is Void Land." "Does it meet your expectations, Head Mountain Lord?" Mao Zhe replied impassively, "Since I've submitted to you, please don't mention that Head Mountain Lord title again. The three of us ask for nothing else other than to be treated fairly." "Good." Yang Kai put on a faint smile. Mao Zhe and the others were forced to submit to him, and it was apparent that they were unresigned. Certainly, Yang Kai was aware of that. Regardless, as long as the loyalty list was in his hands, Mao Zhe and the others wouldn't be able to cause any trouble, therefore, he didn't have to be wary of them. They were sixth-order open heaven realm masters after all, so they could play vital roles at critical moments. Moreover, Yang Kai had always been an easygoing and fair-minded man. Chen Tianfei was the first one to leave his name on the loyalty list, and he was never mistreated. On top of that, he was also given the important duty of taking care of the gourd vine. Yang Kai believed that Mao Zhe and the others would change their impression of him as time passed. This spirit province has an extraordinary heritage, and its scenery is splendid. Void Land is indeed amazing, Sect Master. Hua Yong was ecstatic. Before coming to this place, he was worried that the heritage of Void Land might be weak, however, now, he realized that this place was truly exceptional. He and his wife had made the right decision to join Void Land. This place was already wonderful to begin with, and with so many sixth-order open heaven realm masters joining, its future would be bright. Shu Mu Dan said in a small voice, "This grand array seems to be a little special as well." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "This grand array is called the 9 heavenly layers. Not only is it powerful, but it also has many different and unpredictable functions. In the past, 100 sects alliance led by Heavenly Sword Union invaded us, but they were all trapped in this grand array and most of them were either killed or critically wounded." 9 heavenly layers, Mao Zhe muttered under his breath. He wasn't an expert in the array Dao, but just like Shu Mu Dan, he could see that this grand array was extraordinary, though he couldn't figure out its true power just from observing it. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, he couldn't help but start having some expectations towards the 9 heavenly layers. Since the Grand Array was able to fend off the 100 Sects Alliance, it was surely quite powerful. What is that? It seems so lively. Shumu Dao turned to look in a different direction with a curious gaze. Yang Kai replied with a smile, that is Void Star City. It's a star city? Everyone aboard the ship was shocked as they gazed at the Star City. They could see that the place was crammed with people, and countless flight-type artifacts could be seen leaving and entering through the void dock. The sight before their eyes suggested that it was a flourishing star city. Furthermore, the place was much larger than an average star city, clearly marking it as first class. They found it inconceivable that there was a first-class star city belonging to Void Land. They exchanged glances in disbelief as they couldn't figure out why the star city of Void Land was so attractive to foreign cultivators and merchants. It had to be noted that every first-class star city had their own unique characteristics and products that could attract merchants from all over the 3,000 worlds. Void Land must possess an incredible heritage to control such a grand star city. If they were not powerful enough, this kind of profit-making place would have been snatched from them long ago. With such a star city as their support, those from Void Land wouldn't ever have to worry about resources. A glint flashed through Mao Zhe's eyes as he realized that he had always underestimated Void Land. He initially thought that Void Land was just an average second-class great force, but the sight before his eyes proved him wrong. Void Land was clearly a peak-level second-class great force. As they were speaking, the fog around Void Land suddenly roiled as though a gigantic creature was about to emerge. The people on the ship became flustered as they secretly circulated their powers to prepare themselves. When they looked up, they saw a gargantuan head appearing from the fog, its eyes as big as stars and its mouth full of enormous fangs, looking like they were capable of swallowing the entire void in one fell swoop. The gigantic head appeared to be moving slowly, but it soon arrived in front of the ship. Compared to the head, the tiny ship looked like a blade of grass before a towering tree. Mao Zhe and the others stiffened in horror as though they had been struck by lightning. They did not doubt that if the mouth parted, they would be immediately swallowed. "Oh, it's Yang boy." The mouth parted and spoke in the common human language. On the deck, Yang Kai saluted him and replied, "Many thanks for your concern, Senior." "Oh? You ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm?" The voice sounded again. Yang Kai replied, "I was left with no other choice in that situation." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4433, Shocking. "Good, it's good that you've achieved an ascension so that others will stop bothering you. Enough chatting for now. Come visit me when you're free. The 2 little ones miss you too." Yang Kai replied respectfully, "I'll pay you a visit when I'm done with everything." The head then retracted as the fog swelled up and covered up any traces of it. Mao Zhe and the others felt as though they had just escaped from death's door and their backs were all drenched in cold sweat. Husband, what was that?" Shumu Dan was pale as she leaned close to Huayong, as though she was trying to seek a sense of security. Huayong gulped and said hesitantly, "Perhaps it was a turtle's head?" Shumu Dan was torn between laughter and tears. Is there such a huge turtle in the world? How gargantuan must his body be since his head was already so big? "Bai Shi," Mao Zhe said in a bitter voice as he looked at Yang Kai, "the divine dragon has 9 sons, and Bai Shi bears a heavy load. I can't believe that Bai Shi belongs to Void Land." Upon hearing that, all of them were flabbergasted. Yang Kai said with a smile, "You're indeed a knowledgeable man, Brother Mao. However, Senior Bai Shi doesn't belong to Void Land per se. Instead, he's carrying Void Land on his back. He had been asleep for countless years, and as time passed, a spirit province formed on his back, which was occupied by the predecessor of Void Land. Fortunately, Senior is a kind and benevolent man who doesn't have the heart to kill, so he has allowed us to remain. The corners of Mao Zhe's brow twitched while Hua Yong gulped and asked in a raucous voice, Senior Baishi carries Void Land on his back? This piece of news was shocking to him. Divine spirits were famous and powerful creatures. Every mature divine spirit was as formidable as a high-rank open heaven realm master. For an ancient divine spirit like Baishi, he was probably stronger than the average 8-order open heaven realm master. Since Void Land rested on his back, there was no way Baishi would sit back and do nothing should an existential crisis come to the spirit province. In other words, the presence of such a divine spirit was the greatest protection Void Land could have. What puzzled Hua Yong was why Baishi was so cordial to Yang Kai. For such a formidable presence like him, he probably had no regard for anyone in the entire 3,000 worlds. On the other hand, a glint flashed through Mao Zhe's eyes as he fell into his thoughts. Previously, Yang Kai had used his dragon transformation to destroy Profound Yang Mountain, which made Mao Zhe believe that he was a member of the Dragon Clan. Now, it was obvious to him that Baishi's attitude might have something to do with this. After all, Baishi had a Dragon Clan bloodline. Void Land was a magnificent place with an extraordinary heritage, and it was close to a flourishing star city, which ensured that they would never run out of resources. It was also protected by Baishi. It was probably the only second-class great force in the entire 3,000 worlds to have all these advantages. Before coming to Void Land, all of them were wondering about what kind of place Void Land was and whether it could accommodate powerful people like them. If the heritage of Void Land was too shallow, it would only hinder the development of their potential as 6th-order open heaven realm masters. However, upon their arrival, they realized that Void Land's heritage was truly spectacular. They no longer dared to underestimate this place and instead felt honored because they were now part of Void Land, at least in name. The next moment, a gap appeared in the fog as 2 figures shot out through it and landed on the deck. A pleasantly surprised Yuhi stared fixedly at Yang Kai as she tried her hardest to suppress her excitement and elegantly saluted the man, young master. Enough of that. Yang Kai went over to hold her up and patted the back of her hand. You must have been worried. Yuhi shook her head. I'm glad that you've returned safely. Behind her, Baichi looked around, but as the people he was yearning to see were nowhere to be found, he felt his heart sinking and asked anxiously, where are Proprietress and the others? Yang Kai replied with a smile, don't worry, Proprietress and the others have returned as well. We parted ways halfway through because she had to head to Thousand Bird Star City. Thousand Bird Star City, Baichi's expression turned milder when he heard that. He no longer felt apprehensive upon learning that the Proprietress and the others had returned safely. They were not around merely because they had parted ways with Yang Kai on the road here. Then, he quickly said, I'll go there now. Proprietress told me to tell you to wait for her here. I'm guessing she'll be coming over soon, Yang Kai shouted at his back. I can't wait that long. Without turning his head, Baichi turned into a beam of light and shot into the distance. He could never set his mind at ease before seeing with his own eyes that the Proprietress was safe. Seeing that Baichi was determined to leave, a helpless Yang Kai decided not to stop him and just watched him go. On the deck, Mao Zhe and the others curiously examined Yuhi. They had heard the woman call Yang Kai, young master, just now, but they were unable to discern her cultivation since her aura was fully withdrawn. However, they had a feeling that she was in the 5th-order open heaven realm at the very least. Perhaps she was a 6th-order open heaven realm master just like them. It was inconceivable that a woman with such cultivation would call Yang Kai, young master. They couldn't help but grow curious about Yang Kai's background and suspected that he might have a powerful backer. Let's go in for now, Yang Kai ordered, then the ship continued moving towards Void Land. The Grand Array had been opened as the disciples were fully aware of what was going on. No one would dare to stop the sect master from returning. Before the ship even landed, Yang Kai, who was on the deck, saw a lot of people gathering together below. The person at the front was none other than the second manager of Voidland, Bian Yuqing. Soon, the ship landed and Yang Kai led the others to leap off the vessel. The people who had gathered and had been waiting for quite some time, bowed in unison and shouted, "Welcome back, Sect Master. Get up." Yang Kai lifted his hand, "We're all one family here, so there's no need for such formalities." He swept a glance over them and realized that all the cultivators in the mid-rank open heaven realm and above from Voidland had gathered behind Bian Yuqing. Even Mo Mei, who was stationed in the Star City, had returned. All of them straightened up while Bian Yuqing kept a faint smile on her face. Just when she was about to say something, a phantom-like figure abruptly appeared in front of Yang Kai. With her hands on her enchanting hips, she stared calmly at the man. A shocked Yang Kai almost pushed out his fist, but upon realizing who the person was, he took a few steps back with a helpless smile. "Senior Zhu." The person was none other than Zhu Jiuyin. Seeing that she was still in Voidland, Yang Kai was elated. Supposedly, the agreement between them had become invalid since she had escorted him all the way to the Shattered Heaven right before he entered the Shadowless Cave Heaven. In other words, she was no longer Yang Kai's protector and was now free to go wherever she wanted. Some time ago, Yang Kai was still worried that this woman had really left. It wouldn't have mattered if she were to leave alone, but the problem was that Shanqing Luo was cultivating under her now. If Zhu Jiuyin really left, she would probably take Shanqing Luo with her. By then, Shanqing Luo wouldn't be able to disobey her. Seeing that she had stayed in Voidland, Yang Kai set his mind at ease. After giving it a thought though, he realized that even though she was a powerful divine spirit, she didn't have anywhere else to go other than Voidland in the entire 3,000 worlds. After all, she came from Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and there was nowhere in the outside world that she was familiar with. Rather than wandering around aimlessly, she was better off just staying here. Zhu Jiuyin snorted. "It said that good people don't live long while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. I told you all that this brat wouldn't die, but you wouldn't believe me. Isn't he back now?" Bian Yuqing replied with a fawning smile, "Yes, yes, yes. You're absolutely right, senior. We've been worried for no reason." "Humph." Zhu Jiuyin snorted and shot a disdainful glance at Yang Kai. Then, after sweeping a casual glance over the people behind him, she vanished into thin air. Yang Kai sported a helpless smile and bowed, "Good to see you too, senior." Mao Zhe and the others were all stiff as boards as they were soaked in cold sweat once again. They were unable to detect any signs before Zhu Jiuyin's appearance, and although the woman never released her aura, just a glance from her seemed capable of killing any one of them if she wanted. It was as though they had lost control over their own lives when she stood before them, and they did not doubt that if she wanted one of them dead, they would be. After a gulp, Mao Zhe asked in a hoarse voice, "Sir, who was that?" Yang Kai placed his palm beside his mouth and said in a small voice, "She's a heavenly moon demon spider, Zhu Jiuyin. That woman is pretty foul-tempered, so you should watch your words when you see her in the future." Audible gasps were instantly heard as they gazed at Yang Kai in disbelief, as though they were trying to figure out if he was joking with them. It was horrifying enough that Bai Shi was in Voidland, and now a heavenly moon demon spider was also around. Although Bai Shi was undoubtedly more famous, he was known to be mild-tempered and amiable, therefore, when they saw Bai Shi earlier, other than being a little shocked, they weren't too frightened. However, unlike Bai Shi, the heavenly moon demon spider was known to be a ferocious divine spirit that had no qualms about slaughtering people. All of them felt like crying. When they thought about having to live alongside such a fierce divine spirit, they felt a crawling sensation on their scalps. The consequences would be dreadful if they accidentally offended her in the future. "Ho! You dare badmouth this queen behind her back, you smelly brat? Don't even dream about seeing Luoer for the next 10 years. A voice boomed beside Yang Kai's ears and shocked Mao Zhe and the others. Yang Kai instantly sported a dejected expression. "It's a misunderstanding, senior. Please be magnanimous and forgive me." Naturally, Zhu Jiuyin flat out ignored him. Mao Zhe and the others looked sympathetically at him. Although they had no idea who this Luo'er was, she should be someone important to him. A crestfallen Yang Kai sighed, "I shouldn't have opened my mouth. I was too foolish." Bian Yuqing suppressed her laughter as she tried to change the subject. "Who are these people behind you, sect master?" Yang Kai took a deep breath to cast away his dejectedness, then introduced them to her. "They have left the shadowless cave heaven with me. Since they're willing to join Void Land, we're one family now." The eyes of Bian Yuqing and the others lit up when they heard that. Bian Yuqing was still too weak, so she was unable to determine these people's exact strength. However, Mo Mei and the others could sense that the people behind Yang Kai were all strong. Yang Kai briefly introduced them to each other. On Void Land side, there was Bian Yuqing, Mo Mei, Yu He, Lu Shui, Pang Duo, Gong Yangxi, Jin Yuan Lang, Mu Qianxian, and the other high-ranking members. On the shadowless cave heaven side, there was Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, Zhou Huayong, and Xu Mudan. They saluted one another, and although they wouldn't immediately become friendly with each other, it was only a matter of time before they became familiar. For now, they just needed to introduce themselves. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-34, I'm not going to meet them. Upon learning that the Emperor Realm Cultivator before their eyes was the person who was in charge of managing all the affairs in Void Land, Mao Zhe and the others were astonished. This would never happen in other great forces. Usually, a person would only be given an important duty only if they were strong enough. Emperor Realm Cultivators were the strongest in universe worlds, but they were nobodies in the 3,000 worlds. In the outer universe, only when a person ascended to the open heaven realm would they gain a footing, but even that depended on their order. However, since the second manager was highly regarded by Yang Kai, she must be a trustworthy person, so they naturally wouldn't dare to be impolite to her. After telling Bian Yuqing to help those from the shadowless cave heaven to settle down, Yang Kai was ready to get some rest. Although he had escaped from the shadowless cave heaven unscathed, there had been quite a number of challenges along the way. He had gained some benefits from there, but he hadn't had time to digest them. Now that he had returned to Void Land, he decided to cultivate in seclusion to fortify the things he had grasped. Before he could leave though, Bian Yuqing reported, "There's one matter that awaits your decision, Sect Master." Yang Kai gazed at her and asked, "What matter?" He usually wouldn't manage the affairs in Void Land and just left everything up to Bian Yuqing's judgment. She would only report the matter to him if there was something she couldn't decide on herself. Bian Yuqing continued, "Many representatives from various great forces are now staying in the Star City, waiting for you to meet with them." "What great forces?" Yang Kai frowned. Bian Yuqing then listed about 40 great forces. Upon hearing these names, Yang Kai was puzzled and asked, "Do we have any cooperation with those great forces? Why do they want to meet me?" Bian Yuqing replied with a smile, "Just so you know, Sect Master, those great forces were the ones that joined forces with Heavenly Sword Union to invade us in the past." Yang Kai became startled for a moment, but upon understanding what was going on, he sneered, "They're pretty good at gathering information. Those great forces had joined Kong Feng's Heavenly Sword Union to invade Void Land previously. Regardless of whether they did so voluntarily or were forced, the grudges between them and Void Land had been formed. The Alliance suffered immense losses in that battle and the two divine spirits of Void Land subsequently revealed themselves, sending shockwaves out across the 3,000 worlds. After that battle, only a small number of people managed to flee while most of the invaders were killed in Void Land. Upon experiencing the power and heritage of Void Land, those great forces were horrified, and since even Heavenly Sword Union suffered an immense loss, the others naturally wouldn't dare to think about getting revenge. After all, they were the invaders while those from Voidland were forced to defend themselves against them. It wouldn't have mattered if that was all that had happened, however. They could just not come to Voidland again. The 3,000 worlds were expansive, so they could just set the issue aside and ignore it. However, after Yang Kai returned from the shadowless cave heaven, he brought a group of people to destroy Boundless Altar, forcing its thousands of disciples to abandon their foundation and become homeless. Then, he demolished Golden Rainbow Province and wiped out almost all of its members. Now, Golden Rainbow Province ceased to exist in the 3,000 worlds. Those great forces, which were once part of the Alliance, were now quite alarmed. Both Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were great forces that had invaded Voidland, but they were now destroyed by Yang Kai. It was apparent that he was trying to settle accounts with them, and his methods shocked these people to their core. Among the 100 great forces, Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were some of the strongest in the Alliance, with barely any of the others being comparable to them. There were a small number of great forces that were more powerful, but only by a slim margin. Since Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were not even able to ward off those from Voidland, how were the other great forces supposed to do that? If they couldn't appease Voidland as soon as possible, the same fate would most likely befall them. Therefore, half a year ago, after the news of the demise of Golden Rainbow Province spread, many great forces sent representatives to Voidland with valuable gifts in the hope that the other party would forgive them. It was because of their arrival that those from Voidland learned that Yang Kai had left the shadowless cave heaven and had made some shocking moves. These great forces were not aware that the reason Yang Kai targeted Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province was that the proprietress had made a heart demon oath in the past. They believed it was because of the fact that the Alliance had invaded Voidland, which was why they were apprehensive. While waiting in the Star City, they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles all the time, and they practically visited the governor's mansion every 2 to 3 days, which frustrated Mo Mei to no end. "Are you going to meet them, Sect Master?" Bian Yuqing asked cautiously. "No, I'm not going to meet them." Yang Kai waved his hand. He had just returned from outside, so he wasn't in the mood to handle this issue. Just let them stew for now. "Yes," Bian Yuqing replied. Although she was sympathetic towards those great forces, they only had themselves to blame. After seeing Yang Kai off, she turned around and helped Mao Zhe and the others settle in. Upon some probing, she found out that among the people that had come here with the sect master, there were 5 sixth-order open heaven realm masters. At that instant, she was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. When Yang Kai introduced them just now, he had only mentioned their names without talking about their cultivation. It wasn't until this moment that Bian Yuqing realized these people were truly powerful. It had to be noted that there were only 2 sixth-order open heaven realm masters in Voidland now. By joining Voidland, these 5 people would greatly boost their overall strength. She couldn't help but admire the sect master's capabilities. After a trip to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Bi brought back a group of people from Abundant City. Now, upon his return from the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he came home with Mao Zhe and the other top masters. There was no doubt that the heritage of Voidland was on the rise. Even though there were a lot of people in Voidland, the sect was pretty expansive. Since Mao Zhe and the others were powerful, they naturally had to be treated with respect. Everything was settled after they chose spirit peaks they liked to live on. As for their duties in the sect, Yang Kai would have to make the decision. It was not up to Bian Yuqing to make a decision on his behalf. As the second manager, she was fully aware of her boundaries. The news that the sect master of Voidland had returned instantly spread out, which caused a commotion in the Star City. The representatives of the great forces, who had come to this place with gifts, visited the governor's mansion even more frequently. Unfortunately, Mo Mei refused to meet them, which made them anxious as they wondered about the attitude of Voidland towards them. With Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar as examples, they felt anxious to appease Voidland as soon as possible so their sects wouldn't be destroyed. Time went by slowly as Yang Kai remained seated with his legs crossed in his room. While refining various resources to strengthen the heritage in his small universe, he reviewed all the battles he fought since his ascension to the open heaven realm in his mind. After he ascended to the Fifth Order, he entered the shadowless cave heaven and immediately engaged in an intense battle with Ma Tian Yuan. Then, he barged into Profound Yang Mountain and attacked the second mountain lord Yun Fei Bai. As a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had the guts to battle against a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master head-on. This was rarely seen in the entire 3,000 worlds, and it was also a precious experience for Yang Kai. Then, he broke through to the Sixth Order and fought with the three mountain lords just outside Twin Spirit Island. Next, he intercepted the mountain lords outside Profound Yang Mountain and comprehended the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, which used an entirely new spacetime strength. He then went on to destroy Profound Yang Mountain. Upon leaving the shadowless cave heaven, Yang Kai got into trouble in the giant tornado while dealing with the wind spirits. Following that, he barged into Golden Rainbow Province and fought against Li Luo Shui, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, with the help of several Sixth Order allies. The epic battles went through his mind as though they had just happened the day before. Yang Kai tried to grasp the experiences he had obtained while reflecting on his failures in order to strengthen himself. This trip had been truly eventful. Not only had he gone from the Emperor Realm to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, but the refinement of the world forces within the wind spirits had also saved him at least 100 years of cultivation, which greatly helped stabilize his Sixth Order strength. The experience of dealing with a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was valuable as well. The battle allowed Yang Kai to clearly identify his own limits. If he came across a formidable enemy in the future, he would have a better judgment of the gap in strength between them. 3 months later, Yang Kai finally left his room. Compared to 3 months ago, his aura was now much more reserved. Unlike in the past, no one would be able to tell his true strength by just looking at his aura. Then, he sent a message to Bian Yuqing to assign some work to her before leaving his palace. When Yang Kai calmly arrived at the main conference hall of Earth Spirit Land in Voidland, which was already filled with people. These people were all in the Fourth Order and above who were the most important members of Voidland. Upon seeing Yang Kai, they rose from the chairs and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Sect Master." Yang Kai raised his hand and brought it down to motion for them to be at ease. Then, he moved and instantly appeared in front of the head seat. After adjusting his clothes, he sat down in a dignified manner. He swept a glance over the crowd and soon his gaze fell upon Mao Zhe and the others from the shadowless cave heaven. Smiling, he asked, "Have you all gotten used to living in Voidland?" Mao Zhe replied, "Everything in Voidland is wonderful. Many thanks for your concern, sir." They had slowly learned about the various heritage of Voidland in the past months, so they thought that it wasn't a bad idea to have joined. The abundant resources here would be beneficial to their martial Dao. Furthermore, since 2 divine spirits lived in Voidland, this place certainly could accommodate Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them. A grateful Hua Yong continued, "We had stayed in the shadowless cave heaven for thousands of years, and were extremely lucky to finally leave that place. Second Manager also takes good care of us. We feel fortunate that we were able to join Voidland." Compared to the shadowless cave heaven, the environment in Voidland was essentially paradise. Yang Kai nodded gently, "I'm glad that you've gotten used to living here." Then, he gazed at Bian Yuqing, "Second Manager, can you tell me everything that has happened in the sect while I wasn't around?" "Everything has been proceeding smoothly, sir." Bian Yuqing was fully prepared. Upon hearing Yang Kai's question, she immediately reported to him about the important issues that had occurred over the past 2 years in detail. During that period of time, Voidland didn't go through any drastic changes. The only thing that was different was that there were more open heaven realm masters now. Many of those from Abundant City were already on the brink of achieving an ascension to begin with. However, due to the various restrictions in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, they were unable to do so. Upon leaving the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Mo Mei and the others were the first batch of people who made it to the open heaven realm. Nevertheless, more cultivators from Abundant City awaited an ascension. Over the past 2 years, about 300 people had attempted to break through. Most of them had succeeded, but a small number of people lost their lives due to their failure to make it to the open heaven realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-35, Fulfilling Their Roles. A cultivator had to refine yin, yang, and the 5 elements, then split heaven and earth apart within their body to form a small universe in order to break through to the open heaven realm. The process could be said to be extremely dangerous, and regardless of how well prepared one was, one might still lose their life in the attempt. That was what happened to some of the cultivators from Abundant City. The people from Abundant City had been stuck in the Emperor realm for centuries, if not millennia, giving them a long time to solidify their foundations and accumulate strength. The orders of the materials they had refined were definitely within their limits, as they wouldn't refine materials that they wouldn't be able to bear. However, some of them still lost their lives while attempting to achieve ascension. The first batch of people from Abundant City, about 300 of them, all successfully broke through because they each had the assistance of a heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. However, over the past 2 years since Yang Kai left, more and more people from Abundant City had attempted to reach the open heaven realm. Although Yang Kai had left behind some heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills before heading to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, the supply wasn't sufficient to satisfy the demand. That was the reason some of them ended up falling. With that said, the percentage of those from Abundant City who lost their lives due to their attempts to achieve an ascension was comparatively lower than average. After all, due to the limitations of the environment they used to live in, they had more time for accumulation and preparation. Now, excluding the people brought back by Yang Kai this time, there were about 500 open heaven realm masters in Void Land. If Mao Zhe and the others were included, the number would be about 600. That was a terrifying figure. In terms of the quantity and quality of the open heaven realm masters, Void Land had surpassed 99% of all second-class great forces, though it still wasn't comparable to the cave heavens and paradises. After all, it had only been a short time since Void Land was founded. More time was needed for its heritage to be accumulated. After Bian Yuqing was done with her report, she took her seat. Then Mo Mei rose from the chair and briefly talked about the current situation in the Star City. It could be said that the Star City was thriving. That was because they would put one heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill up for auction every 3 months, so the city could attract more and more cultivators from the 3,000 worlds. Even the open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises would appear in the auction house when the time was right. With more traffic came more commerce, causing many resources to flow into the Star City each day, allowing it to grow and develop further. It was a virtuous cycle. The shops in the Star City were all rented out by now, and their businesses were booming. Even the private cave mansions had all been snatched up by the cultivators who now lived or worked in the Star City. Void Land now earned about 100 million open heaven pills every month from the Star City, and the amount was still increasing even now. Mao Zhe and the other newcomers were dumbfounded upon hearing that. There was no doubt that the Star City could be considered first class since it could help Void Land earn 100 million open heaven pills per month. The Star City alone could provide all the resources that those from Void Land would need. It had to be noted that one could buy a lot of things with 100 million open heaven pills. Although it wasn't enough to buy a 7th-order material, they could get their hands on several 6th-order materials if they were lucky. As time passed, Void Land's wealth would continue to increase. The Star City could be said to be Void Land's cornucopia. With the rise in fame, more cultivators could be seen entering and leaving the Star City. This didn't pose a problem initially, as those from the governor's mansion were still able to keep on top of everything. The merchants who did business in the Star City had to pay rent and taxes. Void Land, as the overseer of the Star City, was responsible for making sure that the city and the people were safe. They had to ensure that no fights would take place, and when they did, they had to immediately settle the problems. Only by doing so could they give the cultivators a sense of security and showcase the heritage and competency of Void Land. However, following 2 years of rapid development, the governor's mansion was finding it increasingly hard to manage the city. This couldn't be helped, as the rise in popularity and development of the Star City meant that more and more powerful cultivators would come to visit. The person who could directly sense the changes was Jin Yuan Lang, who was responsible for guarding the Void Dock. Since the reopening of the Void Land Star City, Jin Yuan Lang had been appointed by Yang Kai to guard the Void Dock and inspect the people who entered and left the city. Since he was a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could usually handle most situations that arose. However, Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were now more commonly seen in the city. As a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was difficult for him to deter Sixth-Order Masters if they chose to be unruly. If 2 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters got into a scuffle in the Star City, Mo Mei, who was responsible for managing the city, wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Once such a scenario happened, not only would the city suffer losses, but it would also have a huge impact on Void Land's reputation. This was the issue that had to be settled immediately. Fortunately, Yang Kai had brought back some powerful Open Heaven Realm Masters, including several in the Sixth Order. Huayong and Shu Mu Dan had already requested to join Void Land back on Twin Spirit Island, and Yang Kai had appointed them to be the elders right away. Mao Zhe, Gung Qing, and Zhouye were Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as well, so they couldn't be undervalued. Following Yang Kai's order, the 3 of them also joined the Elder Hall. Mao Zhe and the others gladly accepted the appointment. They were restricted by the loyalty list, so their lives were under Yang Kai's control. Strictly speaking, they were just Yang Kai's servants. However, during the time they were together, he had never mistreated them, nor had he exposed the nature of their relationship to anyone, which saved them from any embarrassment. Although they had never said it out loud, they were grateful towards Yang Kai for his discretion. Even if he really wanted to make things difficult for them, they would have no choice but to bear it. Now that they were asked to join the Elder Hall, they were certainly pleased. By becoming the elders in Void Land, they would be on an equal footing with the others apart from Yang Kai and the 2 divine spirits. More orders were swiftly given, with Huayong and Shu Mu Dan being assigned to secure the Void Dock. Jin Yuan Lang was still responsible for managing the dock's day-to-day business, and unless he was faced with cultivators that were too difficult to deal with, the couple usually wouldn't have to show up. Mao Zhe and the other former mountain lords would take turns staying in the governor's mansion to assist Mo Mei in managing the Star City. The other Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Shadowless Cave Heaven were also assigned various jobs in different departments. All of them received the orders one by one. Sect Master, the people who have come to apologize are still waiting. How do you want to deal with them? Bian Yuqing asked. Those people only knew that the Lord of Void Land, Yang Kai, had returned. If they found out that more top masters had joined Void Land as well, they would be terrified. Yang Kai would have forgotten about the matter if Bian Yuqing hadn't mentioned it, as he had no reason to remember those nobodies. As a glint flashed through his eyes as he asked, "Has anyone from Heavenly Sword Union arrived?" Bian Yuqing was startled for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't believe so." Yang Kai snorted. The 100 Sects alliance that invaded Void Land was nearly wiped out by him in the end. Other than Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, which he would never let off, Yang Kai didn't really care about the other great forces, nor did he have the intention to retaliate against them. It would be time-wasting if he really did that, so he reckoned it would be better to just spend his time on cultivation. Furthermore, those great forces were mostly third class, and didn't even have a single mid-rank open heaven realm master overseeing them. It would do more damage to Void Land's reputation and face if they were to oppress such weaklings now. With that said, Yang Kai would never forgive Heavenly Sword Union, which was the mastermind behind the incident. Besides the fact that Heavenly Sword Union led the alliance, they had once again ambushed him while he was heading to the Shattered Heaven to look for the proprietress after he left Void Territory. Since those from Heavenly Sword Union had repeatedly provoked Yang Kai, he couldn't be blamed for seeking revenge against them. Make them cough up everything they can before kicking them out, and let them know if they dare to appear in Void Land again, I won't be so forgiving. Yang Kai directly decided the fate of those great forces. Bian Yuqing nodded in agreement. It was apparent that Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to meet those people, so he let her settle the matter. Now, Yang Kai was now a powerful master, and the leader of a peak second-class great force, so it wasn't like just anyone could meet him. It was expected that those great forces would accept the outcome, and they would also have to thank Yang Kai for not destroying them. Also, there was a senior from Yinyang Cave Heaven who requested to meet you a few days ago. However, since Sect Master was cultivating in seclusion, I turned her down so that you wouldn't be disturbed. Yang Kai's eyes brightened when he heard that and asked, was it Chu Huashang? Presently, there were two establishments directly owned by Cave Heavens in Void Star City. One of them was the Azura Arena, which was set up by Azura Heaven. This facility was also one of the trademarks of Azura Heaven. The business of the Azura Arena was booming because many young cultivators liked to engage in all-out fights to both train and make a name for themselves. In fact, the Azura Arena was established following a discussion between Yang Kai and a representative from Azura Heaven. Void Land held a large stake in the Azura Arena, which generated an equivalent revenue share from this profitable business. Meanwhile, a Dao temple belonging to Yinyang Cave Heaven was also established. Chu Huashang used to be stationed there in the past as its supervisor. Yang Kai met that seductress in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, then, they went through many life and death moments there and in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, eventually growing quite close. After that, she tagged along when Yang Kai headed to the Shattered Heaven. Although she didn't manage to help much, Yang Kai was still grateful for the solidarity she had shown. This was no small matter. After all, Chu Huashang's identity was a little special as she was a core disciple from one of the 36 Cave Heavens, so everything she did represented Yinyang Cave Heaven. As such, she wasn't able to do whatever she pleased most of the time. However, she still steadfastly followed Yang Kai to oppose Tizheng and the others who had laid a trap for Yang Kai. There were two reasons why Azura Heaven had set up an Azura Arena in every major star city. First of all, it was to train the disciples of their own sect, and secondly, it was to amass wealth. The disciples of Azura Heaven had to go through life and death battles in order to grow rapidly. Nevertheless, in the 3,000 worlds, there were rarely any places that would allow them to engage in such fierce battles. Therefore, the Azura Arenas were their best option. Moreover, these Azura Arenas were like a treasure trove for them. The Azura Arenas from different star cities each generated massive amounts of revenue for Azura Heaven every year. Yinyang Cave Heaven had also set up a Dao temple in every major star city. However, they didn't intend to amass wealth or train their disciples in these places. Instead, the existence of these Dao temples was to attract more talented people. The disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven were all beautiful women or handsome men, and their core secret arts revolved around forming intimate relationships with the opposite sex. In those Dao temples, their disciples could engage in discourse with talented young people from different parts of the 3,000 worlds and even find suitable life partners, which would then strengthen the sect's power. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-36, A Man She Entrusted Her Life to. The Tao Temple of Yinyang Cave Heaven in Void Star City was built under the supervision of Chu Huashang. Therefore, when Yang Kai heard Bian Yuqing mention a senior from Yinyang Cave Heaven, the first person that came into his mind was that seductress. However, Bian Yuqing shook her head and replied, "It's not senior sister Chu. The master of Yinyang Cave Heaven's Tao Temple is now a different person." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel disappointed. If Chu Huashang was still in the Star City, he would have personally thanked her for what she had done for him. Bian Yuqing asked, "Are you going to meet her, sect master?" Yang Kai came to his senses and nodded, "Of course, I have to meet her. Please tell her to come in." If it was someone else, he would have decided whether he wanted to meet her depending on his mood. However, since she was from Yinyang Cave Heaven, he naturally couldn't turn her down. He could also ask this person about how Chu Huashang was doing. Upon receiving the order, Bian Yuqing immediately sent out a message. Since the meeting was over, everyone in the main hall rose from their seats and left while Yang Kai remained sitting on his own. An incense stick later, Bian Yuqing led someone to enter the hall from outside. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the person behind Bian Yuqing was an alluring woman with an enchanting figure. Her innocent-looking face and clear eyes gave off an ethereal feeling, as though she was unstained by the mortal world. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. He had met many beautiful women before, but he had never seen one such as this lady. His first impression of the woman was that she was clean. It wasn't the cleanliness of her clothes but an indescribable feeling, as though the existence of everything in the world was a blasphemy to her existence. Anyone who saw her would have the urge to protect and care for her. At the same time, his chest tightened as he had a feeling that this woman was more complicated than she seemed. Since the guest had arrived, Yang Kai had to rise from his chair to greet her. Bian Yuqing saluted him, "She's here, sect master." Yang Kai nodded gently, upon which Bian Yuqing withdrew. The woman across from him elegantly greeted him, then said softly, "Greetings, sect master Yang. This mistress is Suing Shui." Her pleasant voice tickled his senses. Yang Kai lifted his hand, "There's no need to be too formal with me, senior sister Su. Please have a seat." Suing Shui thanked him with a lowered gaze. Her cheeks were painted with a tinge of redness, and her skin seemed extremely delicate. Yang Kai was unable to sense this woman's cultivation, but that wasn't too surprising seeing how she had no need to release her aura here. Nevertheless, he had a feeling that this woman wasn't any weaker than he was, so she was probably a sixth-order open heaven realm master as well. After the two of them were seated, a servant came over and served them tea. Following a bit of small talk, Yang Kai asked, "Senior sister Su, what's the nature of your relationship with senior sister Chu?" Suing Shui replied with a smile, "Chuer is considered my junior sister on paper." Yang Kai arched his brow, "On paper? What is she to you in reality?" Suing Shui said with a light smile, "I was the one who raised Chuer." Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that the woman before his eyes was like a sister as well as a mother to Chu Huashang. After giving it a thought, he realized that it wasn't so surprising. It had clearly been a long time since Suing Shui broke through to the open heaven realm, and although Chu Huashang was now a sixth-order master as well, she had only recently become one. When it came to their age, Chu Huashang was probably much younger than Suing Shui, so it wasn't surprising that she was raised by her. This was pretty common in the 3,000 worlds. Although many fellow brothers and sisters in the same sect were on the same level of seniority, there could be huge gaps in their actual ages. Therefore, some of the senior brothers and sisters were like foster parents to their juniors. Chuer always talked about and praised you. Now, I can confirm that you're indeed both handsome and talented. Suing Shui lifted her alluring eyes and batted her lashes shyly. A reserved Yang Kai replied, "Many thanks for your compliment, senior sister Su. May I know where senior sister Chu is now?" Suing Shui sighed and replied, "After making such a huge mistake, she returned to the sect to apologize to the sect master. She's confined now, and she won't be able to leave seclusion for the next 100 years. 100 years. Yang Kai's face fell. Is her punishment related to me? Suing Shui gazed into his eyes and said, You seem quite concerned about Chuer, Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai replied, I owe senior sister Chu a great favor. Since she's in trouble, I naturally can't turn a blind eye to it. How are you going to interfere, then? Suing Shui looked curiously at him. Yang Kai became startled. She's right. How am I supposed to interfere? She's confined in Yinyang Cave Heaven, and she's Suing Shui's junior sister. This is their internal affair. What right do I have to butt into their business as an outsider? Suing Shui went on to say, since time immemorial, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises have always been close allies, and internal disputes that go against our collective interests are strictly forbidden. Since she has made a mistake, she naturally has to be punished. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai finally figured out what had happened. As expected, Chu Huashang's confinement was a result of her helping him. She fought with those from Myriad Demons Heaven and the other great forces outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven, which had tarnished Yinyang Cave Heaven's reputation. That was the reason she was given such a harsh punishment. As a core disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven, Chu Huashang was fully aware of these rules and also that once she made a move, she would invite trouble to herself, but she did it anyway. Yang Kai had never expected that Chu Huashang's help would land her in such trouble. If he knew it in advance, he wouldn't have let her tag along. Now that she had to be confined for 100 years, he certainly felt guilty. It's just 100 years, so there's nothing to worry about. Chuer is now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so 100 years will pass by in a blink of an eye for her, Suing Shui said gently. Yang Kai frowned and stared intently at her in silence. 100 years of confinement was indeed not a long time for a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Furthermore, Chu Huashang had just ascended to the 6th Order, so she needed time to consolidate her cultivation. The confinement might not actually be a bad thing to her as, after she was set free, she would have completely solidified her new cultivation. With that said, it was still a punishment, and Yang Kai was the reason behind it, which was why he felt responsible. However, Suing Shui didn't seem to take the matter seriously. Sect Master Yang, she called out gently. Yang Kai came to his senses and gazed at her. What's wrong, senior sister? Suing Shui replied, to be frank with you, other than meeting you, this mistress is also here to seek your help. Yang Kai extended his hand. Please speak freely, senior sister. I'll not turn you down as long as I am able to assist. Before Suing Shui spoke again, she appeared bashful as her cheeks became a shade redder. She lowered her head as her hair hung loose over her chest. Her posture, coupled with her innocent demeanor, could make any man lust after her and have the urge to embrace and become intimate. Yang Kai couldn't move his eyes away from her as he thought that the disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven were all truly attractive. Unlike how flirtatious and enchanting Chu Huashang was, Suing Shui's innocence and charm were rarely found in the world. Sect Master Yang, since you're close to Chuer, I suppose you're familiar with some of our sect's traditions, Suing Shui said gently. Her face was all red by the time she finished speaking. Yang Kai had no idea about the reason behind her bashfulness as he asked curiously, what traditions are you speaking of? Suing Shui appeared to be embarrassed as she fell silent for a moment, then replied, when the female disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven reach a certain age and cultivation, we have to look for a suitable partner. That is the reason our Tao temples were built across the 3,000 worlds. The disciples who are stationed at these Tao temples can engage in discourse with talented people from all over to increase their knowledge and cultivation, but it is also a way to seek out appropriate partners. I'm aware of that. Yang Kai nodded as an idea flashed through his mind. Do you have your eyes on someone, senior sister? Suing Shui nodded her head. Yang Kai said with a smile, congratulations are in order, then. I wonder who the young man is that is lucky enough to gain your favor. If you need my help to pass on your word, just tell me right away. I'll invite the man over. If he doesn't want to come, I'll tie him up and bring him here. There's no need for any invitation. Suing Shui shook her head. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, why is that? Suing Shui appeared anxious as she subconsciously played with her hair with her slender finger. Her face had become redder as she said hesitantly, that is. Because the man is right before my eyes. The smile on Yang Kai's face froze, and then his lips pressed into a line as he examined her seriously. A moment later, he said with a faint smile, that joke isn't funny, Senior Sister Su. Suing Shui looked down at her feet and spoke in a voice that was as soft as a whisper, I'm not making a joke, Sect Master Yang. You're now the Lord of Voidland as well as a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. You are completely qualified to be my partner. Yang Kai gazed at her with narrowed eyes, since you're so close to Chu Huashang, you should have heard something about me from her. Suing Shui nodded, N. Chuer told me that she repeatedly wanted you to be her partner, but you had turned her down. Yang Kai nodded, I value my friendship with Senior Sister Chu, so I'm not willing to tie her down with false hope. That was the reason I didn't agree to her request. However, Senior Sister Su, this is the first time we have met, so how could you say such a thing to embarrass both of us? Suing Shui looked up at him with a pair of alluring eyes, which looked like two clear springs, and said in an enchanting manner, are you not willing to be my partner, Sect Master Yang? What do you think? Yang Kai questioned her instead. Suing Shui pressed her lips together, then asked, what if I say that if you agree to it, both Chuer and I will become your partners? A startled Yang Kai asked, is this your idea, or Senior Sister Chu's? Since Chu Huashang was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Suing Shui was probably in the same order. Both of them were strikingly beautiful and any man would have to consider himself extremely lucky to obtain the favor of just one of them, not to mention both. Rarely would any man in the world be capable of resisting such a temptation. Suing Shui replied, I had a discussion with Chuer before I came to Void Star City. She said that the Lord of Voidland Yang Kai was a righteous man she could entrust her life to. However, since she didn't manage to gain your favor, she told me to come here and give it a try. Therefore, even though this mistress is not familiar with you as it's the first time we have met, I believe Chuer's words. Of course, she will agree to the decision I've made. As long as you agree, Chuer and I will become your partners. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-37, A Test. Yang Kai couldn't believe that Suing Shui wanted to be his partner just because of what Chu Huashang had said, so he said after a sigh, I suppose you do have trust in her, Senior Sister Su. Chuer has a keen eye for people. Although I'm older than her, I'm not comparable to her in this regard. Suing Shui lifted her head as she summoned her courage to look at the man. Are you really going to turn me down, Sect Master Yang? Her bashful expression could arouse any man's pity. Yang Kai took a deep breath and replied with a straight face, it's this Yang's luck to gain the favor of the two of you, but I already have a few wives, so I don't intend to marry more women. Although I thank you for your intentions, I cannot accept them. There are many great men out there, and I'm just one of the countless men in the world. I'm sure the two of you will find your loved ones sooner or later. Suing Shui stared fixedly at him with her dark gaze, as though she was able to look deeply into his mind and soul to uncover his thoughts. A moment later, she suddenly started convulsing with laughter, which was in stark contrast to her innocent demeanor earlier. She now looked so charming that it was hard for any man in the world to resist her attractiveness. Senior Sister Su? Yang Kai scowled as he couldn't adapt to this sudden transformation. He was secretly shocked that the woman's demeanor could change in such a drastic manner. The Lord of Void Land. I suppose Chuer hasn't fallen in love with the wrong guy. Suing Shui covered her lips and looked smilingly at him. What do you mean, senior sister Su? Suing Shui replied with a faint smile, Yinyang Cave Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens. Regardless of how immoral we're thought to be, no two female disciples would ever serve the same husband. Outsiders always say that we're lascivious people, but they have no idea how loyal we are to our partners. Yang Kai's face fell. So, what were you trying to achieve? He had a feeling that he had been made a fool of. If he really agreed to it on an impulse just now, he would have been humiliated. However, why was this woman trying to trick him? There were no grudges between them to speak of. Although Chu Huashang had to be confined for 100 years because she helped him, that wasn't enough of a reason for this farce. Chuer has made a mistake, and she is being punished with 100 years of imprisonment, but that doesn't really matter. What does matter, however, is that in half a year, there will be a Dao Theory Assembly in Yinyang Cave Heaven where many talented young men will come together. The winner will be able to marry Chuer after she is discharged from confinement. Yang Kai initially felt vexed because he had been tricked, but all his fury vanished into thin air when he heard these words. Then, he asked in shock, Dao Theory Assembly? The winner will be able to marry senior sister Chu? Was that her idea? Suing Shui snorted, since Chuer has fallen in love with you, why would she come up with such an absurd idea? It was a decision by the sect master, and she can't disobey. Yang Kai sported a dark expression, since she is reluctant, why would those from Yinyang Cave Heaven hold such a Dao Theory Assembly? Suing Shui glared at him, since she has crossed the line, we have to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises, and this Dao Theory Assembly is the result. Do you think she can refuse? Who do you think has caused all this? Yang Kai became startled upon hearing that. We've been sending out invitations since a year ago, however, due to the fact that the 3,000 worlds is expansive, we and the others who will participate need time to prepare. The Dao Theory Assembly will take place half a year from now, and regardless of who the winner is, Chuer must marry him no matter what. Yang Kai frowned, I thought core disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven would never marry outsiders. It was difficult to raise a disciple like Chu Huashang. If she was married to an outsider, another sect would reap all the benefits. Hence, for a core disciple like Chu Huashang, the man had to get married into her sect, not the other way round. Suing Shui replied, she's not going to leave the sect. The man will have to get married into our great force. Upon hearing her clarification, Yang Kai said, I see. Suing Shui stared at him and said, if you didn't pass my test, I wouldn't have informed you about it. Since you're a righteous man, however, I suppose Chuer's eyes haven't failed her, so you have the right to know about it. Yang Kai rose from the chair and cupped his fist with a solemn expression, many thanks for informing me about this matter, senior sister. After staring fixedly at him for a moment, Suing Shui also got up, that's all I have to say. Farewell. I'll see you off. Yang Kai hurriedly followed her. Suing Shui didn't turn him down as she continued moving forward. It wasn't until Yang Kai left Void Land with her and saw her heading towards the Star City that he returned. It surprised him that those from Yinyang Cave Heaven were going to hold a Dao Theory Assembly to look for a husband for Chu Huashang. However, Suing Shui had said that the assembly was being held to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises. After all, Chu Huashang had violated their rules, so her confinement was probably not enough to appease the various cave heavens and paradises. It wouldn't have mattered if Yang Kai wasn't aware of it, but now that he had found out about it, he naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. Nevertheless, he was in a dilemma as he wasn't sure what to do. If he took part in the Dao Theory Assembly, he definitely had to become the winner, which would then mean that he would have to marry Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang's appearance and aptitude undoubtedly stood at the apex of the 3,000 worlds, and hardly any women could surpass her. Certainly, no man could resist such a talented beauty. If Yang Kai had still been single, he would have leapt at the opportunity to marry her. However, He already had several wives, so he wasn't willing to become emotionally entangled with Chu Huashang. Moreover, she was a core disciple of her great force, so those from Yinyang Cave Heaven wouldn't allow her to live with Yang Kai without him joining their force. With that said, he wouldn't be able to set his mind at ease if he didn't at least see her. At that moment, he was unable to make a decision. A moment later, he sent a message to Mo Mei to tell her to ask around in the Star City in order to find out whether things were just like what Suing Shui had said. If those from Yinyang Cave Heaven were really going to hold a Dao Theory assembly, there was no way no one was aware of it. The fame of the 36 Cave Heavens dictated that every move they made would cause a stir in the 3,000 worlds. Half a day later, Mo Mei replied to him from the governor's mansion and informed him that there was really such an event on the horizon. Just like what Suing Shui had said, those from Yinyang Cave Heaven had been sending out invitations since a year ago as they were going to hold a Dao Theory assembly in order to look for a partner for Chu Huashang. Any cultivator in the 3,000 worlds could take part in it regardless of their cultivation or age as long as they were below the high-rank open heaven realm. As a result, countless cultivators from different great territories started heading to Yinyang territory. Those who were powerful hoped to become the winner and marry a beautiful lady, while those who were weak were going to watch a good show and gain some life experience. After all, it wasn't every day that one could freely enter Yinyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai clenched the jade slip, which contained the message, with a frown. The Dao Theory assembly would be held in half a year, but he still couldn't decide whether he should go or not. Then, he fished out his universe chart and realized that it would take him half a month to travel from Void Land to Yinyang territory, which wasn't too long a distance. If he decided to go, he would have a few months to prepare. After pondering on it for a moment, he finally made a decision. He had to go to Yinyang Cave Heaven. Chu Huashang was being punished because of him, so there was no way he could just sit back and do nothing. By then, he could look for Chu Huashang and find out about her stance before coming up with any solution. The Star City was the major income source for Void Land, and the popularity of the Star City hinged on its auction house. A heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill would be put up for auction once every 3 months, which was why countless cultivators from different great forces were attracted to this place. There were not many heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills left as they couldn't even satisfy the needs of their own disciples, which caused some of them to lose their lives while trying to make it to the open heaven realm. Therefore, Yang Kai would have to refine more since he was going to leave again. He still had a lot of the main ingredient required to make these pills, which was world source liquid. He just needed some supplementary ingredients and, since the Star City was now flourishing, he could easily get his hands on them. Therefore, after he gave an order, some people from the Star City immediately started preparing the materials he needed before delivering them to him. It was then he started refining heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. 3 months later, all the adjuvants were used up as he was surrounded by many bottles, which were all filled with heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. Countless cultivators were eager to snatch up the one available heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill whenever it came up for auction, but such pills were now everywhere in Yang Kai's room. It would be interesting to know what others thought if they found out about this. With that said, even though there were a lot of heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills here, there would come a time when they were used up. To Yang Kai in Void Land, every open heaven realm master was a precious treasure, so every disciple who was going to attempt an ascension had to be given a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill so that no tragedy would happen again. In other great forces, only the best disciples that the sects had high hopes for could get their hands on a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. But in Void Land, anyone who had the right to ascend to the open heaven realm could get such a pill from Bian Yuqing. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only Void Land provided such a benefit. After getting some rest, Yang Kai told Bian Yuqing to come over and store these pills. At the same time, she informed him about a piece of good news: Madame Lan has arrived. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was elated. She's here? When did she arrive? Bian Yuqing replied with a smile, a few days after you started refining pills. She's been here for about 2 months now. Yang Kai quickly asked her about the proprietress' location, and then headed over to meet her. After leaving Golden Rainbow Province back then, the proprietress said that she was going to Thousand Bird Star City to put an end to some issues. Yang Kai didn't ask her what she was going to do, but she had said that she would pay a visit to Void Land soon. It never crossed his mind that she would come here so quickly. A moment later, he met the proprietress on a certain Spirit Peak. Yuhi was also around as she was having a chat with her. Bai Qi, chef, and accountant, as well as some of the shop hands from First Inn, had also come. Yang Kai could also see that Luo Hai was here. An idea flashed through his mind as the speculation he had made him feel excited. Upon detecting the man's presence, the proprietress shot him a glance with a smile, "Smelly brat, you're finally here." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4438, Proprietress joins Void Land. Proprietress. Yang Kai walked over and saluted her. "Are you all ready to relocate to Void Star City?" The proprietress asked with a smile, "What do you mean, relocate?" Then, Yang Kai was puzzled. Bai Qi said with a smile, "Proprietress has left First Inn, so she's a free person now." Yang Kai became startled upon hearing that. Initially, when he saw that the proprietress had brought all her usual shop hands with her, he thought that she was going to open a First Inn branch in Void Star City, so it came as a great surprise to hear she had actually left First Inn. "We'd like to join Void Land. Will you welcome us?" The proprietress looked smilingly at Yang Kai. "Of course," Yang Kai hurriedly nodded, "of course I welcome you all. Why wouldn't I? You can even be the Lord of Void Land if you want, proprietress." "No thanks." The proprietress rolled her eyes. "I've finally relieved myself of old burdens, so why would I take on even heavier responsibilities? Don't even think about it." Yang Kai grinned. "What kind of position do you want, then? Just name it." The proprietress shook her head. "I'm not going to take up any official position right now. Just prepare a serene place for me as I'm going to enter seclusion soon." Yang Kai turned solemn. "Are you going to attempt to break through to the Seventh Order?" Since Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were destroyed, her heart demon oath had been resolved as well, hence, there were no more obstacles in her way to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. However, she had lost some of her heritage in the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so if she wanted to make it to the Seventh Order, she would have to spend some time recovering from those losses. The proprietress nodded with a serious expression. "I've been stuck in the Sixth Order for a long time now. It's about time to ascend to the Seventh Order." A worried Yang Kai asked, "Do you have the confidence to achieve it?" Ascending to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm was no laughing matter. Although there was only a difference of 1 order between the Sixth Order and the Seventh Order, she was trying to cross the gulf between the mid-rank and high rank. This was a process of sublimation in the Open Heaven realm, and the risk an Open Heaven realm master had to bear when attempting this was as great as when he or she was first attempting to reach the Open Heaven realm from the Emperor realm. The consequences were deadly if they failed. Many Open Heaven realm masters had lost their lives during this ascension over the years. For cultivators in this realm, every ascension was a perilous trial. Once they succeeded, they would transform into even more powerful beings. However, once they failed, death was all but certain. I do have some confidence, but when it comes to a matter like this, it is ultimately up to the heavens to decide my fate. The proprietress replied calmly. Yang Kai nodded. "Since you've made a decision, I'll say no more. If you need any resources, just tell us right away. Yuhi will prepare everything for you." The proprietress replied with a smile, "I have all the resources I require prepared already. I've been a shopkeeper of First Inn for centuries, so I've collected some good stuff along the way." "That's great." After giving it a thought, Yang Kai fished out a jade bottle and passed it to her. take this as it might be useful in case of an emergency." The proprietress took a glance at it and realized that the jade bottle looked familiar. Soon, she recalled what it was. After Yang Kai left the blood monster cave heaven back then, he passed her this jade bottle, which contained an innate open heaven pill born in the universe furnace. Blood monster divine monarch should have obtained this pill at some point far in the past. This open heaven pill was totally different from the ones refined by alchemists and was innumerable times more valuable. Although one open heaven pill seemed like nothing compared to the millions that flowed through Void Star City each day, many people would start wars just to try to snatch this single pill if word of its existence got out. At that time, Yang Kai thought that this pill could help the proprietress break through to the Seventh Order open heaven realm, but she turned him down. As long as her heart demon oath wasn't resolved, even an innate open heaven pill would be useless to her. Now that she was ready to ascend to the Seventh Order, however, this pill was the only thing Yang Kai could offer that could be of some possible help. After giving it a thought, the proprietress took the jade bottle and said with a smile, "I'll give it back to you if I don't need it." Yang Kai replied with a straight face, "I'll await your good news." Back then, the proprietress directly ascended to the Sixth Order open heaven realm, so her aptitude was truly exceptional. Supposedly, given her aptitude, there shouldn't be a problem when she attempted to rise to the Seventh Order. However, she reckoned that she'd better be careful. The proprietress then suddenly asked, "Have you heard that there'll be a Tao Theory assembly in Yinyang Cave Heaven in a few months? You're aware of it?" Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai smiled helplessly. First In was in the business of gathering information. Basically, everyone was aware of it now, so why would the proprietress not know it? "I'm not deaf, so why would I not be aware of such a major event?" The proprietress shot him a glare. "Chu Huashang is one of the core disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven, and she has the right to succeed the sect master in the future. However, since she has made a mistake, she has to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises. The Tao Theory assembly is the punishment for her." Yang Kai sighed, "It's all because of me that senior sister Chu is being punished." On the side, Yuhi asked, "Young master, was it because?" Yang Kai nodded solemnly, "All 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises have always been united, so internal divisions are not permitted. Senior sister Chu broke that taboo." Yuhi exclaimed, "What should we do then?" Yang Kai said, "I'm going to Yinyang Cave Heaven soon." Then, he gazed at the proprietress in puzzlement. Are there really no grudges between the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises? Why is there even such a taboo? The proprietress explained, there are definitely grudges between them, but they have their own ways of settling such problems. If some of them are killed without anyone knowing about it, no one can say anything. However, since the other cave heavens and paradises know the details of this incident, those from Yinyang Cave Heaven have to make it up to them. That is the rule. What rubbish rule is that? Yang Kai was incensed. Since you're the cause of it, I suppose you should head to Yinyang Cave Heaven. Given your current strength, there shouldn't be anyone below the high-rank open heaven realm who is your opponent. However, you'd still better be careful. Although the disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven would frequently look for suitable partners, a disciple like Chu Huashang is very rare. Many talented people will gather together in this Tao Theory assembly, so the people from the cave heavens and paradises would naturally take part as well. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was startled for a moment. Those from the cave heavens and paradises would join as well? I heard that the partners of the core disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven would have to marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven. Are those cave heavens and paradises willing to let their disciples join another sect? The proprietress replied with a smile, the core disciples are definitely not going to join this Tao Theory assembly. However, the heritages of the cave heavens and paradises are ample. Besides the core disciples, they still have other disciples that could join another sect. The effort will be worthwhile if they can become closer allies with Yinyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai nodded. Although a disciple would have to get married into Inyang cave heaven, he would not sever ties with his master sect entirely. If his master sect fell into trouble in the future, that disciple, and the connection he made, would be of some help. "There's one thing I'm worried about, proprietress." Yang Kai appeared anxious. "What is it?" she asked. Yang Kai replied, "The cave heavens and paradises were already trying to suppress me before I even ascended to the open heaven realm. Now that I'm an open heaven realm master, would some of them try to kill me if I show up in the outside world?" He was already targeted by 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters outside the shadowless cave heaven, and he was just an emperor realm cultivator at that time. Now that he was an open heaven realm master, it was probable that some of them would still want to kill him ruthlessly. Given the heritages of those cave heavens and paradises, it would be easy for them to kill him unless he stayed in Void Land forever. With 2 divine spirits residing in Void Land, the effort to kill him would simply be too great for the reward. To his concerns, the proprietress just said with a smile, "The reason they targeted you before your ascension was that they were worried you'd directly make it to the 7th order, and their suppression has yielded some results. In their eyes, you're just a 5th order open heaven realm master, so you're no longer a threat to them. They have already nipped a potential threat in the bud, and a 5th order master is nothing to them." Yang Kai's eyes brightened. "In that case, I'm now safer since I've ascended to the open heaven realm." "That's right. There won't be any problems then," Yang Kai nodded. After he chatted with the proprietress for a while longer, he bid her farewell. She was going to attempt to break through to the 7th order soon, and no one else could help her with that. The only thing Yang Kai could give her was that innate open heaven pill. This breakthrough would probably take her a long time. After all, she had to make up for the losses she had suffered in the shadowless cave heaven first before she could attempt to reach the 7th order open heaven realm. The Tao Theory Assembly was just 2 months away now, so Yang Kai had to set off immediately. A few days later, he shot into the sky, and as a crack appeared in the grand array, he moved past it and dashed into the void. He was on his own this time. He initially wanted to tag along, but he had turned her down. After all, he was now a 6th order open heaven realm master that was significantly stronger than others in the same order. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only high-rank open heaven realm masters would be a threat to him now. Even if he really came across any danger, he could easily flee since he was on his own. Furthermore, the Tao Theory Assembly was an event to help get Chu Huashang a husband. Yang Kai wasn't even sure how he would handle the issue, so it would be inappropriate if he brought Yuhi with him. The journey was long and the void was dead silent, so Yang Kai just moved forward at lightning speed. On a shattered spirit province just outside the territory gate of Void Territory stood an alluring lady. It seemed that she had been waiting there for a long time. When she finally saw Yang Kai moving past the territory gate, she snorted, "I suppose he can still be considered a responsible man." The person was Suing Shui, who had previously met up with Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai had left Void Territory at this point, he should be heading to join the Tao Theory Assembly. That was the reason she sported a milder expression now. Then, she dashed towards the territory gate and tailed Yang Kai. After leaving the territory gate, she immediately sent a message to someone. Looking up, she could only see a small dot in the distance as Yang Kai was already far away from her. She curved her lips into a smile and muttered, "I'll give you one last test. After all, you have no right to marry Chuer if you're too weak." Meanwhile, Yang Kai was looking at the route in his universe chart and heading to the next territory gate. Half a day later, he suddenly lifted his head as he could see a ray of light charging towards him rapidly. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4439, A Pleasant Surprise. A figure could faintly be seen in the ray of light. Yang Kai looked up, but before he could make out the person's face, the other party bellowed, "Where do you think you're going, boy?" Right after the person finished speaking, he pushed out his fist with an immense force. World force undulated, even the void trembled slightly. A puzzled Yang Kai had a feeling that the person must have mistaken him for someone else. However, since the other party was about to strike, he was unable to explain himself as he quickly extended his palm to meet the attack. Booming sounds were heard, as the other party acted violently while Yang Kai responded in kind. They exchanged more than 10 moves in just several breaths of time. Huh! The person exclaimed, as though he had discovered something strange. Following that, he exerted more force with his hands. If the power he showcased earlier was on par with the fifth order, he was now using sixth order strength. Yang Kai had never expected that he would randomly come across a sixth order open heaven realm master as soon as he left void territory, and for some reason, the other party initially hid his true strength. It wasn't until he sensed Yang Kai's power that he stopped holding back. As a sixth order open heaven realm master himself, Yang Kai certainly wasn't afraid of this stranger, so he surged the power of his small universe as the battle intensified. A moment later, the attacker used a feint before widening the gap between them before raising his hand. Wait. Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and stared coldly at him. It wasn't until this moment that he was able to make out the person's appearance. The other party was a burly man with long dreadlocks, which made him look a bit eccentric. However, judging from the fluctuations of his energy just now, Yang Kai confirmed that he was indeed a sixth-order open heaven realm master. As their eyes met, the burly man examined Yang Kai and asked, "Are you Liu Pei Yuan?" "No, and I don't know him either." Yang Kai shook his head. "Ah," the man landed a slap on his own forehead, then looked apologetically at Yang Kai and cupped his fist. "I'm so sorry for mistaking you for someone else. This is all a big misunderstanding. Please forgive me." Yang Kai furrowed his brow with displeasure as the other party directly attacked him without verifying his identity first. Although the man didn't have any murderous intent, Yang Kai was still upset. Fortunately, both of them had only made some probing moves, so no one was hurt, otherwise, the misunderstanding would have turned into something serious. Since Yang Kai was in a rush, he wasn't willing to waste any more time on this man, so he simply nodded and declared, "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget it. Farewell." Then, he turned around and left. The man shouted from behind, "Farewell, friend." It wasn't until Yang Kai was out of his sight that the man stroked his chin with an amused look. Interesting. While remaining on the same spot, he fished out a communication bead and sent a message. A moment later, a ray of light came over from afar and stopped beside him. The person was none other than Suing Shui. "Did you test him?" she asked. The man nodded. How was it?" "Your information is wrong, junior sister." The man scratched his head and looked in the direction Yang Kai had left. "You said that guy ascended to the fifth order open heaven realm. Is he not in the fifth order?" Suing Shui frowned. Chu Huashang had seen Yang Kai break through in person, and the fact was verified by the elders from Yinyang Cave Heaven. After all, besides Chu Huashang, there were also 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters who had witnessed the incident, so there was no way the information was wrong. "Heh, he's not in the fifth order." The man grinned. "That guy is in the sixth order." "No way." Suing Shui shot him a glare. "Did you intercept the wrong guy?" The man shook his head. "You sent his image to me, so there was no way I was mistaken. I was shocked when I traded moves with him just now. I almost suffered a loss at his hands. The power he had showcased was definitely not in the fifth order. Although I didn't use my full strength, he was still able to force a draw. That could only mean that he's in the sixth order open heaven realm. How is that possible?" Suing Shui was astounded. According to the information she had obtained, Yang Kai was supposed to be in the fifth order open heaven realm. It had only been 2 years since he achieved his ascension, so there was no way he could go from the fifth order to the sixth order in such a short time. No one in the world could achieve that. The only possibility was that he had ascended to the sixth order instead of the fifth order at that time. However, that was also impossible. Chu Huashang might conceal the truth for Yang Kai, but there was no way the high-rank open heaven realm masters at the scene were mistaken. Isn't this for the best? The man grinned. Although there's only a difference of one order, the gap in real strength is enormous. I was initially worried that he would suffer a setback in the Tao Theory Assembly, but now it seems that he has a chance to come out the winner. Although a fifth-order open heaven realm master is fairly powerful, such a person is too weak compared to the people who are going to join the Tao Theory Assembly. After giving it a thought, Suing Shui realized that he was right and nodded gently. It's indeed a pleasant surprise. Since we've given him a test, we should return to the sect now. Let's go, the man said and charged forward, followed by Suing Shui. Yinyang Cave Heaven was going to hold a Tao Theory Assembly to select a husband for the core disciple Chu Huashang, and they had sent out invitations to many great forces across the 3,000 worlds. Since the event was just around the corner, many flight-type artifacts could be seen heading to Yinyang territory from different great territories. As Yang Kai flew forward, he could see flight-type artifacts of different shapes and sizes rushing towards Yinyang territory. It was the first time Yang Kai was visiting the headquarters of a cave heaven, and he was extremely curious about it. He wanted to see the heritage of one of the top great forces in the 3,000 worlds for himself, so he could understand the difference between Void Land and them. 1 month later, he arrived at a place that was 2 great territories away from Yinyang territory. He could also see more flight-type artifacts as he continued moving forward. Yinyang Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, which was why it was famous. Since the disciples from those second-class great forces wanted to marry a beautiful lady and form a relationship with Yinyang Cave Heaven, it would be worthwhile even if there were some sacrifices. Therefore, many of the people on the ships were in the 4th order, the 5th order, and even the 6th order. After all, weaker cultivators had no right to take part in the assembly. 2 figures had been tailing Yang Kai. They were Suing Shui and the burly man, who were both from Yinyang Cave Heaven. At this moment, Suing Shui finally believed her partner's words. Yang Kai must have been in the 6th order open heaven realm. After all, given their cultivation, they still hadn't managed to close the gap with Yang Kai despite chasing him at full speed for an entire month. A 5th order open heaven realm master could never fly as fast as he did. Both of them attempted to surpass Yang Kai, but rather than getting ahead of him, he actually got further away from them instead. They initially could see his figure from afar, but now he was already out of their sight. Just when they were about to enter Yinyang territory, Suing Shui's expression changed as she fished out a communication bead and had a look. Then, she stopped in her tracks and said through clenched teeth, "Despicable." What happened? The man was perplexed as he stopped and looked at her. See for yourself. Suing Shui passed the communication bead to the man, who took it and had a look. Soon, he sported a dark expression as he said, "They dare do such a thing?" Suing Shui snorted, "They're not willing to let any of their 6th order disciples marry into our sect, so they're using dirty tricks to filter out any potential opponents. Shameless. Has the sect master said anything?" The man asked in a grim voice. "I have no idea. Let's find out more details first." Suing Shui shook her head, then took back the communication bead and sent out a message before the pair waited on the spot for a response. A while later, 2 figures rushed towards them from afar and landed in front of them. As they cupped their fists, they saluted, "Greetings, martial uncle, martial aunt." There were 1 man and 1 woman who were both in the 4th order open heaven realm. They appeared intimate, so they were obviously a couple. It was the norm in Yinyang Cave Heaven. Once they found suitable partners and got married, they would go everywhere together. How's the situation now? Suing Shui cut to the chase and asked. The 4th order open heaven realm man replied, "All the territory gates leading to Yinyang territory have been cordoned off, and all the ships have to be inspected before they're allowed to pass." Whenever they discover a sixth-order open heaven realm master, they immediately challenge him. What great forces are participating in this blockade? Suing Shui asked. The man then listed more than 10 cave heavens and paradises, after which he said, those are the great forces that have sent their disciples to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Suing Shui snorted, seems they've thoroughly thought this out. The Tao Theory Assembly was meant to select a husband for Chu Huashang, with its winner being able to marry her. No high-rank open heaven realm master would take part in such an assembly, and the fourth order was just the threshold. Supposedly, only a sixth-order open heaven realm master would stand a chance to be the winner. Regardless of who the person was, he wouldn't have a right to fight for the first place if he wasn't in the sixth-order open heaven realm. Nevertheless, even sixth-order open heaven realm masters were valuable to those cave heavens and paradises, so they were not willing to let a disciple marry into Yinyang cave heaven. They would only allow fifth-order open heaven realm masters to do that. As such, in order to prevent their own disciples from confronting any sixth-order open heaven realm masters in the Tao Theory Assembly, these dozen or so cave heavens and paradises joined forces and cordoned off the territory gates around Yinyang territory. Once they discovered any foreign sixth-order open heaven realm masters, they would chase them away. By doing so, they could ensure that the most powerful cultivators who could participate in the Tao Theory Assembly were only in the fifth order, which would ease the burden of their own disciples when they joined the competition. Regardless of who the winner would be, their great force would only lose one fifth-order open heaven realm master. Has the sect master said anything? Suing Shui asked with a solemn expression. The disciple replied, sect master has had a discussion with the representatives of those great forces, however, they haven't really crossed any line as they never killed anyone or forced any participants away. Instead, they'd send sixth-order open heaven realm masters to exchange moves with the other party so that those people would admit defeat and leave. Since that is the case, sect master can't really say anything. Suing Shui said through clenched teeth, exchange moves. How could outside sixth-order masters be comparable to their own? Why don't they chase the fifth-order open heaven realm masters away as well? By then, only fourth-order open heaven realm masters will take part in the assembly, which is even better for them. The disciple remarked meekly, perhaps they want to protect their reputations? They have already humiliated themselves, so why bother? Suing Shui was infuriated. The burly man hunched his back as the situation was giving him a headache. If only fifth-order open heaven realm masters were going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, it would turn into one big joke. Would they really have to allow Chu Huashang to marry a mere fifth-order open heaven realm master? Martial Peak, Chapter 4440, Qing Kuei. Chu Huashang was a core disciple from Yinyang Cave Heaven, so she was one of the candidates that might succeed the sect master's position. They were holding a Tao Theory Assembly to select a husband for her because they were under pressure, and it was already against her will. If they couldn't even find her a husband that would somewhat match her capabilities, Yinyang Cave Heaven would be humiliated. However, now, a dozen or so cave heavens and paradises had joined forces to cordon off the territory gates around Yinyang territory, and no outside sixth-order open heaven realm masters were allowed to enter to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. If this went on, only fifth-order open heaven realm masters would be able to participate, which was what those great forces were trying to achieve. Suing Shui ground her teeth with fury, but there was nothing she could do. Just like what the fourth-order open heaven realm master had said, those great forces hadn't really crossed any lines as they never forcefully chased the participants away. Instead, they sent powerful disciples to exchange pointers with them and make them back down. How were those from Yinyang Cave Heaven supposed to interfere? The man with dreadlocks darted his gaze around before his eyes brightened. He looked in a particular direction and said, "Isn't there a sixth-order open heaven realm master who can enter, junior sister?" Suing Shui's expression changed when she heard that. "Senior brother, you mean?" The man grinned, if he can safely enter the sect and take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, the efforts of those great forces will all go down the drain. Suing Shue's eyes lit up. You have a point, senior brother. If Yang Kai, a sixth-order open heaven realm master, showed up in the Tao Theory Assembly, he would be able to turn the entire situation upside down. According to the plan of those cave heavens and paradises, only fifth-order open heaven realm masters would be allowed to join the Tao Theory Assembly, and eventually only a fifth-order open heaven realm master would fight for first place. The heritages of the fifth-order open heaven realm masters from those cave heavens and paradises were naturally superior to outsiders. If nothing unexpected happened, the winner would be from one of their forces, and he would marry Chu Huashang. Regardless of who the winner would be, it was an agreement between those cave heavens and paradises. However, if a sixth-order open heaven realm master suddenly showed up, their plan would be ruined. Although those fifth-order open heaven realm masters were from the cave heavens and paradises, they still didn't have a right to fight with a sixth-order open heaven realm master. By then, in order to protect their reputation or for some other reasons, those cave heavens and paradises would have to send stronger disciples to participate in the assembly. Those fifth-order open heaven realm masters would be too weak, and only sixth-order open heaven realm masters could hope to fight for first place. Therefore, the most important task for them now was to ensure that Yang Kai could enter Yinyang territory to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Considering all this, Suing Shui suddenly exclaimed with a changed expression, "Oh, no. That guy is not aware of what's going on. If he reveals his cultivation in advance, he will be barred from entry. It will be terrible when that happens." The man realized the severity of the matter as well, so he quickly looked in the territory gate's direction and yelled, "Let's go." After he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and shot towards the territory gate, followed by Suing Shui. Meanwhile, on a deserted spirit province that was several hundred kilometers away from the territory gate stood Yang Kai as he placed his palm over his brow and gazed forward, tutaying as he muttered, "What's going on?" He initially intended to enter Yinyang Cave Heaven directly to look for Chu Huashang and find out about her intentions before coming up with any solution. However, before he even entered Yinyang territory, he saw a ship belonging to Myriad Demons Heaven anchored just outside the territory gate. The ship looked huge and magnificent, so there should be many powerful cultivators on board. Among the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises, Yang Kai was the wariest of Myriad Demons Heaven. This couldn't be helped, as his demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eye came from the aforementioned great force. Tizheng had said that those were the two core secret techniques from Myriad Demons Heaven that were never taught to outsiders. Only the disciples with the best aptitude from Myriad Demons Heaven were allowed to cultivate these two techniques. When they were in the Shattered Heaven Star City back then, Tizheng could easily find out that Yang Kai had learned these two secret techniques. However, Zhu Jiuyin was around at that time, so Tizheng couldn't make a move. After that, Yang Kai headed to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, and this matter was put down. Tizheng probably believed that Yang Kai would never be able to leave the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so he stopped pursuing this matter. However, Yang Kai managed to escape in the end. If he came across Tizheng now, the latter might want to snatch his eyes from him. That man was a seventh-order open heaven realm master, so Yang Kai didn't think he could defeat him. After all, the demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eye were the best-kept secret techniques of Myriad Demons Heaven. If word got out that Yang Kai had learned both these techniques, they would definitely have a reason to kill him. Furthermore, those from Myriad Demons Heaven had repeatedly attempted to suppress him previously, therefore, as soon as Yang Kai saw their ship, he stopped in his tracks. He had no idea who was aboard the ship, but it would be terrible if Tizheng was present. After having a look at the universe chart, Yang Kai, unfortunately, realized that if he headed to another great territory now, it would take him at least a month to arrive at Yinyang Cave Heaven. There wasn't enough time for him to do that. This was giving him a headache. While he wasn't sure what to do, he saw 2 rays of light charging forward from the corner of his eye. As he turned and looked intently at them, his expression soon changed and he waved his hand and called out, "Senior Sister Sue." The rays of light paused for a moment, then changed their direction and headed to the Shattered Spirit Province. A moment later, they landed before him and revealed their figures. Yang Kai wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he thought he saw Suing Shue heaving a sigh of relief upon seeing him again. When he saw the man with dreadlocks beside her though, he exclaimed, "It's you. Oh, little brother, we meet again." The man put on a frank smile. "What a coincidence." Suing Shue pretended to know nothing as she asked, "You two know each other?" The man replied, "There was a misunderstanding between this little brother and me some time ago, leading to a brief exchange of fists." "You know this little brother, Junior Sister Sue?" With a dispassionate expression, Suing Shue said, "He's the Lord of Void Land, Yang Kai." The man instantly appeared surprised. "You're the person who helped Junior Sister Chu ascend to the open heaven realm?" "Junior Sister Chu?" Yang Kai was shocked. "What's your name, senior brother?" The man grinned proudly, "Yinyang Cave Heaven, Qing Kue." Yang Kai was astounded. "Since you're from Yinyang Cave Heaven, why did you?" He was curious about why Qing Kue appeared outside of Void territory some time ago, as the latter seemed to be chasing after someone. Qing Kue immediately cut him off by patting his shoulder, like they were close friends. "I suppose we can be considered friends after a fight. I had heard about you before, but I never expected that I couldn't recognize you when I finally met you." "Ha ha ha." A moment later, he stopped laughing and asked, "Are you here to join the Tao Theory Assembly, junior brother?" After a bit of hesitation, Yang Kai bowed his head. "Well, I think so." "What do you mean you think so?" Qing Kue shot him a glare. "Since you're going to take part in the assembly, why are you staying here instead of going in directly?" Yang Kai didn't know what to say, so he told a small lie. "I was tired from rushing all the way here, so I decided to get some rest before heading inside. It never crossed my mind that I'd bump into you two here." Suing Shue took a glance at the territory gate, and despite knowing what was going on, she wouldn't expose Yang Kai, so she just nodded. "Since we're heading in the same direction, let's go together." Yang Kai frowned upon hearing that. Just when he was about to speak, Qing Kue directly took his arm and cut him off. "Let's go. The Tao Theory Assembly is just around the corner. We should go back and get prepared." The man was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with immense strength, so Yang Kai could only allow himself to be lugged away with a wry smile on his face. However, he secretly decided that if anything went wrong later, he would immediately flee. While they were moving forward, Suing Shue suddenly spoke to him via divine sense. "Junior brother Yang, regardless of what happens later, don't make a move. I'll handle everything." Yang Kai looked up at her as he wondered why she was telling him this. Soon, they arrived at the territory gate. There were some figures standing on the deck of the nearby ship as they looked at the three of them in silence. Yang Kai focused and gazed back intently at them. Fortunately, he didn't see Ti Zheng or detected any dangerous auras. Since he was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, only high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could make him feel threatened. However, high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were noble beings, and they would rarely leave their sects. Therefore, there were probably no high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on this vessel. "It's you, Elder Su, Elder Qing." An elderly man on the deck cupped his fist with a smile. In the cave heavens and paradises, 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were already able to take up the position of Outer Elders, while the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be Inner Elders. Suing Shue and Qing Kue were undoubtedly the Outer Elders of Yinyang Cave Heaven. The two of them wore obviously displeased expressions. Since the territory gate leading to their own sect was being blocked, they were naturally upset. They could be considered polite since they were not openly cursing the people on this ship, so there was no need for them to show any further respect. The elderly man was aware that they were resentful, so he wasn't mad at them as he replied with a smile, "Where were the two of you?" While Qin Kuei was warm and friendly with Yang Kai, he was impassive to the elderly man and snorted, "We belong to Yinyang Cave Heaven, why should we tell you where we were?" The elderly man chuckled as he didn't mind it. Then, his gaze fell upon Yang Kai as he said hesitantly, "This little brother looks familiar. What's your name?" Yang Kai gazed dispassionately at the man without intending to reply. Since Qin Kuei was so impolite, it meant that the elderly man was only a sixth-order open heaven realm master at most. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. "Yang Kai? It's you." A young man beside the elderly man suddenly stepped forward and glared at Yang Kai. The fact that someone from the ship knew him surprised Yang Kai. As he looked over, he couldn't help muttering, "Pei Wenxian?" He came across this guy when they were in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, he and Chu Huashang were trying to comprehend the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture together, and Pei Wenxian was one step ahead of them. After that, Black Crow Divine Monarch seized Zhou Yi's body and was reborn, after which he attempted to silence all the witnesses. While fleeing, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang pulled a little trick on Pei Wenxian that almost killed him. The grudges between them were formed during that time. "You ascended to the open heaven realm?" Yang Kai's gaze flashed. Pei Wenxian was only in the half-step open heaven realm when they were in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but now, just like Yang Kai, he was also an open heaven realm master. Although it was hard to tell what order he was, given his heritage and the fact that he was from Myriad Demons Heaven, he should have reached the sixth-order open heaven realm directly. "Haven't you ascended to the open heaven realm as well?" Pei Wenxian sneered as he looked at Yang Kai in a condescending manner, "A puny fifth-order trash. Your strength doesn't match your sky-high ambitions at all. What a joke." Martial Peak, Chapter 44-41, Have Fun. Pei Wenxian's aura was restrained, so it was apparent that it had been some time since he ascended to the sixth-order open heaven realm. Since the heritage of his small universe was stable, Yang Kai was unable to immediately identify its order. In the same way, Pei Wenxian couldn't sense Yang Kai's order. After Yang Kai's return from the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he subsequently destroyed Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province. Therefore, the old ancestor of Boundless Altar and Li Luo Shui, who had fled from Golden Rainbow Province, were aware of Yang Kai's true strength. However, Li Luo Shui was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate while the old ancestor of Boundless Altar had suffered a setback because of Yang Kai and lost his sect, which had been in existence for several tens of thousands of years, so he would smack his own face by going around telling others about it. According to the information gathered by the Cave Heavens and Paradises, Yang Kai had only ascended to the fifth order outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven, which explained Pei Wenxian's words. Even Suing Xue and Qin Kuei initially thought that Yang Kai was just a fifth-order open heaven realm master. "You're pretty lucky to have escaped from the Shadowless Cave Heaven." Pei Wenxian snorted. He had heard that no one had ever left the Shadowless Cave Heaven once they fell into it, therefore, it surprised him that Yang Kai eventually managed to leave that place. Yang Kai just snickered without responding to him. On the other hand, the elderly man from Myriad Demons Heaven sported a dark expression. "You're the Lord of Void Land, Yang Kai. It's no wonder this old master finds you familiar." Earlier, he felt that he had seen the young man before, but it was obvious to him now that he had seen Yang Kai's image previously, not the real person. Yang Kai shot him a dispassionate glance. "That's right. This king is the Lord of Void Land, Yang Kai." "What of it?" The elderly man said in a grim voice, "I'll ask you a question. What happened to Elder Ti Zheng outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven? Why did he pass away all of a sudden?" A startled Yang Kai asked, "Ti Zheng is dead? You weren't aware of it?" Yang Kai turned to look at Suing Xue and inquired, "Senior Sister Su, is he being serious?" Ti Zheng was a high-rank open heaven realm master from Myriad Demons Heaven. If he had really passed away, the news would have been spread around, hence, Suing Shui should be aware of it. Suing Shui nodded, he's indeed dead. I heard that his life lamp in Myriad Demons Heaven has also gone out. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Why had a high-rank open heaven realm master lost his life all of a sudden? He had witnessed Ti Zheng's power with his own eyes. Ti Zheng was someone who could use a divine manifestation, so he was different from the average 7th-order master. Although he was severely injured by Zhu Jioyin, there was no way he would lose his life so easily, as he was still fine when Yang Kai entered the shadowless cave heaven. This wasn't a trivial matter, as a high-rank open heaven realm master from a cave heaven had fallen. With that said, it was good news for Yang Kai. Ti Zheng was aware that he cultivated the demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eye. Yang Kai was initially wary of him, so upon learning that Ti Zheng was dead, he reckoned that he could keep this secret for a while longer. Then, he gazed at the elderly man and asked, "When did that happen? Are you really not aware of it?" The elderly stared fixedly at Yang Kai as though he was trying to look deep into his mind. Yang Kai shook his head, "I just found out about it now." The elderly man examined Yang Kai's expression but couldn't find anything off about it, as though the latter was really surprised to learn of Ti Zheng's death. Then, he scoffed, "Elder Ti Zheng lost his life in the shattered heaven. We're unable to figure out the exact time, but it supposedly happened around the time when he met you." Yang Kai said, "When I entered the shadowless cave heaven, even though Ti Zheng was severely wounded, he wasn't at risk of losing his life. You can ask the other 3 masters who were there about it. As for what happened after, I have no idea." He secretly thought that Zhu Jioyin might have killed Ti Zheng. After all, she was the only one at the place who was capable of killing a high-rank open heaven realm master. However, given her temperament, she probably wouldn't do such a thing. Ti Zheng represented Myriad Demons Heaven, and if she really killed him, she would have to go up against the entire Myriad Demons Heaven. Although Zhu Jioyin was a powerful divine spirit, she wasn't so foolish. Furthermore, upon Yang Kai's return, she had never mentioned it, so she apparently wasn't the murderer. The elderly man from Myriad Demons Heaven frowned. Yang Kai's words were the same as the information they had gathered. At that time, Yang Kai was forced to ascend to the 5th-order open heaven realm, after which he immediately dove into the shadowless cave heaven. Then, the 4 high-rank cultivators parted ways, and no one knew what happened next. As an idea flashed through Yang Kai's mind, he said, "If you want to investigate this matter, you can try to look for Black Crow Divine Monarch. He might have something to do with it." Assuming that Ti Zheng wasn't killed by Zhu Jioyin, this matter might have something to do with Black Crow. After all, that guy was a former divine monarch who had been reborn through seizing another's body, and he had many tricks up his sleeves. A wounded Ti Zheng might not be able to defeat him. As for whether it was the truth, it was none of Yang Kai's business. He held some grudges against Black Crow, so he reckoned that he would just let those from Myriad Demons Heaven deal with him. "We definitely will hunt Black Crow down. As for whether you've spoken the truth, come with this old master to see Elder Zhua first." Upon finishing his words, the elderly man extended his hand towards Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could make a move, Qing Kuei directly pushed out his fist. As their world forces clashed, Qing Kuei and the elderly man staggered backwards. "What is the meaning of this, Elder Qing?" The elderly man stabilized himself and sported a dark expression. Qing Kuei snorted coldly, "I should be the one asking you that question. Sect Master Yang is our guest who is going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, yet you've already made a move before we invite him inside. Do you have no regard for Yin Yang Cave Heaven at all?" The elderly man said in a grim voice, "It's not so serious, Elder Qing. However, this person might have something to do with the death of an elder from my sect, so this old master cannot be negligent. I have to bring him to see Elder Zhua in order to look into the matter." A defiant Qing Kuei snapped, "I don't care what has happened in your myriad demons heaven. Since Sect Master Yang has come all the way here to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, he's our guest, and no one can do anything to him, otherwise, don't blame this Qing for being impolite." The elderly man furrowed his brows. Just when he was about to say something, Pei Wenxian suddenly spoke to him in secret. After giving it a thought, the elderly man finally relented as he nodded, "You have a point, Elder Qing. This old master was too hasty just now. They were already in the wrong as they were here trying to intercept all Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had come to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly. If they still forcefully made a move on Yang Kai, a battle would surely be ignited. The elderly man wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility when that happened. Since Yang Kai was going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, they could just teach him a lesson then. If there's nothing else, make way now. Why are you all blocking our entrance like dogs before our door?" Qing Kuei waved his hand impatiently. Those from Myriad Demons Heaven were infuriated upon hearing that, but they were not in any place to refute Qing Kuei, so they could only hold their fury in. Following that, Qing Kuei and Suing Shui hovered on Yang Kai's sides as they flew towards the territory gate. The Tao Theory Assembly is a great event. I hope you'll have fun. As they brushed past each other, Pei Wenxian suddenly flashed a meaningful grin at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shot him a glance and grinned, "I hope you all will have fun as well." The next instant, the world around him started spinning as the space contorted. When he came to his senses, he was already in Yinyang territory. This was the headquarters of Yinyang Cave Heaven as well as their foundation that had been accumulated over countless years. Yang Kai couldn't help but scan his surroundings, but there was nothing interesting as the view in the void was the same as always. As such, he just moved forward alongside Suing Shui and Qing Kuei. Soon, however, he realized that this great territory was different from others. There were many universe worlds in this place, and every one of them was filled with ample world energy and could accommodate trillions of lives. These universe worlds were all under the control of Yinyang Cave Heaven, and these innumerable lives could infuse new blood into the great force at any moment to ensure the continuation of their inheritance. Besides the universe worlds, there were also many spirit provinces along the way. Some cultivators could be seen moving around on these spirit provinces, which came in all different shapes and sizes. The big ones were as large as void land while the small ones were only several hundred square kilometers. There were a lot of strange-looking plants in many spirit provinces and cultivators could be seen tending to them. Yang Kai tooted as he moved forward, thinking that the heritage of a cave heaven was truly incredible. The entire great territory seemed to have been born solely for Yinyang Cave Heaven. There were so many living in those universe worlds that there would never be a lack of future disciples with exceptional aptitude, and the numerous spirit provinces used for various gardens and mines could provide an endless stream of cultivation resources. Although Void Land was pretty amazing now, it was still far behind Yinyang Cave Heaven in terms of heritage. Despite having a prospering star city now, it would take Void Land a painfully long time to achieve this kind of scale and heritage. The disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven would patrol around the place, and when they saw Qing Kuei and Suing Shui, they would immediately salute. After flying for a few days, Yang Kai finally saw a large group of spirit provinces that were closely connected. There were about 100 spirit provinces of different sizes that looked like islands on the ocean, hovered in the void. The spirit province in the center was so large that Yang Kai could clearly sense its horrifying heritage even from afar. Its world force was unbelievably ample and it wasn't hard to imagine that countless open heaven realm masters had passed away on it. After their death, their world forces were absorbed by this spirit province to enrich the heritage of Yinyang Cave Heaven. This was the true Yinyang Cave Heaven. What Yang Kai had seen along the way was just the peripheral foundation of the great force. He let out a sigh of admiration, thinking that when Void Land achieved this scale one day, it would also stand at the peak of the 3,000 worlds. He followed Suing Shui and Qing Kuei to charge towards the largest spirit province. Soon, he penetrated layers of cloud, whereupon the amazingly pure world energy came right at him from all directions. Yang Kai's expression changed as he thought the disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven could rapidly increase their strength since they were cultivating in such an environment. Raising his head, he could see that the spirit province was truly magnificent and diversified. Buildings of various styles had been erected everywhere, and there were many exotic beasts wandering around on the mountains as they looked up and howled. All of these sights dazzled Yang Kai. He could even faintly feel that many of the exotic beasts had the bloodlines of divine spirits. Although these bloodlines were quite diluted, these exotic beasts would grow to be powerful should they attain some opportunities in their cultivation along the way. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-42, Hack Him to Death. Suing Shui and Qing Kuei led Yang Kai to forward while Qing Kuei hospitably told him some general information about Yinyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai repeatedly nodded as he listened to him. A moment later, they arrived at a detached building where there was a pretty-looking female disciple who greeted them. Since she was just an Emperor Realm cultivator, she was supposed to be a maidservant in Yinyang Cave Heaven. The maidservant saluted Suing Shui and Qing Kuei before uttering softly, "Greetings, elders." Suing Shui nodded gently, then turned to look at Yang Kai. "The Tao Theory Assembly is still half a month away, so you'd better get some rest here. When the time comes, someone will inform you how to take part in the assembly." Qing Kuei landed a forceful slap on the other man's shoulder. "You have my best wishes, junior brother Yang." He seemed to have high hopes in Yang Kai. An embarrassed Yang Kai quickly replied, "Senior sister Su, senior brother Qing, I'm worried there's a misunderstanding here. I'm not here to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly." Suing Shui and Qing Kuei were startled. "What do you mean? Why have you come all the way here if you're not going to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly?" Suing Shui asked with a frown. Yang Kai replied following a sigh, "This matter has something to do with me after all. Since I'm aware of that, I have to come over to have a look. Where's senior sister Chu now? Can I see her?" Suing Shui stared fixedly at him with a furious expression while Qing Kuei hurriedly said, "It's not convenient for junior sister Chu to meet anyone now. Please stay here for the moment, junior brother Yang. We can talk about it at a later time." Then, he sent a signal to the maidservant, who then extended her hand and said, "This way please, sir. We'll take our leave now since we have other matters to attend to. I'll visit you again soon." Qing Kuei patted the other man's shoulder, then released his power to engulf Suing Shui and shot into the sky. Yang Kai was about to say something when they abruptly left. After the two of them were out of sight, he followed the maidservant to enter the building and get some rest. How could he say he's not going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly when he's already here? Suing Shui was incensed. In that case, the plan of those great forces will succeed. By then, Chuer will have to marry a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Perhaps the winner will be some worn-out old man. Qing Kuei grinned, "Just like what you've said, he's already here. Do you think he can refuse to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly?" Suing Shui gazed at him with vigilance. "What are you trying to do?" An innocent-looking Qing Kuei replied, "Nothing. Let's go. We have to inform Honored Master about it. He must be pretty anxious by now." As they spoke, they dashed towards a certain spirit peak and soon after, landed before a palace. Before they even entered though, they heard a man bellowing, "How dare they do that? What a bunch of shameless bastards! Do they even have any regard for Yinyang Cave Heaven? Father here will go out and kill them all now." Following that, some things were heard breaking to pieces. Suing Shui and Qing Kuei exchanged glances as they couldn't help but flinch. It wasn't until the noises subsided that they dragged their feet inside. The ground inside the grand hall was a mess and many servants were cleaning things up with stiff expressions. In the center of the hall stood a ferocious-looking man with his hands behind his back. He was clad in a robe embroidered with snake patterns, and he had a golden crown on his head. Presently, he was recklessly releasing his powerful seventh-order open heaven realm aura, which caused the servants to shudder in fear. The person was none other than Yinyang Cave Heaven Inner Elder, Su Linggong. He was also the honored master of Chu Huashang, Suing Shui, and Qing Kuei. Just then, Chu Huashang shuffled forward with a long sword that was even bigger than her in her hands. Upon reaching the man, she lifted the sword and said in a clear voice, "Your sword is here, honored master." "What are you doing?" Su Linggong gazed at her. Chu Huashang batted her eyes and replied, "Didn't you say you were going out to kill them all? Let's go now. I'll cheer for you from behind. Do you think I don't dare to do it?" Su Linggong sported a grim expression and took the long sword and dashed towards the door. "I'm going now. No one can stop me." Qing Kuei and Suing Shui sported dark expressions. Following an exchange of glances, they sprinted forward and respectively grabbed Su Linggong's arms. "Calm down, honored master. We can discuss this first. Please don't act on impulse, honored master. It will certainly feel good to kill them now, but that won't solve the problem. Why would you invite trouble to yourself for no results?" The two of them hurriedly dissuaded Su Linggong from acting rashly. As though Su Linggong had just noticed them, he said, "Oh, Su'er and Qing'er." Suing Shui quickly snatched the long sword from her honored master and tossed it at Chu Huashang before glaring at her. In response, Chu Huashang playfully stuck out her tongue. "Please have a seat and drink some tea, honored master." Qing Kuei pulled Su Linggong towards a chair and got him a cup of tea from the side. Su Linggong grunted and took a sip of the tea. All of a sudden, he blew his top again and threw the cup to the ground, which caused it to break into pieces. In a furious voice, he said, "Since you've returned from outside, I suppose you've heard something." Qing Kuei replied with a straight face, "Yes. The territory gates around Yinyang territory have all been cordoned off and all foreign sixth-order open heaven realm masters who were planning to take part in the Dao Theory Assembly were chased away. Only fifth-order open heaven realm masters are being allowed to enter. They've gone too far." Su Linggong pounded his fist against the table. "How can those fifth-order trash even hope to marry my disciple? Who do they think they are? They should look at themselves in the mirror first." With the long sword in her hands, Chu Huashang said with a nonchalant smile, "I don't mind marrying a fifth-order open heaven realm master. At that point, I'll bring the person to meet you, and you can just come up with a random reason and kill him. It won't be so bad being a widow." Su Linggong's eyes brightened when he heard that as he gazed at Chu Huashang and said with an elated expression, "You're indeed a clever little girl. How did you even come up with that idea?" Chu Huashang replied, "It's all thanks to your teachings, honored master." Su Linggong guffawed with a proud expression, "Of course it's because of my teachings. My disciples are all intelligent and talented." Qing Kuei and Suing Shui sported helpless expressions. Then, Suing Shui glared at Chu Huashang and said, "How can you make a scene here beside honored master? When you really have to marry a fifth-order open heaven realm master from one of those cave heavens or paradises, you'll spend most of your days crying." Chu Huashang scoffed, "Let's see who will be the one crying in the end." Suing Shui shook her head and gazed at Su Linggong, "Honored master, why has this matter even come to such a point? It isn't like there have never been any disputes or even casualties between the cave heavens and paradises. It's an age-old admonition that the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises must not fight against each other, but everyone knows that conflicts still happen. Why is Chu'er getting this kind of punishment?" Upon hearing that, Su Linggong sighed. "There are indeed some conflicts between the cave heavens and paradises, and it's true that there have been casualties as a result. However, those were just internal struggles among the cave heavens and paradises. But now, Chuer has made a mistake for an outsider. Moreover, that brat attempted to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm, which broke the taboo. Qin Kuei and Suing Shui frowned. Given their powers and statuses, they were aware of some secrets that were not known to most people. As they recalled the stories of the carnage of many years ago, they could faintly grasp the severity of the matter. The cave heavens and paradises were trying to make their stance clear. They would never allow anyone to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm, and this incident could serve as a warning to all other cultivators of that determination. If an event like this ever happened again, the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises should know what to do and remember which side to take. Yinyang Cave Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens, so while we can resist a certain amount of pressure, Chuer will have to suffer some punishment, Su Linggong sighed. Then, his expression turned furious all of a sudden. However, those old bastards are too shameless. How can they pull such a dirty trick just because they aren't willing to let a sixth-order disciple get married into our sect? Qin Kuei and Suing Shui traded glances, then the former said, "We have a potential solution to that, honored master." Su Linggong gaped at him and asked, "What solution do you have?" Qin Kuei replied, "I reckon that the person who has caused all this will have to solve this problem as well." Su Linggong became startled for a moment. "Are you talking about that Yang Kai?" Then, he became vexed. "I'm still mad at that brat. If I ever see him, I'll kill him with my sword. It's because of that thief that Chuer's happiness is ruined." Well. Honored master, Qin Kuei appeared hesitant. Su Linggong shot him a glare. "Stop stuttering like a woman and speak up. To be honest with you, honored master, Yang Kai has arrived in Yinyang Cave Heaven. He's currently resting in Riverside House now," Qin Kuei said meekly. Su Linggong became startled for a moment before he stood straight up and bellowed, "Father here will go hack him to death now." When he attempted to take his sword though, Chu Huashang hugged it tightly and shook her head at him. "Let go!" Su Linggong yelled. "No!" Chu Huashang repeatedly shook her head. "Are you trying to go against me, little girl?" Su Linggong was incensed. "If you want to hack him to death, you'll have to kill me first." Chu Huashang extended her fair neck and presented her head to Su Linggong, who then pushed her away. "Why would I kill you? Father here only wants to hack him to death. How did that little bastard have the nerve to come to Yinyang Cave Heaven? It does save me the trouble since he is already here though. Today, Father will end his life." As a commotion broke out, the hall descended into chaos. Qin Kuei and Suing Shui hurriedly went over to placate Su Linggong and eventually made him sit down again, though they were now drenched in sweat, feeling exhausted. "Honored master, Yang Kai is in fact in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, not the 5th Order," Qin Kuei quickly reported as he was worried that any further delay would result in more chaos. "So what if he's in the 6th Order? As a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master, I can kill him easily," Su Linggong scoffed. On the other hand, Chu Huashang was astonished. "Impossible. I saw junior brother Yang ascend to the 5th Order. He refined a 5th Order Yin element treasure, I'm sure of it. How could he be in the 6th Order now?" Qin Kuei replied, "I have no idea, however, I tested him, and I can confirm that he's indeed in the 6th Order. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44-43, already made a move? Suing Shui nodded, "He's indeed in the 6th Order." Chu Huashang appeared astounded. She was there when Yang Kai ascended to the open heaven realm, so she had witnessed the entire process. He was just a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master at that time, so how did he become a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now? She estimated that it had only been 2 years since they parted ways. In such a short time, it was already difficult for a new open heaven realm master to solidify their cultivation, let alone ascend to the next order. He's in the 6th order? Su Linggong finally came to his senses as he arched his brow with joy, ha ha ha. Good. Since he's a 6th order open heaven realm master, I'll not kill him for now. Tell him to do his best in the Tao Theory Assembly. Regardless of whether he wins or not, I'll give him some benefits once it's over. He was truly ecstatic. Those shameless people had cordoned off the territory gates around Yinyang territory and forced 6th order open heaven realm masters to leave, allowing only cultivators below the 6th order open heaven realm to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. They were doing it because they wanted to make sure that only 5th order open heaven realm masters would eventually have the chance to fight for first place, and thus, they would only have to lose a 5th order disciple to Yinyang heaven. However, if there was even a single 6th order open heaven realm master who joined the assembly all of a sudden, the plans of those great forces would fall apart. By then, they would have to use a different tactic. Whether it was for the reputation of their own sects or some other reasons, they would have to let 6th order open heaven realm masters participate in the event, and Yinyang cave heaven would be saved from any embarrassment. Su Linggong didn't expect Yang Kai to be the winner. Regardless of the reason why Yang Kai had become a 6th order cultivator, it had been too short a time since his ascension. After all, in the open heaven realm, time was vital for a cultivator to grow more powerful. Although Yang Kai had somehow become a 6th order open heaven realm master, he didn't have enough time to accumulate more heritage in his small universe, therefore, he should be no match for those who broke through to the 6th order hundreds or even thousands of years ago. It was true that since Yang Kai had caused all this, he should also be the one to solve the problem. Considering all this, Su Linggong's resentment against Yang Kai subsided slightly. How many people are aware of this secret? He then asked. Qing Kuei replied, no one else other than junior sister Su and I. That was the reason he could easily enter Yinyang cave heaven. Those from Myriad Demons Heaven also believed that he was only a 5th order master, so they let him through the territory gate without giving him too much of a hard time. Su Linggong's lips curved into a devious smile. It's not a good idea that no one else is aware of it. We'd better make some noises and let everyone know that he has ascended to the 6th order. That will be much more interesting. If no one knew that Yang Kai had ascended to the 6th order open heaven realm, the great forces who took part in the Tao Theory Assembly wouldn't send 6th order masters to join the competition. In that case, Yang Kai would be able to win first place easily. Honored Master. Chu Huashang glared at him, what are you trying to do? Su Linggong stared back at her, how can you shout at me? Where are your manners? Chu Huashang ignored his warning and continued glaring at him. Since no one is aware of junior brother Yang's true power, he would be able to surprise all of them when the time comes. Isn't that a good idea? What do you mean a good idea? Su Linggong realized that his eyes were starting to become sore, and it wasn't very intimidating since his eyes were smaller than those of Chu Huashang, so he decided to give up and looked away. You've ended up in such a state because of that brat. Father here has already been magnanimous enough to not settle accounts with him right now, yet you're still siding with him? Do you believe I won't bring my sword to kill him now? I don't care. Chu Huashang said through clenched teeth, if you dare to harm him in any way, I'll. What will you do? Su Linggong appeared ferocious. I'll go make cooked rice and shelled peanuts with him. Let's see who will still want to marry me after that. Chu Huashang screamed. Su Linggong parted his lips but couldn't say a word. A moment later, he pounded against the table and snapped, how dare you go against your honored master? Then, he glowered at Qing Kuei and Suing Shui, how did the two of you teach her? Look what kind of a person she has turned out to be. How could she say such shameless things? Qing Kuei and Suing Shui hung their heads low, thinking that it was none of their business. Su Linggong had always doted on Chu Huashang. In the past, they would be reprimanded whenever they tried to discipline the young Chu Huashang, but now that she had grown up to be a willful person, Su Linggong blamed it all on them instead. Ah! It frustrates me so. Su Linggong pressed his hand against his chest as though he would soon die of suffocation. An embarrassed Qin Kuei said, "There's another issue that needs to be solved first, honored master." A weakened Su Linggong gazed at him. "Just tell me right away. One day I'll be so vexed that I'll pass away because of the three of you." The corners of Qin Kuei's mouth twitched. Yang Kai said that he's not here to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, he's just here to look for junior sister Chu. He said that since he's the cause of this incident, he had to come over to discuss it with her. He's not going to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly? Su Linggong instantly became incensed and roared, "Why is he even here if he's not going to take part? Is he just trying to watch a good show? That little bastard must be sick of living." To the side, Chu Huashang said with a happy smile, "Junior brother Yang is indeed a man of integrity." The three of them gazed at her as they were rendered speechless. A while later, Su Linggong suppressed his anger with great difficulty and said grimly, "Regardless of the reason he's here, he has to join the Tao Theory Assembly, otherwise, father will send him to the Yellow Springs personally." Qin Kuei turned solemn, knowing that his honored master was truly incensed. If Yang Kai was still so obstinate, he would end up in a horrible state. Then, Qin Kuei quickly said, "Don't worry, honored master. The assembly is still some time away. Just leave the matter to me. I'll knock some sense into his head and make him take part in it." "Good." Su Linggong nodded gently and tossed a jade slip at him. "Look. These are the candidates that those great forces have sent to join the assembly. Toads lusting after swan meat, the whole lot of them." Qin Kuei took it and infused his divine sense into it, and just like what he had expected, the most powerful candidates were only in the fifth order. There wasn't even a single one in the sixth order. The people who had directly ascended to the fifth order were still fine. After all, they still had the potential to become seventh order open heaven realm masters in the future. Such people could be potential partners for Chu Huashang. However, some of these candidates had apparently reached the fifth order from the third order through years of cultivation, so the fifth order was their limit. How did these old farts have the nerve to join the Tao Theory Assembly? It was no wonder that Su Linggong was infuriated. Meanwhile, only Yang Kai and the maidservant in the Emperor realm were in Riverside House. Yang Kai had repeatedly asked her how he could meet Chu Huashang, but there was nothing the maidservant could do. After all, she was just a lowly maidservant in Yinyang Cave Heaven since her cultivation was too weak, so she couldn't possibly come into contact with Chu Huashang. Since that was the case, Yang Kai could only give up on that idea. After all, he was in the headquarters of Yinyang Cave Heaven, so he couldn't just wander around looking for her. Fortunately, Qin Kuei came to visit the next day and told the maidservant to prepare an ample meal so that he could have a chat with Yang Kai while drinking. After their initial misunderstanding was cleared up, Yang Kai had a good impression of this man. Furthermore, he was Chu Huashang's senior brother, so Yang Kai naturally had to be hospitable to him. After 3 rounds of drink, they naturally became closer. Yang Kai asked him where Chu Huashang was and whether he could meet her, but Qin Kuei changed the subject instead. "Junior brother Yang, why have you come all the way here if you're not going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly? Do you think junior sister Chu is not good enough for you?" Qin Kuei asked with the wine cup in his hand. Yang Kai straightened up and replied solemnly, "Senior sister Chu's appearance and cultivation are the best of the best in the entire 3,000 worlds. There are few women who could match her in either regard. Certainly, this Yang is fond of her, and I feel extremely lucky to have gained her favor." "Then, why aren't you?" Yang Kai said, "To be honest with you, this Yang already has several wives, so I'm not willing to hold senior sister Chu down." Qin Kuei became startled for a moment, then burst into laughter. "If that's your only concern, you can cast it away now, junior brother Yang. It's normal that a man has several wives. Moreover, Chuer isn't a narrow-minded person. She's known you for quite some time and is fully aware of your situation. Why would you mind it when she doesn't? I don't mind it. It's just that. Are you worried that you won't be able to explain yourself to your wives? Qing Kuei teased. That's not the case, Yang Kai shook his head. Why are you hesitant then? Qing Kuei stared fixedly at him. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment, then sighed, Senior brother Qing, can I see senior sister Chu and ask her what she thinks about it first? Qing Kuei sipped his wine and shook his head. Things have come to such a point where what she thinks doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing is how the Tao Theory Assembly will end. Do you really want her to marry an old, worn-out Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? What do you mean? Why would she marry an old Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Yang Kai was stunned. See for yourself, Qing Kuei fished out a jade slip. What is this? These are the candidates that the great forces have sent to join the Tao Theory Assembly. Yang Kai infused his divine sense into the jade slip and put it down a while later, then said grimly, I've truly wronged her. Qing Kuei said, since you're aware of it, why don't you take part in the Tao Theory Assembly? Yang Kai sighed, can I see senior sister Chu first? Qing Kuei furrowed his brows with displeasure. A while later, he snorted and rose from the chair, that's all I have to say. Just sleep on it. Then, he turned around and left. Yang Kai called out to him, but the latter never responded. While remaining in his seat, he was lost for words. He looked down at the table, thinking that they hadn't finished all the wine. Outside Riverside House, a figure suddenly appeared and gazed at Qing Kuei. She was none other than Suing Shui. Qing Kuei shook his head and pointed at his own forehead, he's such an obstinate man. Suing Shui's expression turned cold, he has to pay the price for what he has done. I'll teach him a lesson right now. Qing Kuei immediately took her arm, don't go. His will is firm. Unless he is given no other choice, no one will be able to change his mind. Do we just do nothing and let this travesty unfold then? Suing Shui asked coldly. Qing Kuei sighed, since there's no other choice, we have to use that move. Suing Shui flung his hand away and snorted, you're really a good senior brother to her. Qing Kuei replied meekly, that's the only thing we can do. It's not like we can just watch as Chuer's happiness is destroyed. Sect Master Yang has to join the Tao Theory Assembly no matter what. It's just that Chuer will have to be taken advantage of in order for that to happen. You've already made a move? Suing Shui seemed to have realized something. Qing Kuei nodded gently. Although both of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, he had still easily pulled a little trick on Yang Kai since the latter was unsuspecting. Certainly, the main reason was that he didn't have any murderous or vicious intent when he made a move, otherwise, Yang Kai would have noticed it. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44-44, It feels a little hot here. Aren't you worried that things will get out of hand? Suing Shui frowned, ordinary people are not able to resist that thing. Qing Kuei scratched his face and said, there shouldn't be a problem as long as we make a move in time. In any case, we still have honored Master as a last resort. If anyone finds out about it, Chuer's reputation will be ruined. Suing Shui was worried, many disciples from various great forces have come together in our sect to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. If Qing Kuei raised his hand and cut her off, of course, we have to be secretive when doing it. I'll make sure that no one will be able to find out, but you don't want Chuer to marry someone only in the Fifth Order, do you? You're also clear about Honored Master's stance. Regardless of whether Yang Kai will become the winner, he will have to be the shit-stirrer. Suing Shui frowned with disdain, why are you so vulgar? Qing Kuei said, I've made a move on Yang Kai, and you'll handle Chuer. Quit being soft-hearted, or else you'll ruin her happiness. Suing Shui fell silent and appeared hesitant, clearly not knowing what to do. If she did nothing and let things simply unfold, the Tao Theory Assembly would become a joke, and everyone from Yinyang Cave Heaven would be embarrassed. Moreover, Chu Huashang would never get the happiness she deserved. However, it was difficult for Suing Shui to make up her mind to use such a trick on her junior sister even though no harm would be caused. Let me think about it. I have to give it some serious thought, Suing Shui muttered under her breath. Qing Kuei nodded, not wanting to pressure her. 3 days later, Yang Kai was cultivating in silence when he heard someone knocking on his door. Then the maidservant was heard saying, "Elder Qing is here, Sir Yang." Yang Kai hurriedly got to his feet and pushed the door open. Qing Kuei was indeed standing outside the room. "Senior brother Qing." Yang Kai cupped his fist. Qing Kuei examined him with displeasure, then said, "Come with me." Despite not knowing what the other man was trying to do, Yang Kai could only follow him. They left Riverside House and flew off. A while later, Yang Kai asked, "Where are we going, senior brother Qing?" Without turning his head, Qing Kuei replied, "Didn't you want to see Chuer? I'm bringing you to see her now." Yang Kai was elated upon hearing that, then he hurriedly said, "Many thanks for granting my request, senior brother Qing." Qing Kuei only snorted in response. An embarrassed Yang Kai fell silent and followed Qing Kuei closely. A while later, they landed on a spirit peak where there was an extensive hollow area in the center that looked like a mountain valley, which was filled with lush greenery and strikingly beautiful flowers. The view was truly spectacular. There were some buildings in the center of the valley and they directly headed towards one particular palace. Qing Kuei turned around and said, "This is Chuer's residence. You'll go in on your own. She's inside now." Yang Kai cupped his fist and thanked him before shuffling into the palace. In a certain room inside the palace, Suing Shui's hands were placed on Chu Huashang's as they talked to each other in an intimate manner, as though they were real mother and daughter or a pair of sisters. "You seem tired, senior sister. What's wrong?" Chu Huashang raised her hand and touched the other woman's forehead. Suing Shui forced a smile, "Perhaps I'm just exhausted from all the traveling. But don't worry, I'm fine." Chu Huashang said, "Get some rest since you're so tired, I'll be fine. Why are you looking at me like this, senior sister?" Suing Shui poked the tip of the other woman's nose, "I'm happy that you're all grown up now. Time goes by really quickly. You're now a 6th order open heaven realm master just like me." Chu Huashang giggled and crashed into her embrace. She squirmed for a bit and finally found a position she was most comfortable in. "I've just achieved an ascension, so I'm still far behind you. It's different." Suing Shui shook her head. "I directly ascended to the 5th order and then rose to the 6th order open heaven realm through hard work. My potential is not comparable to yours." Chu Huashang looked up at her. "When I grow to be powerful one day, I'll protect you and make sure that you won't suffer from any grievances." Suing Shui smiled gently, "I'll be waiting for that day to come." As they spoke, they heard a series of footsteps coming closer. While Suing Shui stiffened, Chu Huashang, who was in her embrace, looked up and became pleasantly surprised. "Junior brother Yang?" "Ah." Yang Kai appeared embarrassed when he saw that they were being so intimate. "I just walked right in since the door wasn't closed." "Sorry." He quickly stepped back and closed the door. Chu Huashang batted her eyes and looked at Suing Shui, then burst into laughter. "He seems to have misunderstood something." Suing Shui poked the other woman's forehead. "What's so funny about it?" "All right, I'll take my leave now. You have a talk with him." Then, she got to her feet and left the place. Upon opening the door, she saw the embarrassed Yang Kai standing outside the room. As she looked at his face and thought about what would soon happen, she became incensed and bellowed, "If you dare to take advantage of Chuer, I'll never let you off." I wouldn't dare to. Yang Kai bent his back. Humph. Suing Shui flicked her sleeve, and when she brushed past Yang Kai, she forcefully stepped on his foot. Despite realizing the woman's intentions, Yang Kai didn't dare to dodge, so he could only brace himself and then cringe in pain after the fact. Meanwhile, Suing Shui's footsteps faded into the distance. Chu Huashang stuck out her head from the room and beckoned to him, "Come in, junior brother." Yang Kai tottered into the room and instantly caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. He took a glance at the room and realized that the decoration was pretty cozy, which allowed him to relax somewhat. Chu Huashang offered him a seat, then filled a cup with tea for him and smiled with her lips covered. "I'm sorry for the pain you have to suffer, junior brother. Although my senior sister appears to be dispassionate, she's a warm-hearted person." Yang Kai wiggled his toes, which were almost crushed, and said insincerely, "I can see that." After taking the cup of tea she had prepared for him, he asked, "This is your room, right? Should we go to another place to have a chat?" He had never expected that Qin Kuei would bring him to Chu Huashang's bedroom. After all, her reputation would be tarnished if others found out that they stayed in the same room for any reason. "Why should we go to another place? Can't we have a talk in my room? Or, are you worried that I'll do something to you?" Chu Huashang teased as she directly sat across from the man. "Stop teasing me, senior sister." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He reckoned that he should be at ease since the woman wasn't worried about anything, and they were not going to do anything inappropriate anyway. Across from him, Chu Huashang rested her chin on her palm and looked smilingly at him. "Have you come all the way here to see me, junior brother?" Yang Kai nodded his head with a serious expression. "I heard that the people from your sect are holding a Tao Theory assembly to select a husband for you. It's me who put you in this position, so I had to speak with you." He sighed. A nonchalant Chu Huashang replied, "It's not your fault. It's just that some people are trying to create trouble, and it has nothing to do with you, so don't feel guilty at all. In any case, it's thanks to you that I managed to ascend to the open heaven realm in the first place." An embarrassed Yang Kai shook his head. "I didn't help you much. In fact, she had to fall in love with him and then sever ties with him in order to ascend to the open heaven realm. He had indeed done nothing at all as it was all her own hard work. You already offered me the best help since I came across you at the most critical moment before my ascension to the open heaven realm and fell in love with you. If it weren't for you, I didn't even know how much longer I would have to wait before I found a suitable person." Yang Kai was secretly stunned as he reckoned that only the disciples from Yin Yang Cave Heaven would have the nerve to speak so freely about such things. Most women were not so bold. Not willing to dwell on this topic, Yang Kai said, "What plans do you have to solve this issue, senior sister?" Chu Huashang replied with a smile, "What plans can I have? I'll just wait for the Tao Theory assembly to end and marry the winner 100 years later." "Are you really willing to do that?" Yang Kai frowned. "As a disciple of a cave heaven, there are many things that are not up to me to decide, so what does it matter if I'm not willing? I've been nurtured by the sect for many years, so now that the sect is in trouble, I have to take up the responsibility and solve the problem. Moreover, I'm indeed the cause of this incident." Her nonchalance made Yang Kai feel his chest tightening as he felt extremely guilty. Then, Chu Huashang gazed at him with her alluring eyes and said, "Why don't you take part in the Tao Theory assembly and become the winner? Then I'll get to marry you." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he listened to her bold words and took in her beautiful face that was oh so close. Chu Huashang looked down at his chest and smiled faintly. "Have you fallen for me, junior brother?" In fact, Yang Kai had no idea why he was reacting in such a way as his face was all red now. It wasn't the first time he came into contact with Chu Huashang, and there were moments in the past where they literally clung to one another. However, at this moment, he suddenly found this woman to be irresistibly enchanting. As he listened to her voice and saw her smile, his blood seemed to be boiling and his throat felt dry, causing his heart rate to soar. Quickly drinking down some tea to moisten his throat, he commented, "It feels a little hot here, senior sister." Chu Huashang became startled for a moment, then scanned her surroundings and said gently, "It's indeed a little hot here." She laughed, "I guess I just feel warmth since you're willing to visit me at this point." Yang Kai stared fixedly at her and fell into a dazed state. He increasingly felt that the woman in front of him was alluring, and it was extremely hard for him to resist her charm. His mind was filled with lustful thoughts as he gazed greedily at the fair skin that was slightly revealed around her chest and began to feel a little dizzy. "Junior brother," Chu Huashang suddenly muttered with a blushing face. A shocked Yang Kai suddenly came to his senses, only to realize that he had grasped the woman's hands at some point, reveling in the soft and delicate feel at his fingertips. Yang Kai instinctively became alert as there was something off about the situation. However, while he was still lost in his thoughts, he realized that the woman before him had also grabbed his hands and his vigilance instantly vanished into thin air. Presently, there were 3 people outside the valley. One of them was standing while the other 2 were seated with their legs crossed. The one who was standing was Su Linggong, while the people who were seated were Suing Shua and Qing Kuei. At this moment, strange energy fluctuations and a faint white mist could be seen swirling around Qing Kuei and Suing Shua as they continuously formed different hand seals, as though they were using some profound secret technique. Qing Kuei let out a long breath and said through clenched teeth, "That brat is pretty strong-willed and vigilant." He almost shook off the young demon's influence. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.